Amco payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to Amco. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and Jalen Green were feeling it last night in Indiana. 79 points between the two of them in a 123-108 win against the Pacers. The Suns on a back-to-back in Toronto tonight, looking for their fifth straight win and to keep pace in the hunt for the sixth seed in the Western Conference. That game will tip at 4:30 today right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kyler Murray, after being released from the Cardinals this week, signed a one-year prove-it deal with the Minnesota Vikings yesterday. And the Big 12 announced yesterday they will be moving back to hardwood courts for the rest of the Big 12 tournament, in Arizona and Iowa State will tip off on those courts today at 4 for a spot in the Big 12 final. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, baseball fans' destination for game day eats, with drink specials during the Valley's best happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Packed Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sobolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to the two greatest words in morning radio. Happy Friday, everybody. And that means everybody. Good morning, Vinny.
Good morning, Bick.
All right. So
how are you?
We're doing good. We've got Vinny on assignment. Is that the catchphrase, Jared? He's on assignment.
But he's on assignment, but he's still being part of the show. He's just
right there.
This is 2020 vibes.
Yeah, I definitely 2020 vibes. I can't hide the reason why I'm on assignment. Look at these eyes.
Yes.
Holy moly.
What happened to you?
I look like DeAndre Ayton at a Ziggy Marley concert.
Oh, come on. Pretend you didn't hear that when we get to 9:30 today.
Wow, yeah, that's a good pull. Very, very DeAndre post-stoner-esque. Stay away from those police in Scottsdale, Vinny.
Whoops.
So there you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the camera settled, but
no worries. I was going to begin by saying that. So last night, in the night after BAM, post BAM NBA, who was going to go off? Luka went for 51. That was the high. That was the high water mark last night.
Only 9 free throws too, or 8 made.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this is very interesting as well. Eric Spoelstra came out and said, "I apologize to no one for our strategy," which very interestingly came after a video surfaced of Pat Riley telling Bam Adebayo in a celebratory way, "I would have taken you out at 70."
Look, Spo's going to do his own thing, right?
Right. Yeah, but was that Pat Riley's way of getting it on camera and on record that he would have never done that?
I guess you could look at it that way because he's so old school.
Yeah.
But
or is it because he has a statue in front of the Lakers arena now?
Oh,
and he would want to no.
Yeah, got to take care of Kobe. Can't let anybody pass Kobe.
Yeah, the reaction was just it continued all day yesterday. The reaction from LA was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Wizards aren't getting enough blame, or because they could have stopped him at any point. They could have not fouled him at any point.
I thought it was very interesting. First of all, if you want to make it super local, Colin Gillespie kind of really discarded the accomplishment right afterwards, but Devin Booker was a lot more gracious. Devin Booker, obviously, having scored 70 against the Celtics himself, he was kind of vibing a little bit with Bam Adebayo, and he pointed out that at the end of that game, the Celtics had gotten so worked up about what Book was doing that they were fouling him incessantly, and that's what the Wizards were doing. They had gotten so in their feels about what Bam Adebayo was doing to him, they started hacking him.
Yeah, but Adebayo said that they didn't even double team him for most of the game until he had 50 some odd points, I think it was.
Yeah. And then they're like, wait, what? We can't let this happen.
Well, the Wizards are going to wizard.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Oh, I mean, also, think about how much we've talked about the Miami Heat and the Wizard regular season game. They've all played another game since then. We're still talking about that game. So whatever happened in that game, it's been good for the NBA.
And by the way, Bam followed that up with 21 last night on a very inefficient 21. We were all right around the pin.
Yeah.
I had 20, Sammy had 22, Bick had 24, Jarrett had 28.
The guy had 105 points in 2 games, though. Give him a break.
Give him a break. Yeah, it really is. It really is interesting, the hate that's gone towards Bam, because he's not considered that guy, that good.
Yeah.
It's almost more explainable why he did it then.
Yeah.
He will never, ever get close to having a chance to do something like that again.
Exactly. All right, happy Friday, everybody. I'm leaving. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
It is official. Kyler Murray, a member of the Minnesota Vikings. Murray signed a 1-year deal for the league minimum after a visit with the Vikings on Thursday. Murray tweeted out a picture of himself while smiling, wearing a Vikings hoodie, alongside a photo of him playing youth football for a team called the Vikings with just one word, Skull, which of course means annoying Vikings fan. Cardinals officially waived Murray on Wednesday after 7 years with the team. I was a little bit surprised to see him do a press conference already, just moments after signing that contract, Vic.
Yeah, I was too. And I've got to admit this, because this is going to come off horrible. I thought Kyler was actually trolling himself when he posted that picture of him in the Vikings jersey. I thought he was just posting the picture of a really short dude trolling himself. And then it occurred to me,
that's actually him.
That's actually him. Isn't that terrible of me?
No, because that was all over the internet. Believe me, every NFL meme account was posting.
We're going to get into this a lot. I find it fascinating that a young kid growing up in Dallas adopts the Vikings because it's the name of his peewee team.
People do that.
I think they do.
I had this conversation with my dad. All the little leagues here now, but when I was growing up playing little league, all different MLB teams. They're all different Diamondbacks teams now with different jerseys. It's whoever thought of that idea needs to be promoted to the highest level.
Yeah, but in 1984, I played for a little league team called the Cubs, and I became a Cubs fan. They were actually good that year too.
Okay, so this is a very normal thing to happen. Okay,
I think for kids it is. Yeah,
got it.
Yeah. Cardinals stayed busy on Thursday. They added more free agents to their 2026 roster. Announced the signings of defensive lineman Jonah Williams, offensive lineman. Let's clarify that. Defensive lineman Jonah Williams, not the guy that was here on the O-line last year.
Let's see.
Elijah Wilkinson back on the offensive line. They're bringing back Starling Thomas the fifth, the cornerback. Wilkinson spent 2023 with the Cardinals before playing the last 2 seasons with Atlanta. Williams, a 5-year veteran, played in 15 games with the Saints last season, registering 17 tackles, 3 sacks, and 5 tackles for loss. Thomas missed all of last year with a torn ACL suffered in training camp. Cardinals also released Evan Brown, the guard who started 28 games over the last 2 years. So the revamping of the offensive line continues as well.
Yeah, to which I say, good.
Keep going.
Keep going. Don't stop.
Yeah. Around the NFL, linebacker Dre Greenlaw back with the 49ers after a year with the Broncos. Greenlaw getting a 1-year deal worth $7.5 million. Former ASU star Rachaad White hooking up with the Washington Commanders. The running back gets a new deal there. Suns get big nights from Devin Booker and Jalen Green in a 123-108 win over the Indiana Pacers at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Booker pumped in 43. Green had 36 for the Suns, who have now won 4 straight, while handing the Pacers their 11th straight L. Suns right back at it tonight, north of the border in Toronto against the Raptors. That game gets going at 4:30. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 3:30. Can't wait to get into this game with you. It was kind of a win, yes. Ultimate goal reached. A little bit frustrating.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking about this. No doubt about it.
Elsewhere in the NBA, Bam Adebayo followed up his 83 with 21. Heat beat Milwaukee 112-105. Denver slowed down San Antonio 136-131. Nikola Jokic had 31 points, 20 rebounds, and 12 assists for the Nuggets. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 35 points. OKC dumped Boston 104-102. His 127th straight game of 20 or more points, breaking Wilt Chamberlain's all-time record. And as you mentioned, Luka, 51 for the Lakers in a defense-optional 142-130 win over the Bulls. Top seed Arizona cruised into the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, 81-59 over UCF. Braden Burries led the way with 21 points. Koa Pete and Toby Owaka each had 12. Arizona jumped out to a 12-2 lead, led by double digits for more than 36 minutes, and had leads of as many as 27 points. Wildcats will face 5th-seeded Iowa State in the semis on Friday, on a hardwood court, by the way. Cyclones roughed up Texas Tech 75-53 to advance. Arizona and Iowa State will tip off at 5. ESPN2 has the coverage. The other semifinal will feature Kansas against Houston. GCU ousted in the Mountain West tournament by Nevada, 84-80. Lopes led by as many as 11 in the first half and 6 at the break, but Nevada took the lead and held it for the final 9 minutes or so of the contest. It was close all the way. Wolfpack move on to face Utah State in one semifinal tonight. New Mexico and San Diego State tangling in the other.
Weird end to that game. The GCU,
ahead,
they kept fouling them when they were shooting threes, and they kept missing their free throws to like really have a miracle finish.
Yeah, it's another curious ending in college basketball. Dbacks and Rockies. Rockies win 13-3. Dbacks don't just lose in Cactus League play. They get pounded. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound tonight for the D-backs in surprise against the Royals. First pitch, 6:05. World Baseball Classic resuming tonight with quarterfinal play. U.S. and Canada in Houston. Logan Webb getting the start for the Americans against D-backs right-hander Michael Soroka. That game starts at 5 o'clock on Fox. Korea and Dominican Republic also tonight. That's at 6:30 on FS2. And then tomorrow, Puerto Rico against Italy and Venezuela taking on Japan. And 5 players tied atop the leaderboard at the Players' Championship at TPC Sawgrass in Florida. Lee Hodges, Sepp Straka, Sahith Sagala, Maverick McNeely, and Austin Smotherman all tied at 5 under par. Second round underway. Defending champ Rory McIlroy said he was incredibly rusty in the first round. He shot a 2 over 74.
Those all sound like names I would make up.
For all you struggling golfers out there, take heart because Scotty Scheffler has lost his golf swing.
He's no Austin Smotherman.
Oh, I have an Austin Smotherman. So I'm in a golf pool with my friends. Okay, you guys will get a kick out of this. I'm in a golf pool with my friends, and you pick golfers, you track them throughout the week, but you also pick a first round leader. Okay, so my first round leader was Sepp Straka, and he's tied for the lead. But Austin Smotherman has a 14-foot putt at 9:38 this morning on the last hole of his first round because it got suspended yesterday.
Yeah.
So I either win pretty well if he misses this putt, or I lose because he goes
if
to
he makes it.
Because he goes to 6
so
under,
you will
and
be
he's the first round.
Disengaged at 9:38 a.m. He's already circled the time. That's wild.
And so he had the
we're
option.
All disengaged at 9:38 on a Friday.
Yeah,
exactly. So be glued to Austin Smotherman's 14-footer this morning.
No, but I'm not kidding.
All
I
right,
might bring
there's
this
your
up
splash.
later.
No, yeah.
Coming up, Kyler Murray has a new home. We'll talk about the new Vikings quarterback next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino, Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sport leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States, but to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Dbacks single game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, at Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Hey, it's Wolf. Where will Kyler Murray end up, and will we be keeping a close eye on him? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm going to give a shout out this morning to Sun Lakes. We appreciate you taking the show in whatever form you take it in. And Sun Lakes this and every morning.
I'm just grateful for the opportunity. I look forward to coming in and competing, getting to learn the offense, getting to be with Coach O'Connell. Obviously, he's had a lot of success. And, again, I'm just looking forward to the opportunity to come in here and competing.
Kyler Murray, new quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. Yesterday, when we left the airwaves, Bick, it was reported he would be in Minnesota for a visit. He not only visits, he passes his physical, he signs his one-year contract. And, hey, Kyler, while you're here, you mind if we call some members of the media? And national coverage of it almost in real time on ESPN.
Yeah, and that's something.
Pretty whirlwind day for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, it really was. And I think that it was probably more of a convenience thing because he does not live there. So I think maybe it was, let's get this done so I can bounce out of here tomorrow. But so you guys were right. It was just the 1-year minimum contract. I don't know why I thought it would be otherwise, but I did. It is not. So it is your classic 1-year prove it kind of deal. But if he's looking to win a job, Kevin O'Connell didn't declare him the guy, but he certainly didn't declare J.J. McCarthy the guy. You would have to believe that part of the deal is it's your job to lose, Kyler.
Yeah, I came away absolutely with that feeling. And I think most people who watched that press conference and have followed this story at all came with that feeling too, because not only is it about Kyler Murray trying to reestablish his career and being hungry and the quarterback position being open for the Vikings. Now, I'm reading some stuff from Minneapolis this morning about just the level of dissatisfaction goes even deeper with J.J. McCarthy. I mean, there was one instance brought up in a column on the Star Tribune about the Vikings weren't very pleased with the creation of the 9 alter ego. There was a time where he was told, don't do a certain touchdown celebration. And then he scored a touchdown against the Cowboys. And he did the gritty that he was told not to do. Yep. So there's a lot of growing up that needs to happen with J.J. McCarthy. So yeah, Kyler Murray is going to be your week one starter.
I think that's exactly the word that people have realized about J.J. McCarthy. He's got to grow up. This whole idea of creating that alter ego and oops, I guess I did the dance I wasn't supposed to. That you can't do that as a professional quarterback in the NFL. So there you go. So Kyler Murray's a Viking. I thought it was really, really interesting that he was vibing on the idea that, hey, this is like home to me. I was a Viking at a very young age.
That part, when he told the story, he was very hesitant to tell the story. You could tell because he hemmed and hawed around it when he was talking about it. But then he said, I guess I'll tell the story. And he referenced the 2009 championship game, which was a classic between the Vikings and the Saints. The Saints went on to win the Super Bowl that season. That game went to overtime, but late in regulation, Brett Favre threw a really costly interception that probably cost the Vikings the game. And he said, I cried real tears that day.
Yeah.
So that's how deep apparently the fandom goes, which in 7 years we never knew about.
I was just going to say.
No, we never knew that.
Am I stupid or did this not come up at all?
Well, I guess there would never be a
both
context
can be true.
Well,
I mean, I always associated him, Mr. Texas.
Yeah.
Mr. Texas, maybe Oklahoma, but I never.
So this is my point. My point is when you grow up someplace where the teams stink, I can get the idea, of remaining loyal to the jersey you once wore and then giving that loyalty to that professional team. But to grow up in Dallas and do that, it just strikes me as odd. Sammy brought up an interesting thing. There was a time when the Diamondbacks were angry about all these kids in the Valley wearing Major League uniforms, Cubs uniforms, Twins uniforms. And they're like, forget that. Let's have every team be a different version of the Diamondbacks.
Look, we pulled back to pull back the curtain during Newsmakers Week. Bobby Hurley came in for his interview, and off the air when he was on his way out, I don't even know how we got on the topic of football, but we started talking about football fandom, and we both assumed that he grew up either a Giants fan or an Eagles fan growing up in Jersey City. He grew up a Cowboys fan. And I said, wow, a Cowboys fan in Jersey City? He's like, yeah, my dad was a Cowboys fan, so I just did it.
Wow.
So you never know how people become fans.
Yeah, I guess. So this is going to be real interesting now because the reaction to this has been stunning. It's as if people have not watched a minute of Cardinal football over the last few years because people haven't watched a minute of Cardinal football over the past few years. They're all grasping back to the highlights and the sizzling potential. It's amazing how well received this move is being received in terms of what he might do for the Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, I think, a tantalizing level of talent there and potential. But you're exactly right. The reaction is, wow, they got a number 1 overall draft pick. That's dismissing what we've seen since 2019.
His ceiling is so high.
If you turn on the ESPN talking head shows this morning, they're going to show that same highlight package they showed leading up to the draft where Kyler Murray was throwing to a wide open Hollywood Brown in college on every single play.
That's right.
When he won the Heisman Trophy.
That's true. Yeah. So, I mean, again, this is going to be very interesting to watch from afar. I think Cardinal fans it's a very interesting time among our fan base, too, because this commentary, Doug Haller just tweeted out something on X that said, Cardinal fans, you better brace yourself. Kyler Murray is going to be pretty good in Minnesota. The tweet blew up. It had about 200 comments to it, which just shows you how much people are still really polarized by this guy.
Here's the other thing. He's going to be pretty good. Jacoby Brissett next year also might be pretty good. But the Vikings are probably going to win 10 or 11 games, and the Cardinals might only win 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
So it's going to feel
that pretty good quarterback play can elevate them.
Right. It's going to feel really
bad. The Cardinals
bad.
need superhero level quarterback play to elevate them.
Well, and again, I think the real danger is if Kevin O'Connell designs something that does elevate Kyler Murray, and then we're going to be like, really? Cardinals wasted 7 years of our lives and they couldn't get this guy right.
But they had to. If he only played for one coach and one regime, I would get all this talk. But he played for 2 completely different regimes and was only mediocre.
That's what's worse to me. 2 different people had their shot with him.
Look, even if we weren't in Arizona and we hadn't lived through the 7-year Kyler Murray Cardinals experience, this would be a fascinating story just from a football standpoint, just from a human nature standpoint. Here's a guy who's had everything his own way, got knocked down a peg, didn't work out as a professional immediately. I mean, this is a great shot at a sports redemption story. Then add in the fact that it's a local story. This is I got a kick out of Wolf's look ahead. Will we be keeping a close eye on him? Yeah, we will, because that's what we do in Arizona. We're gluttons for punishment.
Well, and again, it's after 7 years, that's a lot of emotional investment. There's no way we could just forget about him.
Yeah. Calling all Suns fans, join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to see the Suns versus Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com if you would like more details. Coming up next, we'll get into the Suns and their big win over the Pacers in Indianapolis. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their fourth straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. This gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Saving money is easy when it comes to shopping for a new outfit. But when it comes to quality chicken, you want to spend the bucks to get the best clucks. Redbird Farms chicken is juicy, tender, and always full of mouth-watering flavor, all without using any antibiotics. That's why the Valley's top restaurants use it. So treat yourself to a quality meal by cooking up some Redbird Farms chicken tonight. Find it at Safeway, Albertsons, and Bash's'. Redbird Farms chicken. You can't put a price on great taste.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Something about Devin Booker in Indiana. Book went for 43 Thursday night, and his running mate Jalen Green added 36 of his own. And the Suns won their fourth straight, 123-108 against the Pacers. Now just a game out of the 6th seed and only 2 back of the 3 seed Rockets, and looking to gain more ground tonight in Toronto against the Raptors at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kyler Murray has officially found a new home. The Minnesota Vikings and Murray have agreed to a 1-year deal after the Cardinals released him on Wednesday. The Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 weeks out until Zach Gallen takes the mound on opening day. What might that lineup look like? Find out at arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's tournament time. Catch the madness at Talking Stick Resort March 19th and 20th starting at 10 a.m. with massive screens, food and drink specials, and non-stop hoops action.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Suns have a quick turnaround tonight north of the border. We'll react to last night's game against the Pacers, look ahead against the Toronto Raptors. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, 98.7 FM.
We knew that they played their style of play, both ends of the basketball, no matter who played. You're learning who's playing as up to game time. And I thought that initial wave, first 12 minutes, we couldn't really get a hold of them. We weren't really able to impact them with our defense. I thought over time, especially there end of third, into the fourth, the start of the fourth, like our defensive aggression really got back to who we were, who we are. It's another night in the NBA. You take the win, any road win against a team that has won a lot of games over the last couple of years. So, and we knew they'd come play hard, and that's what they did.
Hey, that's a win against the defending Eastern Conference champions, Dan Big.
Oh, yeah, that's a quad 1 win, Vinny.
123-108, the final. I think that was a pretty good synopsis of that game from Jordan Knott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, because it was, I think, too close for comfort for about 36 minutes of that ball game. The Pacers went in depleted. They became more depleted by choice as the game went on. Ivica Zubac, their starting center, who was playing in his first game back, he didn't play a minute in the second half. Andrew Nembhard, who absolutely ripped the Suns apart in the first half, efficiently too, by the way. He had 23 points in the first half. He didn't play in the second half. So it was a lot of G Leaguers and a bunch of guys trying to feel their way out. And it was a good win, and I can't go back on that because we've said what Jordan Knott said 100 times on this show. You never apologize for road wins in the NBA.
Yeah.
But I have to wonder if those two guys played, if this outcome might have been different, because it wasn't the sharpest effort by the Suns, despite the game from Book and Green.
Well, yeah, listen, I overall do agree with that. I thought it was a lot closer than it should have been. I thought the Pacers, now that's the way you tank. You lose games while looking like you're really trying, right?
Yeah.
And you do that by emptying the bench and putting a bunch of G Leaguers out there is what you do.
So was that a preview of the Cardinal season based on your column from last week earlier in the week?
Well, listen, it might be, and it might be the best thing for them, even though nobody seems to want to swallow that reality.
On the Sun side, I don't think the recipe for sustained success this season is relying on 79 points combined between Booker and Green and nothing from anybody else, really. Royce O'Neal was okay. But I think what makes this Suns team so good is the contributions up and down the lineup every game. And this felt very much like an old school Suns game of Booker early in his career, where it's like it was so reliant on just big scoring nights from one or two guys.
I don't disagree with that, but you also have to consider, they were without Grayson Allen again. They're still without Dillon Brooks. that's 35, 36
Mark
points
Williams,
a game right there. Mark Williams didn't play. So I'm kind of conflicted by all of it. I'm pleased with the win, obviously. And in some ways, yes, it was good. In other ways, you're like, really? With that team, you struggled as much as you did, but it's hard to point any fault at the two guys that led the offensive charge in Jalen Green and Devin Booker.
And I do think that Jared is right that the game kind of gave me those vibes. But keep in mind, Jared, that's the kind of game we were kind of waiting for, a game where Devin Booker did kind of stand out above everybody else, right? And had that really high-scoring barrage kind of game. And you drop 43, and it's got people wondering, is Devin Booker getting hot at the very right time?
That's exactly what I was thinking, because since he's been back from injury, aside from the first game back, Booker's been, I think, phenomenal. And we've kind of just been waiting for Jalen Green to just fit right in and be that second option, and he's been the one struggling. To see both of them, go off last night, even though the supporting cast did struggle, I thought it was a big green light, and I know they struggled a little through the first three quarters, but I thought it was really good to see.
Here's what Royce O'Neal had to say watching Book and Jalen Green take over.
I think they was, taking a page out of my book. I started out, but it's special to see. I think starting to find their rhythm, playing off each other. They can get hot real quick. Devin, in the third, and Jalen, closing us out. I think, it's going to be a tough challenge for other teams trying to guard those two, especially with our spacing. Other guys on the court spacing the court, they got an easy advantage to get to the basket.
Well, you mentioned when we had wondered earlier in the week, okay, NBA's copycat league. Bam Adebayo has 83 points. Who's going to have the next big breakout game? And it was Luka who got over 50 last night for the Lakers. That should have been Devin Booker last night. He had it going 43. But tell me if you perceived this as well, because I was texting back and forth actually with Tim Ring, and we both made the same point to each other. There was a point about midway through the game and into the third quarter where I think Book again got preoccupied with trying to draw fouls and get whistles, and it affected his play. He could have done whatever he wanted last night. The shot was falling, but he just it seems like he gets obsessed with getting to the free throw line.
He does,
and I think it affects his game negatively.
I
that
totally
could have been a 55 or 60 point game for Devin Booker.
Listen, I totally agree with you. And again, I've said this before because I've seen it enough to know it to be true. It reflects a different mentality when you see Devin Booker consistently putting himself on the floor after jump shots. That's the first sign. Okay, he is hyper fixated on getting to the free throw line. I don't know how you crack it. I don't know how you solve it. Because at some point in time you got to. And Devin Booker, his free throw numbers in terms of how many free throws he's been shooting, they've been spiking in the right direction. In terms of what he wants. He's been getting a fair share of whistles. Last night, there were a couple that went against him. Again, you've got to just recognize, okay, I will be angry every night of my professional life if I choose to stay in this lane.
True. There was it's a fine line after that game because you're right. There was frustration from Devin Booker. It was visible. The foul that he got called on for the long pass right down the sideline where I think it was Thompson for Indiana had his foot out of bounds, and they said there was contact, and Booker forced him out of bounds. That was the softest foul in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
So he wants to atone for that, and he wants to get back. And I think the way that he snapped out of that by just scoring again was a really good sign. And we really haven't focused on the Jalen Green part of this 1-2 punch. He's back. It looks like the rust is gone. He's not going to have a night like this every night. We have to give these qualifiers because he's still new, and watching Jalen Green is still a new experience to Phoenix Suns fans. But that was what he is capable of on a night-to-night basis. Kind of a cool, effortless 36 points. And when the shot's fallen, and now he's hit over 50% of his shots 2 games in a row, he is rounding back into form, and it's coming at a good time.
Yeah. Well, listen, let's hope some of the wild inconsistencies are behind him because, the player we've seen the last couple of games has been pretty dynamic and pretty explosive.
Yeah, and it gets tougher from here. The first 2 games of the road trip in Milwaukee and Indiana, those were wins. The road trip really starts tonight in Toronto against the Raptors, and the last 4 before they come home. All very tough games. Let's say a 4:30 tip, Jared? I don't
4:30 tip.
4:30. Thank you, Sammy. You can, of course, hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, when March Madness begins next week, the state of Arizona will be represented, but only by one team again. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and it's never too early to plan for retirement, whether it's decades away or just around the corner. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you will feel prepared for this financial shift. Trajan Wealth offers tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level along with learning about your goals and your timeline. Working with you, they will develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. You'll find out at Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. I'm a client now because they earn my trust. Really dug their approach, their knowledge, their transparency. They gave me straight talk, no sales pitches, just the way I like it. And if you're feeling any anxiety about retirement, if you're worried that your money will not last, go get the peace of mind you need and deserve. Schedule a free appointment at Trajan Wealth by calling 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring National, featuring over 1,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. And it's all going down this weekend at West World of Scottsdale. Bring the family and shop Arizona's biggest automotive swap meet at Vendor Midway. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. Details at good-guys.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams, plus the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Merrill Kelly's first spring training game go today? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, 98.7 FM.
I hate to ruin your plans for your show, Gambo, but it's a night game tonight, so you're not going to be able to react to Merrill Kelly's start. It starts after you go.
Oh, no.
Oops.
Let me be the bearer of bad news.
Well,
They're going to have to find something else to talk about today.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Yeah. Well, you know how those look aheads work, Vinny?
Yeah.
We all do.
Predict what's going to happen.
You're just winging it.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Tune in. We're going to
Right.
talk about what's going on and stuff.
Right. And stuff. Exactly.
Maybe they could talk about college basketball, where once again we're in the period of time, Vic, where the state of Arizona will have one school represented in the field of 68 when it's announced on Sunday, and that school is, of course, the University of Arizona, the only team left playing. They could lose today. They would be in as a number 1 seed. That's how dominant that they've been this year. But we were kind of holding out hope for more than one school, and that hope rested with GCU. They lost a tough one yesterday to Nevada. Frustrating game in which neither team could pull away. That entire second half basically was played within 6 points of each other. So the Lopes had chances. Frustrating game, and they couldn't get over the hump. But here we are, back with one of our 4 in-state universities in the field of 68.
Yeah, from a Grand Canyon perspective, that was a very disappointing end to a season that was largely and roundly disappointing as well. A team that they recruited and felt really good about going into the season. A team full of great guys, but not enough dogs, not enough doggedness in that collective group. A team that had to be reminded occasionally that you need to be physical. You need to exert your physicality. You need to absorb the physicality and not shy away from it. You need to play through contact. And when they did, they were pretty good. They had a good array of skill players and scorers. They had some interesting bigs, but they just didn't have the right kind of mojo or physicality. And I think that it is not entirely unexpected. I think for GCU going into the Mountain West, this was a year of calibration to kind of go to all the arenas and kind of see what it feels like, see what it looks like, see what it sounds like. They found there are some really, really hostile gyms in the Mountain West, more so than I think they even thought. And I think they're going to go back and regroup. The good thing about GCU basketball, in my opinion, and this is going to be part of a larger conversation, is they've got Jerry Colangelo running the show at the very, very top, and Jerry's great at fundraising. He will keep that program well coiffed to go out and get transfers and sign players through the portal and be able to pay players, because that's their whole thing. And Arizona, they're already past that point. As it applies to ASU, it's interesting to me because it's one thing to have a great football team in college football. We all know what that's like. Well, we don't. We had a taste of it. But having a team, if you're in school or if you're a big fan of your college program and they make the NCAA tournament, there's nothing quite like that spirit. Nothing quite like that sense of spirit when your basketball team is getting shipped off to a regional and you may or may not go with, but everybody is hyped.
The good old homer pick in the brackets of putting your team to the Final Four for no particular reason.
That's it.
Yep.
And because I think in college basketball, that dream has always felt a little more real than it did in college football. And so having a basketball team capable of making the NCAA tournament, it might be more important now than ever. Because what colleges are really going to struggle with moving into the future with AI and online degrees is getting people motivated to go and stay on campus, to go get the full collegiate experience. They're going to fight that battle. And people will tell you that the school presidents who understand the unifying power of sports are going to be the schools that succeed. If you don't get it, you're going to be lost, because these are the things that draw students to a campus to go be part of something like that. You know, they've got that at GCU at the Havocs and that mad energy around the basketball team. They've got it in Tucson around the Wildcats. It's something ASU has never really cared to invest in, not at the level you need.
Yeah, and I think, using your football example, I think we saw a taste of that this year with football. The remnants or the residuals of making a run to the college football playoff the year prior. Every game sold out for ASU. And Kenny Dillingham would come on our radio show weekly and laud the fans and talk about how important that is. So now it's up to Kenny and company to keep that going with football. There's a great air of mystery now about what's going to happen with ASU basketball. We talked about it earlier in the week. The Sun Devils, the athletic program, they don't change coaches a lot in basketball. These coaches get ample opportunity to try to elevate the program. And I think the first 5-6 years of Bobby Hurley certainly was headed in that direction. And, since COVID, it's been a different story. But you bring up a lot of great points. And sometimes I scoff at that notion. Hey, because a football team made a run. Like we just went through it with the University of Indiana. Their enrollment numbers, the interest in the university, not playing football for Indiana, but the interest in going to school and being a student there went through the roof. People do want to be a part of something big.
What is the ceiling, though, for ASU basketball? Because the advantage ASU football has, one, is a better history, but two, their in-state rival in football has no history, is nothing.
Yeah.
ASU will always have to compete with U of A in state in basketball.
No doubt.
So does that hurt their ceiling?
And maybe it's part of the reason why they haven't felt compelled to go all in, because even if they do, are they going to be better than Arizona? No, probably not. The Wildcats have exactly what you need and want for a college basketball fiefdom. They are the stars of the show in Tucson, not just on campus, in Tucson.
Well, there's nothing else there, so it applies to both.
That's a shot, but you're not.
Go to McHale.
You're not entirely wrong. I mean, it's cool to walk around any point in Tucson and see people with U of A flags and U of A signs and rooting for the basketball team everywhere. But
no, it's really got that. It's got a great basketball college town vibe to it. Everywhere you go, you feel it.
Yeah.
And so I think maybe ASU might be smart in hedging their bet when it comes to that.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see the Arizona UCF game. I was following along with it and saw that UCF made a little bit of a push and then it was just squelched immediately. So what was the synopsis? How did they look? How dominant? Because now it starts. I mean, I think that the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament would go up against any other conference tournament right now with the 4 teams that are left. And Iowa State is playing really well.
Whooping people. U of A came out and destroyed them in the first 10 minutes of the game, and then U of A sleptwalked for the rest of the game and just played sloppy
and still win by 22.
Yeah, and never got below, I think, 8 points or something. So they were in control, but they definitely were not full gear after those first 10 minutes.
Will we be talking about a Big 12 tournament championship on Monday morning?
See, okay, so that's the question that I've been having with my friends and brother of the rest of it all. So U of A, they got the buys, right? So they played yesterday, they'll play today, and ideally they'll play tomorrow. 3 straight games. And I'll ask this to Jarrett because he's a U of A fan, but does the wear and tear of all the season and then 3 straight games worry you at all for hopefully a 6-game run?
I don't know. Lute Olson used to hate the conference tournaments.
He did.
Yeah,
never used to care about them. Never used to try. Didn't want those extra 3-4 games in a row right before the biggest part of the year. I think losing is never good to me.
I agree.
So I think keep winning. There's still a chance. Duke looks very, very vulnerable. There's a chance U of A can still get the overall number 1 seed in the tournament. Not that matters that much, but there's still something to play for.
Yeah, I think they're going to win it. I think this feels like their year.
Do you think if they lose a close title game, they can still get a number 1 seed?
Yes, yeah. I think no matter what, they're a 1 seed. They're on the
There's too much of a gap between the top Michigan, Duke, and U of A they wouldn't have their number one seed taken from them.
I don't know if I wouldn't ascribe to what Lute Olson did.
Yeah.
But what did it do for Lute Olson in the tournament?
Well, that's the thing. They had as many first-round losses as they had Final Four runs. But U of A literally has beaten all the other teams below them that could get number one seeds this year: UConn, Florida, Houston, and Iowa State.
That's right.
So I don't know how you could ever put anyone ahead of them there.
Yeah, true. Coming up next, why is everyone suddenly so in love with Kyler Murray? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Look, when you're struggling with private student loan debt, not a good feeling. You feel awful, you feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, and you feel like you've run out of moves in trying to pay back your loans. I've heard from people in this situation, not a good place to be, but there is a way forward. And for people in that situation, they need to know that way forward is called Why Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they do. They are not judging you in the process. They are not asking you why you didn't fix things sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Why Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They do not get the final say. Why Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation and want to get out, give Why Refi a call. Their phone number is 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, Casa Calvisi, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Phoenix. Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and Jalen Green were feeling it last night in Indiana. 79 points between the two of them in a 123-108 win against the Pacers. The Suns on a back-to-back in Toronto tonight, looking for their fifth win in a row and to keep pace in the hunt for the sixth seed in the Western Conference. That game will tip off at 4:30 today right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Kyler Murray, after being released from the Cardinals this week, signed a one-year prove-it deal with the Minnesota Vikings. And the Big 12 announced yesterday they will be moving back to hardwood courts for the rest of the Big 12 tournament. And Arizona and Iowa State will tip off on those courts today at 4 for a spot in the Big 12 final game. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Where will Kyler Murray end up, and will we be keeping a close eye on him? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think they are a legitimate contender with Kyler Murray, playing at a high Kyler Murray level, which I think that they can get to. And I think that one thing that I have, loved about Kyler Murray is that when he has a great wide receiver, they are simpatico. They are going to figure out how to work at all times. And I do think pairing him with Justin Jefferson raises his ceiling. That defense is going to be great. I do think they're in the mix. I wouldn't necessarily put them above the Rams, but you put him in Minnesota, they are right there in terms of a top 3, top 4 team to me in the NFC.
It's David Dennis Jr. from ESPN talking about his thoughts on Kyler Murray. Landing in Minnesota, signs the one-year deal with the Vikings yesterday, and I'm not picking on David Dennis Jr., just using him as an example because his comments were out there and they were on the forefront. And he shares the same thought about the Minnesota Vikings with Kyler Murray as a lot of other people do. They didn't get good quarterback play last year. Obviously, that's what made this situation possible or necessary in the first place. But if they got competent quarterback play, they are a Super Bowl contender. Might be the case, but I think people are just kind of, again, elevating maybe or rewriting what they've seen with their own two eyes from Kyler Murray as an NFL quarterback. He has been an average middle-of-the-road quarterback to this point.
I think this is another classic example of Kyler Murray goes from Arizona to the Vikings, and now people are forced to talk about Kyler Murray, or maybe even compelled to talk about Kyler Murray, when they really haven't watched much of the Arizona Cardinals in the last couple of years. So I don't think that they I'm fairly certain that they do not understand the narrative arc that we have lived with this quarterback. The amount of grace that we have given Kyler Murray, the amount of times we have fallen for his potential, the amount of times we have seen the jaw-dropping stuff, but we've also seen the other stuff, particularly what happens after the bye week. Go ahead.
It's such a phony narrative that they're spinning now, too, because the national media, when he was on the Cardinals, all they could talk about was the homework clause and Call of Duty and how short he was. That's all they could talk about when he was here. Now that he's once again a hypothetical, they're just looking at the ceiling that he has.
That's a great point. It really has shifted from the mocking and the ridicule to something completely different, because now he's in a different franchise that they can talk about. One thing Kyler Murray is going to get is he's going to get a different fan base. With all due respect to Cardinal fans, Vikings fans are a very, very, very passionate, loyal bunch. Vikings football means a lot to Minnesotans.
Oh, it does. Just ask them.
Yeah, well, listen, and you're talking about a franchise that has had a lot of near misses, a franchise that had one of the greatest teams in NFL history and blew an NFC Championship game, a franchise that has lost 4 Super Bowls.
And it's been a long time since they made a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and it's been a long, long time.
A really long time.
They've got a great game day experience with that Yeller horn. Ow!
They're also in a division that, the Bears are on the rise. It looked like the Lions were on the rise. The Packers are always good.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of feel like now all of a sudden maybe they're the 4th team. And look, if they weren't desperate, they wouldn't be making this move.
Absolutely.
Yeah, listen. It's also interesting though, because there are many, many Minnesotans who live in the Valley, and I know a handful of them. None of them are excited about Kyler Murray.
I have Minnesota friends, grew up there, Vikings fans, and again, maybe it's just that they're younger, but they wanted to roll with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
So for what that's worth.
See, now I don't get
to
that.
To Jared's point, yeah. No, I haven't got that from the Vikings fans that I know, and I do know a bunch too. But to Jared's point, changing scenery, changing the color of your jersey doesn't make him taller than 5'10". It doesn't make him less aware of how small he is, which he did. That was evident for a time. Is the offensive line going to be better? Likely. Is he working with Justin Jefferson, maybe the premier wide receiver in the game? Yes. But going back to David Dennis Jr.'s points, anytime Kyler Murray's worked with a top receiver, they've been simpatico. They have. He struggled to get the ball in the red zone to Trey McBride, who's the best pass-catching tight end in the league. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins had flashes. He never unlocked his best friend, Hollywood Brown, as a deep threat. He had Larry Fitzgerald, a first-ballot Hall of Famer at the end of his career, and they never clicked on the same page.
A fellow hardcore Minnesota fan, Larry Fitzgerald, and they couldn't even connect on that.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Such a revisitation going on of the level of accomplishment. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'm not trying to come off as somebody who's rooting against Kyler Murray either. Again, I think this would be a pretty cool story. And especially if the Cardinals are headed in the opposite direction. But one thing that stood out to me from the press conference, and I wonder if it stood out to you too, Ben.
Yeah.
There was a direct question to Kyler Murray from a reporter about his foot. What was the extent of the foot injury? How serious was it? And my goodness, did he dance around that question?
I take extreme pride in my health, the way I take care of my body, and all the things that go into that. So, when that time comes, I'll be out on that field ready to go.
That was his answer to that direct. I kind of wish we had the question attached to it, but it was that direct a question, and that's how it was answered.
And that was that generic of an answer.
Which only fuels the conspiracy theory that there was no injury at all.
Yes, absolutely. And I kind of pointed that out on Twitter, and a bunch of people said, yeah, he and the Cardinals have an understanding. That might be the case.
Well, I guess that's
just that's weird situation.
And again, this is what I'm talking about with the Cardinals and Kyler Murray, and why what my friend told me, when was the last time they told the truth about Kyler Murray? And I thought about it. I'm like, I don't know. Have they ever? And I'm not saying the Cardinals are pathological liars. I'm just saying this is a very weird strategy that they set forth on with this quarterback, because fans, that you demand some clarity, don't you? Shouldn't you expect some clarity on things like this? Right? And you never got any of it. And it really felt to me like it was let's tap dance around all of this. On the only condition that matters to us is that nobody says anything bad about the other.
But that's it though. That's why you're not going to get any clarity, because the truth might make both sides look bad.
Yeah.
So that's why.
I guess you're right. I guess you're right. But that did jump out at me as well. You would think he would say, yeah, look, I had an issue with that foot for a while, couldn't get it right. It is absolutely fine right now. Would you like me to run a 40 for you all? I can do it. You know what I mean? It was a very, very odd response.
I agreed to the press conference. I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Yeah.
I'll go out and throw. We'll run. We'll do whatever you need me to do.
Uh-huh.
Coming up next. Last night, it was Booker and Green and nothing in between. But can the Suns continue to win that way? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
On the one hand, he's older. He's already had 3 contracts with the Arizona Cardinals. It feels like they've squeezed every drop of usefulness out of James Conner. But on the other, he's such a culture setter in that room for them that I can understand why they'd, especially if they brought him back, and I don't know this for a fact, but if they brought him back on a vet minimum contract, I don't know how you're supposed to say no to that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC makes service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We're making it easy to win. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and we'll have you back on the road by the next morning. Plus, mention this ad and receive $25 off any oil change. And when you buy 3 tires, you always get 1 free.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month for 36 months. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show returns to Arizona. The Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring Nationals. Over 1,500 classics. Experience the high-octane fun of Good Guys autocross racing action. Explore the Square Body Syndicate GM truck get-together and more. And it's all happening this weekend at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can the Phoenix Suns have a successful rest of their road trip? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning, Surprise. Appreciate you taking the show in Surprise this morning via radio, via YouTube, via the app.
Obviously, Jalen's catching more of a rhythm, just like we felt. He just needed some time. They're trying to learn how to play off of one another. Even there at the end, Jalen gets a catch and shoot three because of Book's ability to break the paint. And then part of it's always the defense. The defensive coverages, they're aggressive. We need some guys to break the defenders off the dribble and and the best we can, try to get to the rim or get to the free throw line. So that's probably a result of some of just how they cover, how they defend.
Jordan Ott talking about the 1-2 punch last night. It was a punch. 79 points combined for Devin Booker and Jalen Green. It was kind of Booker early and Green later, but they both had 14 field goals combined to go 28 of 54 from the field. 79 points. Suns beat the Pacers 123-108.
Real quick, on the combined 79 points, I saw somebody tweet that they took them out when they combined for 79 before they got to 81, so they wouldn't upset the Kobe stands.
Oh, what? Look. Jordan Ott's got his finger on everything.
Right, yes.
You don't want to ruffle any feathers. Yeah, that's wow. The ultimate show of respect to Lakers fans.
Yeah, how about that, right?
I hadn't seen that. That's actually really funny.
Okay, so what's really, really interesting and what I'm really vibing on now is that among the 3 to 7 teams, the Suns are clearly the outlier, the team that came into this year with very, very little expectations, and now they're keeping this cluster of teams in front of them. Very motivated, very afraid of losing their own spot in the standings. The Lakers suddenly are surging. They've won 4 games in a row. They're now the 3 seed, followed by the Rockets, the Nuggets that scored another huge victory last night. Then the Timberwolves are now in the 6th seed, and the Suns are just 1 game behind the Timberwolves. What's really interesting about this, so props to the Phoenix Suns for causing that kind of agita and that kind of stress for the teams in front of them.
Yeah,
I mean, really,
no doubt about it.
That's quite an accomplishment in and of itself, that not only are they going to make the play-in, but they are still cooking and looking for a way to crack the top 6. And look, if they hadn't lost that game to the Bulls, they'd be riding, a 6-game winning streak right now?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And we talked about how dreadful that loss was. And look, last night's game in Indianapolis felt in some ways similar to that Bulls game. You're playing a bad team that's depleted with injury. The big difference was it was on the road as opposed to home. But the first quarter kind of felt like an extension of that Bulls game. To the Suns' credit, they put it together when they were focused offensively. When you have guys making as many shots as Book and Jalen Green did make, it's going to make it easier. But that's one of those ones you file it away. And I think Jordan Ott said, when we played the soundbite earlier, he was exactly right. You don't apologize for any road wins against any teams in the NBA because you never know what the unknown is going to bring. And the unknown last night for Indiana was guys like Jalen Slauson and Talon Peter. They sound like made-up players, but they actually made some plays. Micah Potter made some plays. Those guys are getting an opportunity. They're going to play hard, but it wasn't a time capsule win. Now, Devin Booker, I think when he was focused on putting the ball in the hole, he was unstoppable. 43 points. It's the second time he's gone over 40 in a game in Indianapolis. 2 years ago in 2024, he had that 62-point outburst in a really frustrating loss for the Suns. But he talked to Suns TV about why he does so well in Indianapolis.
Maybe the Midwest, so I'm originally from right up the street. I know Kentucky Faithful always comes out. Big Blue Nation's always in the building. That's why I wore the Kentucky shoes tonight. But, I love playing here.
Yeah, there's another reason that K-Ray brought up on the broadcast last night. Said Devin Booker loves the lighting at the Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. And my thinking is, if that's true, why don't you duplicate that lighting in Phoenix?
Yeah, really.
Hit up the light guy.
Yeah, call up the light guy at the Pacers and say, "Listen, bud, what are you doing? How you framing the court? What are you doing? What kind of Klieg lights are you using? What wattage is in your cottage?"
Let's get coffee. Let's talk about this.
What wattage is in your cottage? Tremendous.
I love it.
Yeah,
and I'm looking at the video monitor right now, and lighting is important. Look how good you look on camera, and me in my makeshift home studio. Look at me.
If I
look like a corpse.
If I were you, I'd throw on some shades, brother. Put on some
I got 'em
sunglasses.
right here.
There you go, man.
I didn't know if people wanted to look at my red eyes, so here we go.
Everybody needs to watch on YouTube today. Vinny is broadcasting from home, and right now he looks like a young Jack Nicholson.
Right, which is better than looking like an Olympic Bob Costas.
When are we going to talk about the Lakers, man?
Man.
I've invited Diane Cannon over to keep me company during the show today.
That's not bad.
That's really good, especially with the
Jack
glasses.
Nicholson, yeah.
We need to stop talking about his eyes, though, because your guys are killing my whole sports hoo-bum.
Oh, okay. All right, we got it. Well,
stop. Let me be the lesson, Jarrett.
Yeah.
Stop rubbing your eyes.
Exactly, Jarrett. Jordan not on watching Jalen Green and Devin Booker.
Obviously, Jalen's catching more of a rhythm, just like we felt. He just needed some time. They're trying to learn how to play off of one another. Even there at the end, Jalen gets a catch and shoot three because of Book's ability to break the paint. And then part of it's always the defense. The defensive coverages, they're aggressive. We need some guys to break the defenders off the dribble and the best we can, try to get to the rim or get to the free throw line. So that's probably a result of some of just how they cover, how they defend.
Jalen Green, first game over 50% shooting.
No stopping him now, Jared.
Yeah.
Over 50%.
He's had a couple at 50, but yes, you're right. First time over 50. 14 of 23. And if you take away the 3-point shooting where he was 3 for 9, 11 of 14 from 2-point range.
Yeah.
Sign me up for more than that. And I don't want to say it was, and I know the tease was cleverly written, Booker and Green and nothing in between. Royce O'Neal has been phenomenal in the last 2 games. He is so calibrated on his 3-point shot right now. 12 of 20 over the last 2 games. He's been fantastic. And he's very, very streaky when it comes to that. And he's one of those guys, Bick, too, where he gets on a streak. It could last for 5, 6 games.
He's got one of the better releases on the 3-ball you're going to find in the NBA. It is so fast, and it is such an easy motion. I watch Rasheer Fleming shoot threes, and he's got a little hitch. He needs a little setup time. Everybody should copy what Royce O'Neal does with that, because that's literally the definition of a catch and shoot kind of guy.
And his pump fake.
Yeah.
Every single time.
That too.
Absolutely.
And
I will say this about Rasheer Fleming too. Yeah, I can't believe that many people fall for it because it's so deliberate, but it works.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
And I was going to make a point on Rasheer Fleming as well, that I think there were times during last night's game too where he looked a bit rookie-ish, which he hasn't looked like recently. And then you look at the final line, and he was, the Suns were plus 16 with him on the floor. So I guess if that's the bad version of Rasheer Fleming, you'll definitely still take it.
No, he's starting to feel like a winning player.
Yeah.
And and again, it's small sample size, and the Pacers are bad, but Malawach again was really good last night in his limited minutes.
We also saw something incredibly rare last night. If you were paying attention, Jay Huff of the Indiana Pacers had a dunk that was not a reverse dunk. Have you been following this phenomenon at all, Bick?
Vinny, this is a thing that they made known of this early in the season where he only dunks really from reverse, and I saw that
even
and
when
I
it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I was like, no way, Jay Huff.
That's
but he dunked straight on with two hands, and I was like, who is that guy?
That's wild.
It was very strange.
That's very strange.
I've never even heard of that guy in my life.
Really?
Jay Huff? No.
Okay.
What do you do for a living, Jared?
I don't know.
He isn't
I
watching
watch a lot of
Pacers
Pacers basketball.
All right, coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyler Murray rode a wave, a spread offense wave that was taking over college football, had taken over college football, and was taking over the National Football League. What happened after those first 4 years? The pendulum started coming back. The pendulum being the old and the new being mixed. Now you needed a quarterback who could not only run the spread, but also a quarterback that could actually engage in traditional schemes. Kyler could not do that and struggled. In the right offense, he could thrive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Happy Friday. What are you doing this weekend, everybody? If you're bouncing around the valley, highly recommend you go see my friends at Waltz TV in Tempe, right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. They've got some great sales going on right now. If you want to go really high-end and really big, they have got a massive 110-inch Hisense television, normally $15,000. Right now at Waltz, you can get it for $99.99. That's $5,000 off for a limited time only on a truly remarkable television set. And if you want to go big without going that big, you can get a 98-inch TCL television for just $12.99. That same television is $14.99 at all the big box stores right now. And it's proof of what I've been telling you for a long, long time. Do not go to the big box stores if you want to take your fandom to the next level. Head on down to Waltz. They're going to give you everything you need. Great selection. All the major name brands you're looking for. They'll price match any price you bring them. As I said, they're clearly very competitive from a price standpoint. They're going to give you an experience that's unparalleled and expertise that is unparalleled as well. While you're there, drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150. Now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Something about Devin Booker in Indiana. Book went for 43 Thursday night, and his running mate Jalen Green added 36 of his own, and the Suns won their fourth straight 123-108 against the Pacers. Now just one game out of the 6th seed and 2 back of the 3 seed Rockets, and looking to gain more ground tonight in Toronto against the Raptors at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kyler Murray has officially found a new home. The Minnesota Vikings and Murray have agreed to a 1-year deal after the Cardinals released him on Wednesday. The Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 weeks out until Zach Gallen takes the mound on opening day. What might that lineup look like? Find out at arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, baseball fans' destination for game day eats, with drink specials during the Valley's best happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Bellata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys caught up on the big stories going on in sports. And I know everyone was on the edge of their seat, but Austin Smotherman did miss that putt, in case everyone was wondering.
So you won.
So I did win. It was good. I forgot it was Eastern time.
I thought you said 9:38 Arizona time.
9:38 Eastern time, and then
okay.
I was enthralled in the show and forgot about it and had to go check it.
So that means you won.
I won my first round leader pool, so that was great. Okay, but we have been talking a lot about Kyler Murray, and something that I want to bring up right now is we've mentioned what it might feel like if he goes to Minnesota and goes off, and we've even mentioned the possibility of him flaming out and not being good in Minnesota. Is there a world where us as Cardinal fans feel lukewarm about the whole Kyler situation?
Where he's just mediocre, like?
Or do you think it's one or the other?
I think the lukewarm mediocrity is probably the most likely scenario we're going to see. I think the rest of the team will lift him up. I mean, I can't, if I had $1 for every time I made this point over the last 5 years on Kyler Murray, to be a top flight NFL quarterback, he has to be willing to change some things about who he is and how he plays. And until he does that, he'll be a middle of the road starting quarterback. The surrounding talent is better, but
listen, they so badly want to believe in the Twin Cities. The fact that Kyler Murray dropped an anecdote that he couldn't even express properly, and I don't mean to be critical of his speaking abilities, but he says whenever he sees Brett throw an interception, he's talking about a very specific interception.
Yes.
It's not
Brett Favre's interception.
Right. But the point still is that everybody in the Twin Cities were like, "Oh, he's one of us after all." It's the typical, they want to believe so badly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And keep in mind though, man, the Vikings are coming off one of the daffiest series of quarterback moves you can imagine a good franchise making. And Kevin O'Connell has got to wear some of that. A guy that has been so heavily praised, he had to have his hands in those decisions to let Daniel Jones out of the building, to let Sam Darnold out of the building.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's going to be fascinating, man, because Kevin O'Connell also did great stuff with Kirk Cousins. He did great stuff with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and speaking of great stuff, Book and Jalen Green last night absolutely looked the part. 123-108, Suns win. But they shot 54 shots between the two of them. Is that the best version of this Suns team, or is it more balanced scoring where the Suns will succeed more?
It's more balanced. It was one of those nights that they got what they needed from those two. They were both feeling it. They let them cook a little bit. And, the dish came out pretty tasty in the end, but this is not that. I mean, those numbers, whether it's shot attempts or points, not sustainable. They're not at their best when that's the recipe.
Yeah, I saw a goofy local story coming out of the game. Do the Suns have the best backcourt in the NBA?
I knew something like that was coming.
And I thought, oh, come on, are you kidding me? One game in which those two guys really pop, and that's what we're considering?
They did really pop. But
and look, I get when you factor in Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen. I get it.
Well, as a group, there's an argument to be made, but a one-game synopsis on two players, come on.
I don't.
Yeah, and so in Toronto tonight on a back-to-back, then they're at Boston, in Minnesota, and the road trip wraps in San Antonio. What are your expectations for these next pretty big 4 games on the road? Is there a number that you want to see them win, need to win, or just?
Well, it's I think who you beat's probably more important than anything at this point in time.
Yep.
Toronto's not a bad team. Boston's a very good team. So take that for what it's worth. But when you play Minnesota head-to-head, when you play the Nuggets head-to-head, which is coming up, when you play the Rockets head-to-head, which is coming up, when you play the Lakers head-to-head, which is also coming up, those games are going to take on massive importance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for the remaining 4 games on this trip, Sammy, you come back with two wins in those 4.
Yeah.
You've accomplished something. That would be a 4-2 road trip if they're able to do that, by the way. That would be a very, very successful trek away from home.
I happen to agree with that.
I would agree as well. Okay, so and then 2 weeks until opening day for the Diamondbacks, and Jarrett and I had this conversation at the break. From the World Series team and in a sports landscape where people just go to different teams, how important or impressive is it that the, quote, core from that World Series team is still here? Gallen, Kelly, Fott, Corbin, Cattell, Jerry, Lourdes. Like, you don't see that very often, right?
No, you don't. It's kind of a fine line discussion, I think. Because you could say in today's day and age, it's refreshing. Hey, those guys are back. And they even brought some guys back, like Paul Sewald from that team, who was part of that team. On the other side is, okay, that team that was not good enough to win a World Series, why is there still so many people left on the team? There are teams that are guilty of hanging on to cores or groups of players too long. I don't know what to make of this particular group yet. The 2 years following for that core has been obviously productive, but didn't lead to winning baseball either. So I think there's a lot of questions on whether or not that's a good thing.
I think it adds to their likability. I think it's old school to keep running it back with a team like this, especially the way these last couple of seasons have ended. It's been very, very turbulent and bitter endings to both of these seasons. I like it. I like the vibe because it feels like. It just feels like it used to, where you kind of knew the guts, the bulk of your team because it stayed the same from year to year to year.
Yeah. All right, so lastly, the March Madness bracket will come out on Sunday. The conference championships will wrap up. And this is just like a personal question of how you fill out the bracket. Do you, as soon as they come out, do like a gut check? I'm going to fill this out real quick, not necessarily get it over with, or do you let it marinate, do some research, and fill it out later?
I'm a gut guy.
Okay.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. I used to, when it came out, I would get it right off the printer and fill it out immediately, and that was usually what I would ride with.
Yep.
Now, in my old age and procrastination era, I only wait until the powers that be at the radio station are like, "Hey, we need your bracket for the contest," and then I'll do it.
And then you do it.
Okay.
All I know is Miami of Ohio better get in. That's all I know.
Oh, that's we could have 15 minutes on that. They need to be in. They lose one game and they're on the bubble all of a sudden. That's a joke.
Can't stand that.
It's a joke. But
what was the guy? What was the guy's name that got mentioned in the generation gap yesterday?
Brant Byers.
Brant Byers. He gets a mention, and then Miami and
then
Ohio
they lose,
goes out
man.
and loses to an 11-loss. UMass had 11 losses in the conference, and they beat.
Can I say how stupid it is that they're even considered that they're on the bubble?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well,
they were
there's a
undefeated in the regular season. Now they're on the bubble.
There's a bigger thing that's stupid. Conference tournaments are really stupid.
So stupid.
They are,
They're so unnecessary.
But if you're going to say that they're not in now, Miami of Ohio, don't even play games. Don't play any games at all.
And
they won every single game, and they lost one game in their conference tournament.
I don't think playing any games improves your tournament resume.
The
Garrett.
idea of conference tournaments when you spend so much time playing these teams already, it's insane.
I agree.
You play 20-plus conference games, depending on who you are. Really?
And it's also silly.
It's insanity.
To play 3 or 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
Which you never do at any point before or after in the season.
Right.
Well,
in the
some teams do it
preseason conference tournament.
in the Thanksgiving tournament.
That's
but
true.
Here, for the small conferences, it's stupid because teams that are dominant are left in peril that they're not going to win, and they're gonna squander their spot. For the big conferences, like the Big 12, having any one of these 4 teams could win it. They're all going to the tournament. Nothing is accomplished. It doesn't matter. And if somebody did get hot in a conference tournament, like in the Big 12. Let's just use ASU as an example. It would be fluky. If they won 5 games in 5 days, it would be fluky for them to take a spot from somebody else. The conference tournaments are just...
And they'd wind up having to go to Dayton anyway.
No doubt. Yeah. Well, and we'll talk about the Big 12 tournament coming up.
Oh, yes. Yes, we will. In fact, we're going to do it next because a Big 12 gaffe and reversal on a decision has got us thinking about some really, really bad decisions in the history of sports. We'll share some with you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
You do not have to tell sports fans the importance of being number one, and that's what my friends at Chapman BMW are, folks. They are the number one BMW dealership in the state of Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. So if you are in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. For starters, they've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get an extensive selection of new BMW models, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One of our listeners told me took them less time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW than it did to purchase a new suit on a Saturday afternoon. That is how efficient they are at Chapman BMW. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians. It ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. Their service department at Chapman BMW is remarkable. You can always shop online at chapmanbmw.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877
877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff, licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Experience opening day. Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Detroit Tigers on Monday, March 30th. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Suns have a quick turnaround tonight north of the border. We'll react to last night's game against the Pacers, look ahead against the Toronto Raptors. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, 98.7 FM.
It is Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Bick coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I am from parts unknown. Ooh.
From Studio Shangri-La.
I need to come up with a cool home base name, huh? The Big 12, the Big 12 tournament is down to the semifinals. Really good semifinal matchups. You got Arizona against Iowa State in one semifinal, Kansas against Houston in the other. It is arguably the best basketball conference in the world, but everybody's talking about something else when it comes to the Big 12, and that's because they made the decision for both the women's tournament, which was last week in Kansas City, and for the men's tournament this week to get rid of the traditional hardwood basketball floor and go with an ABS glass floor, which has all kinds of technological capabilities, which aren't really being used. They picked a really drab court design that is predominantly what is being displayed, but you won't see that court today in the semifinals. Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, said, quote, after consultation with the coaches of our 4 semifinal teams, I have decided that in order to provide our student athletes with the greatest level of comfort on a huge stage this weekend, we will transition to a hardwood court for the remainder of the tournament. We look forward to a great semifinals and championship game. It's been getting criticism, and yesterday it came to a head when Texas Tech guard Christian Anderson, he left the game after slipping on the court. He hurt his groin. Texas Tech loses. They get ousted. I don't think anybody was pointing at the court for the reason for it, but still not a good look.
There were complaints of slippage. There were 2 players who claimed to get migraine headaches from the court.
And I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then there was the injury on Thursday that kind of pulled the plug. It occurred to me because the Big 12 has been pimping this for a while, a state-of-the-art full LED video sports floor. It's coming to the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City. And I started thinking, do you know how many people probably had to workshop this idea? Do you know how many months probably were spent on this whole thing, securing a glass floor, integrating the technology, meeting with people, talking about it, convincing advertisers to be part of it? How do you think that dude who headed up that project felt last night when they were disassembling that floor?
Do you know how you talk about how many people they all talked to set it up?
Yeah.
Do you know how few actual basketball players they probably talk to?
Zero.
Right. They always, this always happens all over the world in everything where there's such disconnect between the things, is that everybody involved spent so much money on this thing to set it up and do it, and they never even considered probably to actually have players test it out and see if it actually affected the way they played.
No joke.
So weird. Are you suggesting that they change the setups and scenarios of equipment for performers without asking them first?
Wow,
yeah.
Where have I heard this before?
On February 11th, the Big 12 Conference...
Don't get me started.
On February 11th, the Big 12 Conference tweeted out, embracing innovation, elevating the game. This is a different league. And that was their announcement that they were going to do this and run with this court. And this is going to go down as one of the dumber ideas. I guess what was the hope? Was the hope that this would give these games a different look than every other college tournament going on television? That it would attract viewers? Because look, I got news for you. You don't need anything more than the product in the Big 12.
You can go.
Well, yeah, exactly. And Brett Yormark, in his statement to ESPN following the statement that they put out, he said, quote, "The focus now needs to be on our four of the best teams in the country and not the court." Well, you could have come to that determination before the tournament even started.
Yeah.
It was not received well.
No.
I think this is certainly the future. I think the technology is cool. I think the Big 12 really screwed things up on the execution and appearance of what they put out there. But this is egg on the face. And it's going to go on that list. Like you said, Vic, it's going to go on that list of bad ideas that got scrapped because people just didn't like it.
And again, when you're talking about the sport of basketball and you start tinkering with the playing surface, the NBA learned this with the NBA Cup, whatever they call it now these days. Is that what it's called?
Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah, you remember that? All the paint schemes and those floors were creating a lot of condensation and a lot of slipping. And look, these are basketball players with hamstrings and Achilles and ankles, and you gonna mess with that?
And desires to miss games, so don't give him any more excuses.
Right.
No
That's
doubt.
right.
I will say, though, a lot of times you see stuff don't work in sports, and commissioners or people in the higher-ups try to defend it and just be like, oh, no, it's fine. Credit to the Big 12 of, okay, they tried this. It was a disaster. But they listened to the players and coaches and pivoted.
Well, because
they pivoted mid-tournament, too.
They pivoted because of an injury.
Well, yes.
And they realized if we get another one and it's a bad one and it's to one of our semifinal teams, all of which could win a championship.
That's true, though, but
Christian Anderson's one of the best players in the conference. If it doesn't happen to him, are they making this decision?
You could see a world, though, where they're like, I'm sure – with the projections, they're able to do a lot more advertising and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. You can see a world where they say, okay, next year we're not going to do it. We're going to ride it out the rest of this tournament since we're in the middle of it. But good for them to not do it.
I haven't seen an idea this bad since 10-cent beer night in Cleveland, babe.
No, that was a great idea. I had one.
We were sort of
popped up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jared.
I was going to say we were brainstorming before the show, and the first couple ones we mentioned was the light-up puck in the NHL in the mid-'90s.
Yes.
And then
because it infuriated hockey purists.
But even though the actual play didn't, the in-person play didn't change, but then the new basketball, if you remember, when was that? About 10 years ago in the NBA? No, maybe more than that. Because Shaq was still playing.
15 years ago.
Yeah. And that was another thing that just mid-season they scrapped it and went back to the old ball.
Oh, people were just pissed about that. The synthetic NBA ball, and they did pivot mid-season. To me, the one that stands out, and they stuck with this stupid idea for years and years, when the Golden State Warriors were the first team to introduce sleeved jerseys by Adidas.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my goodness. Terrible.
It looked really ugly, but did the players care about it?
They hated it. They hated it.
They hated it too. And I'm someone, I mean, I've always had pipe cleaner arms my whole life. So I don't get along well with the tank top in general. I think the tank top is just a brutal look fashion-wise for men, but it certainly belongs on a basketball court. And if you want to have sleeves, then let the guys wear undershirts under their tank tops. But those uniforms were just dreadful.
Pretty bad.
I could go into this closet behind me. I could pull out one and put it on for the next segment.
Do
if
it.
you want me to.
Do it.
Yes.
I will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the beauty now we have.
This is quality radio.
Do a different costume
television.
Different costume change each segment now for the rest of the show.
That's more your forte.
Okay. Maybe.
I don't want to step on your territory, Jared.
Jared, what were you pointing out?
up,
There's some. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we got a break. No worries. Let's go.
Coming up next, Bick's getting all geared up. Look at him. He's itching to go to deliver today's edition of The Blast.
Fire!
And it's coming up next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on the Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. Let me explain. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes that are retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are resellers, not at Advanced Window Products. They're going to build your windows. They'll install your windows. Then they're going to guarantee them for life. That lifetime warranty, by the way, increases the value of your home if you're ever selling it because it is transferable to the next owner. And that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. I noticed the difference. I had Advanced Window Products redo all of my windows. They did an incredible job in the whole process from installation to cleanup was absolutely immaculate. This is why they get thousands and thousands of five-star reviews. Bottom line, their windows are also engineered for Arizona's extreme temperatures, which lowers your energy bills year-round, which means your windows will pay you back. And during their spring special, you're getting $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
I move mountains for a living. Literally.
That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and Jalen Green were on one last night in Indiana. 79 points between the two of them in a 123-108 win against the Pacers. The Suns are on a back-to-back tonight in Toronto, looking for their 5th straight win and trying to keep pace in the hunt for the 6th seed in the Western Conference. That game will tip at 4:30 today right here at Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Kyler Murray, after being released from the Cardinals this week, signed a 1-year prove-it deal with the Minnesota Vikings. And the Big 12 announced yesterday they will be moving back to hardwood courts for the rest of the Big 12 tournament, and Arizona and Iowa State will tip off on those courts today at 4 for a chance for a spot in the championship. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Kyler Murray is officially gone, but his power to divide continues. Just look around the valley. You will find no shortage of sports fans who are sick of talking about Murray, but there are at least twice as many who cannot stop talking about our former quarterback, and I think you know where I fall in that category. There are people who feel the Cardinals are 100% to blame, who think the team is moronic for handing the keys to a career backup like Jacoby Brissett, and there are at least twice as many who have jumped off the K1 bandwagon at various points in the past 7 years who have realized he is more cruelties than royalty. But the stakes are higher than they've ever been because the Cardinals have alienated much of their audience in recent years, a fan base that is literally in the midst of an existential crisis. And if Murray suddenly ascends because of elite coaching and a different culture in Minnesota, if Murray takes the Vikings on a deep playoff run, that would be the ultimate indignity, the ultimate slap in the face, the ultimate condemnation of our NFL franchise, and it's something we never had to worry about with DeAndre Ayton. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Me and Kale go back to the Elite 11 days.
I remember, during the combine, I did, I had an interview with the Redskins at the time, Commanders, and he was with them, and he pulled me aside after my meeting with them. And ever since then, our relationship, he's always made sure to check in on me, whether it was after a game, things like that. So I always respected that. I always appreciated his opinion of me and the support that he's given me. So for now, getting to play for him and have that relationship with him means the world. Obviously, he's had a lot of success with different quarterbacks, and he's one of the best offensive minds in the game. So I'm looking forward to going to work with him.
Kyler Murray yesterday at his introductory press conference in Minnesota talking about Kevin O'Connell, his new head coach, the relationship that they've had for quite some time. Kevin O'Connell gets, I think, the lion's share of the credit for what Sam Darnold has become, even though Sam Darnold himself is the quarterback that improved. Maybe it was under the tutelage of Kevin O'Connell, but now that's the charge for KOC, as they call him, to try to squeeze the best out of Kyler Murray, because we've had two different head coaches and two different offensive coordinators in the pro game tried to do that, and neither one has succeeded.
And again, I think that it's very, very interesting to me because he really has this power to polarize this audience, and there's any number of Kyler stans who really think a comeuppance is coming for the Cardinals. And to me, I understand you supporting your guy. I just don't understand what you've been watching the last 7 years. I don't know what you were watching at the back end of the season 2 years ago when the Cardinals came out of the break 6-4 and in first place, and largely because of inferior, underwhelming quarterback play, they squandered their chance at a playoff berth. And that was real. That happened. We all watched it.
Well, go back to 2021. They were 7-0. They fell apart down the stretch. Both of those two instances that year, 2021 and the 2024 season, Bick, came under different head coaches, different schemes, different regimes, all of that. The constant offensively, and I'm not pinning it all on Kyler Murray. It was a team-wide failure, obviously, but he was the guy. And I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible for Kyler Murray to reach elite status in Minnesota or anywhere else. He's that talented. You have to acknowledge that talent. I will just say it would be a complete bucking of 7 years of history and tendencies and everything if that happens.
I've told you, I think one of the things that has stood in Kyler Murray's way is this belief that he's the chosen one. I think it's how he was raised. I think this whole idea that when he was a child, when all of this began, he was wearing a Vikings jersey that was purple, and it led him to a love of the Vikings. I will bet you dollars to donuts that he feels like this was meant to be. This is where I'm supposed to realize my vast potential. Here's what he had to say about signing with the Vikings.
Never in a million years did I think that this was, going to come around full circle. Not even a thought in my head, but the opportunity presented itself. I again, just watching from afar what KOC's been able to do with quarterbacks, the offense, the guys in place here, B-Flow in the defense. I think that it's a great fit. And like I said, I'm thankful. I'm thankful for the opportunity, and I can't wait to get to work.
And then, of course, the story about how far back his fandom goes.
Ever since I started playing tackle football, I was 7 years old. Genuine fandom. Ran deep, Vikings gear through and through. A lot of purple in my household. I don't want to bring it up right now, but maybe later, another day. It was a moment. I'll bring it up anyways. Whatever. I cried real tears whenever Brett threw that interception. I cried real tears that day.
In 7 years, the Cardinals played the Vikings,
and this never.
Surely this would have come up.
I know. I'm astounded by this. I really, really am.
It was news to me as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the Larry Fitzgerald Vikings thing, that was well chronicled. Every time the Vikings were mentioned, the stories about him being a ball boy got told.
Anytime the Cardinals sucked.
Kyler Murray.
I wonder what Fitz in his heart of heart thinks about this signing.
Well, I was going to say is anytime the Cardinals sucked, they would bring up that, maybe they're going to trade Larry Fitzgerald to the Vikings because he had that connection.
Well, you use the phrase more tease than royalty.
Yeah.
I like that.
Thank you.
But I teased something in the last segment, and it lies underneath this cloak.
Okay, here we go.
You want to
let's do
see
it.
the worst idea the NBA ever had?
Everybody go on YouTube right now. Search Arizona Sports.
Single most ill-fitting article of clothing ever.
All right, this is great.
Doing this.
Can't believe he's doing it.
Is terrible.
Fridays, man. Oh, yup. The gray one.
Yeah. Look at that bad boy.
Is that Marquise Chris?
Oh no, it's
Oh boy, yeah, that is not flattering.
Oh.
That is hip hugging.
Yeah, no, that's that I've got the exact same jersey. They sent me one as well. That stays in the back of my closet.
Yeah,
That's
it's
not going on.
incredibly terrible.
Yeah.
I'm glad I have
Bad
it.
idea. You're right. It's a very bad idea.
All right, I'm going to do some planks during the timeout. Maybe get on a diet regimen. I'm not sure. Coming up next, while Kyler Murray was getting introduced in Minnesota, the Cardinals were introducing some of their own free agents. We'll tell you more on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
For many, many years, great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, they would all head to Europe during their off seasons. I remember people in the sports media wondering, what are they doing that for? What are they finding in Europe that they cannot get in America? Well, the answer was advanced regenerative treatments. They were available in Europe. They weren't available in America, but guess what? They are here now. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to make your joint tissue repair and revitalize itself naturally. 40,000 people have turned to QC Kinetics. It's an amazing number. And here's another amazing number. 92% of them express extreme satisfaction with the results because this stuff really works. I've leaned on them a couple of times, both times to dramatic results. Emmitt Smith raves about how QC Kinetics helped him manage his joint pain. And the best thing is this is all natural, all organic. You walk into the office, you walk back out the door, you go about your day. Simple procedures that bring life-changing results. Go find QC Kinetics. Schedule a free appointment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
The Shields Fishing Sale event is here, now through March 15th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitter rods, Berkeley baits, Rapala lures, and more. Don't miss over $1,000 off Garmin Live Scope bundles, plus up to $500 off select Minn Kota trolling motors. Get ready for unforgettable fishing and save now through March 15th, only at Shields and Shields.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
I want to say good morning and thanks to everybody listening, watching, viewing the show in Anthem today. We appreciate all the support coming from up north in Anthem.
Pretty tough, pretty physical, I would say. Yeah.
There's certain things you take the most pride in?
Not getting tackled by one guy. I think falling forward, getting those yak yards, being able to do that. I think I take a lot of pride in that. Just not being, like if it's a one-on-one, just make sure we're going forward, not getting stallmated for a 0-yard gain. Whether it's if there's a D lineman who breaks through and he's free, just being able to get back at the line of scrimmage at least instead of taking negative. I think that's the biggest one.
Tyler Algier at his introductory press conference yesterday in Tempe. As the Cardinals continue to roll out free agents. Yesterday we heard from Tyler Algier. We heard from Kendrick Bourne. Had some good things to say about being part of the organization and working with Mike LaFleur. But let's kind of start with Tyler Algier. I think, generally speaking, the Cardinals have done good things in free agency. And I think this is one of the real pluses. Mm-hmm. I think they needed an infusion of new blood in the running back room, and they're mixing it with some old blood to get James Conner back on a reduced contract for another year. I think, yeah, it makes sense for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
But to get Tyler Algier, a guy who kind of embodies what James Conner is about from a running standpoint, there's an identity. There's a real common thread through at least the top 2 running backs in that room right now. And I think that's a very good thing for the Cardinals.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. I think if the quarterback position wasn't such a point of contention with a lot of people, and if their failures to secure a guy like Malik Willis and the signing of Gardner Minshew, which as one NFL analyst called it, the record-scratching moment of free agency, you know that sound? Right. The thing where everything kind of stopped, like, the J.A. Adonde.
That sound that was made every time I walked into a party at in high school.
Well, there you go. There you go. If it weren't for that, I think people might go, okay, these are some good moves. You've kind of let go of some obvious mistakes and own those free agents like Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones and the ones that Dalvin Tomlinson that didn't work, and you ushered them out of here, and Jonah Williams, the offensive lineman, who did not switch to defensive lineman.
I say you replaced the Jonah Williams with a better Jonah Williams.
Well, let's hope. Yeah, let's hope. You might be predisposed to say, wow, they're doing a good job. But I think the quarterback situation is such that you don't feel that way. Now,
it's a caveat you can't ignore.
It's a caveat you can't ignore. Now, Wolf, who's ever the eternal optimist, yesterday claimed that he thinks the Cardinals' offense is going to be one of the best in the NFL. To which a lot of people said, Wolf, we don't want to hear that right now. Because people are of the mindset where they're agitated with this franchise and they don't want to be spoon-fed optimism because they've had enough of it.
He said that about the entire offense.
Yes.
Or, okay. Yeah, you're right. People don't want to hear that.
They don't want to hear that because they've been...
I think even the most optimistic Cardinals fans are, okay, prove it.
Yeah.
I'm not getting duped again.
Well, that's it. That's exactly the feeling. They've been buying that promise for years now, and it went bust last year. So they don't want to hear that. But they also don't want to hear that what the Cardinals are doing at their quarterback position is the best thing they can be doing given what was available to them once Malik Willis signed with the Dolphins. Give me a better option once Malik Willis was gone. Right? You know, that to me, that's where they're at. And so the way I look at this, the way a smart franchise would look at this is they would say, okay, we're probably going to stink this coming year, so we might get the quarterback of our dreams next year. But what we do not want next year is for one of these young quarterbacks like Arch Manning, whose family has a history of this, going, I ain't going to go play for that. That's a dead-end street. I'm not going to go be the franchise quarterback in Arizona. I'm not going to go be the franchise quarterback of the New York Jets. Heck no. That's a quarterback graveyard. The best way to avoid a young player kind of saying something like that, build up your offensive line to the point where no one, and I mean nobody, can deny that it's a strength of the football team. And if you do that, then next year, if you do get a chance at Arch Manning, you're not going to deal with that kind of family shenanigans.
Absolutely. And look, you could say it's early in free agency. It's only been around for 4 days since Monday, 5 days, whatever it is. The bulk of the free agents are signed, either re-signed with their teams or relocated to other teams. I like the Sayamalo signing a lot, but can you make that claim that there's been enough improvement on the offensive line?
No.
Yes, the draft is still coming, but they have not gone above and beyond. Like last year, the Chicago Bears said, our offensive line stinks. What did? They fixed it in free agency and in trades. They made the playoffs last year. It was undeniable where their priorities lied financially and schematically, and they took care of them. I don't feel comfortable. Yes, I think they're better on the line with Sayamalo, but that doesn't say much. The offensive line was terrible last year. And I hate to be this guy, and I'm not going to be the guy that does it during the season, but you know, we saw Kyler Murray introduced in Minnesota. You just outlined the weirdness of this quarterback room right now mixed with a new head coach, an offensive-minded head coach. And I know they did what they did, and the determination was made at a certain point last year in October that they were done with Kyler Murray. But did they make that decision too quickly? There was a lot of patience and a lot of leash showed to Kyler Murray. This was not the year for any team, not just the Cardinals. This was not the year for any team to be looking for a new franchise quarterback if they're not interested in tanking. That's the big caveat there.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. Now, I think with the Cardinals, the one caveat too about that though is there is, and again, these are just projections, but there are expected to be 5 quarterbacks that are going to fit the profile of a potential franchise difference maker kind of quarterback, which means I don't think you'll have to have a top 3 pick to have access. So,
sure.
But again, and you got to remember this, Cardinal fans, and I'm right there with you. I am as agitated and as frustrated as anybody because this has just gone on way too long, and it's just not right that a city as big as ours gets a football team that is just stumbling about the way the Cardinals have been stumbling about. But this is probably the only way out because if you think you can kind of repair and find a franchise quarterback on the fly, good luck.
Yeah, but and I agree with your point. Here on March 13th, there could be 5 franchise changing quarterbacks in the draft next year. I guarantee you on March 13th, 2027, we won't be talking about 5. We might be talking about 2, possibly 3.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. You're probably right about that.
And of those 2, maybe 3, maybe one of them actually changes a franchise.
Oh, that's
when everything plays out.
Maybe. That's another great point too. Join us April.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, Vinny, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, my bad.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems, a 4.2-mile run/walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Things off to a good start for the Suns on their 6-game road trip after their win in Indianapolis last night. We'll talk Suns basketball with the guru, Kellen Olson, next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their fourth straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Look, when you're struggling with private student loan debt, not a good feeling. You feel awful, you feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, and you feel like you've run out of moves in trying to pay back your loans. I've heard from people in this situation, not a good place to be, but there is a way forward. And for people in that situation, they need to know that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they do. They are not judging you in the process. They are not asking you why you didn't fix things sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They do not get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation and want to get out, give Y-Refi a call. Their phone number is 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Why isn't everyone doing this? That's the number one question we get at Life Changer Loan. You see, if you have great credit and are good with your money, there is zero reason to be in a traditional mortgage. I don't care what the rate is. Our clients pay off in just a few short years because they do their banking inside their mortgage. Skeptics welcome, because it's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo, and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
Every relationship has its classic fights.
He never does the dishes.
She takes forever to get ready. But when it comes to making dinner, everyone can agree.
Redbird Farms Chicken!
Redbird Farms Chicken is vegetarian fed and antibiotic free, so each bite is tender, juicy, and full of the best flavor money can buy. You can't go wrong with it. So put the boxing gloves down and settle your disagreements over a quality meal with Redbird Farms Chicken. Find it at your local Safeway, Albertsons, and Bashas' today. Redbird Farms Chicken. You can't put a price on great taste.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Something about Devin Booker in Indiana. Book went for 43 Thursday night, and his running mate Jalen Green added 36 of his own, and the Suns won their fourth straight, 123-108. Now just a game out of the 6th seed and only 2 back of the 3 seed Rockets, and looking to gain more ground tonight in Toronto against the Raptors at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kyler Murray has officially found a new home. The Minnesota Vikings and Murray have agreed to a 1-year deal after the Cardinals released him on Wednesday. The Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 weeks out until Zach Gallen takes the mound on opening day. What might that lineup look like? Find out at arizonasports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. This spring training, make Talking Stick Resort your home base for all the action. Stay just minutes from the ballpark and enjoy complimentary game day shuttles. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Everybody, it's Burnsy. Suns have a quick turnaround tonight north of the border. We'll react to last night's game against the Pacers, look ahead against the Toronto Raptors. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, 98.7 FM.
Yeah, Suns and Raptors tonight. Suns looking for a 5th straight win, looking to start their road trip at 3-0 after their win over the Pacers. And here to talk some NBA and Suns with us, our Suns guru from Arizona Sports, the one and only Kellen Olson, joining us. Is it?
He's right next to me, Vinny.
Oh, good. I can't see him. Kellen, there he is. Good morning, Kellen.
Hello. I'm sitting where Dan usually does. Dan
Alcatraz, cell block B, we call that seat.
Vinny's just
sitting where I.
Your
yeah,
alternative character right now. You look a little devilish, dare I say, Vinny.
Yeah, somebody said I need to be going to break by saying I'll be back.
I endorse this bit.
Yeah,
I will use that at 9:55 when we're ready to terminate the rest of the show.
Oh man,
there you go.
That was bad. That was bad. Bick and I talked about this earlier. You never apologize for road wins. Jordan Knott said that. It wasn't the most thorough beating of a team that was really, really depleted, especially in the second half of Indiana. But what did you make of that win last night, Kellen?
Yeah, maybe not the specific response, Vinny, that we wanted after the Chicago game, right? Because the Chicago game was like a, look, whoever is out there and however long, like you were there for that game too. It's like over 80% of that roster was basically acquired at the trade deadline, and those were just basically throw-ins to get other deals done. Like that was not a shaped together basketball team at all, and the Suns still lost that game. And Indiana, not so much in a similar spot in terms of who they have on the roster when they got them, but they were two-way guys were leading the charge for them. Nembhard had a really good first half, and they were like, okay, that's enough, Andrew. Excuse you. Thank you. Stop trying to win basketball games over here. Calm down, buddy. So you would have liked to see it be a bit more thorough, considering a week prior they lost to a team like that in this position. And to your point, like maybe like a little bit more of like a complete win like we saw against Charlotte. This was just Booker and Green getting buckets all over the floor, which is a good way to win basketball games, and you can do it sometimes, but you would have maybe preferred to see them win in their own style ahead of a team today who plays really great defense.
Well, KO, I want to give you credit because a few days ago you wrote what I thought was a fantastic piece kind of illustrating the struggles of Jalen Green. You have clearly motivated that young man the last couple of games.
I do not take any credit whatsoever.
Come on, take it all.
I appreciate the shout. I'm glad I actually wrote the story exactly when I did, because I think that I illustrated really well like what was going wrong for Jalen and what needed to improve, and we have clearly seen over these last 2 games a lot of those improvements, most notably on the drives. I think that he's taking his time a lot more and not feeling like the need to make a play. The turnovers were a little high last night. Didn't really like to see that. And then as I illustrated in the story, his pull-up shooting numbers over the course of his career, we've got a 4-year sample size where it's just pretty much a bad shot unless they actually need it like late in the clock. He was still taking them last night, and they were going in a whole lot. So it's just going to be one of those make-or-miss varieties with him there. You just hope that the decision-making elsewhere is good. And then I don't know how you feel, Vinny, but his defense has not so much been a pleasant surprise, but it feels like he's blended in with what the Suns do, and that's really all you can ask for out of him, I think.
Yeah, and I think, going into this whole experiment, if you want to call it that, or when there was so much time projecting what it would look like on the defensive end, that's what we were hoping for, right?
Yeah,
Just blend in defensively because they do have an identity. They do have a style of what they want to play. And I would agree with you. I think that's looked really good.
yeah, absolutely. And I think that him coming together right now, I think it's no coincidence that he's starting to really piece some things together as Devin Booker is playing his best basketball of the season as well. You guys have probably had about 347 radio segments over the last 10 years on like Devin Booker as a quote unquote point guard and if it'll work with him in this kind of role. And I think that the thing that I've always said about it is it just depends on the fit. It depends on who's around him. It depends on the system that's being run. And as soon as we got to know Jordan on a bit, I was like, okay, he's going to have the right system in place. It just depended on buy-in, Dan. And clearly Jordan has manifested such a great amount of buy-in. And look, if Jalen keeps playing this way for the rest of the season, I think that all of us should protest wherever we need to protest if Jordan does not win Coach of the Year, because he's done an absolutely unbelievable job.
Listen, I'm right there with you. I heard you say this, and I feel exactly the same way. It's been a long time since I've been this impressed by a rookie head coach, basically in any sport.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at young players who we were not even talking about for most of the season, who are suddenly part of our conversations. Why don't you elaborate on what you see from Jordan Knott?
Yeah, I think at the start of the year and really getting to know him over the summer when we got to talk to him a few times, he was clearly a very bright guy who had a great idea for where the league had gone, where the league was going, and then it was just going to come down to him connecting with these guys in the locker room and getting buy-in. And again, these are things that people in our position, we can't really explain because we're not in the locker rooms, we're not in the practices. Why did Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer either get a little bit of buy-in or never get any buy-in in the first place, while a first-year head coach with no pedigree at all compared to those two guys can come in and get that sort of buy-in? I don't really know. But what he's done with it has just been an absolutely phenomenal job. To your point, like I think like a month or two ago, it was Isaiah Livers or Jamari Bouye, and right now it's the rookies. It's Rasheer Fleming, Kaman Malawatch. Now it's these new guys, Haywood Highsmith and Namir Coffey. Whoever comes into this team, if you just understand how to play basketball the right way, it's going to work out for you just fine. And I think the thing that works out best there right now.
Kellen Olson joining us to talk Suns basketball here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Taking what Bick talked about with young players and taking what you talked about, Kellen, with playing basketball the right way, I want to ask about Rasheer Fleming, who last night, at least the way I saw it, and Bick kind of backed me up on this earlier, I thought last night there were some rookie moments out there. The foul at the end of the first half on Nembhard was, to quote the late, great Bill Walton, one of the 3 worst fouls in the history of the Phoenix Suns organization. But then you look at the box score, and he's plus 16 at the end of the game. He's playing the right way. What I hate asking this question, but I'm genuinely curious to see what you say about the ceiling of Rasheer Fleming for the rest of this year.
The rest of this year, I think that it's taking everything that you're talking about and the mix of like, okay, I'm not trying to be too overeager. I'm not trying to be too aggressive. He told us the last time we talked to them before they went out to the road trip that he still felt like he was playing too fast. Like we talked about the game slowing down. He's like, to be honest, like it still feels like it's going, or at least I'm going a little too fast. I need to slow down a bit. But you want him to be overeager when he plays, Vinny, because you see defensively that he can just completely annoy guys. And that's what he was trying to do to Nembhard on that. And he was he jumped up because he knew he fouled Nembhard, but he was like, I was so close to like doing exactly what I want to do on every single defensive possession. And then offensively, the great thing has been with the 3-point shot going down. You want to see guys of his ilk. Like we think back on like Dragan Bender, Josh Jackson, Marquise Chris, even like Alex Len to some degree. All of those guys had immense physical tools, but it felt like such a chore to get them to actually impact basketball games strictly through those tools. Rasheer does it naturally. Like it just happens for him on the floor. Like some of the offensive rebounds that he grabs, it's like, how many guys in the league could have done that? Like 15, 20? It's unbelievable watching him use that offensively and defensively. It's like the versatility going in. And now that Odd is using a little bit of small ball every now and then, it's going to give him even more chances to be that guy. To your point, I can't wait to see him in like April and once we start to get to these really meaningful games, because I think Jordan's going to keep playing him. And if they're in a playing game or a playoff game and like they're down 3 in like the early second quarter and he checks in, he's the type of guy that can make like 3 plays, spark the crowd, and get the Suns back in a game.
Would Jordan not be madman scientist and like concoct 10 and 11 man rotations, sort of like do line changes in hockey?
I don't think so. I think that we've seen this in the league over the course of like the last couple of years, like Cleveland, Oklahoma City. It was talked about a lot. But to your point, Dan, it's like, okay, if Dylan Brooks comes back in like 2 weeks and Mark Williams is back in a week, like how do you do all of this?
Yeah.
How do you, because you know what you shouldn't do with Kamal Malawich is sit him back down because he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing out there. Yes, he's making the rookie mistakes, and yes, some things are coming up for him, but the same thing with Fleming as well, where like you can't really sit him right now, and yet you're going to have a math problem here eventually where you're just going to not have enough spots for these guys. So to your point, I think that it's going to be the same like 7 or 8 sort of core guys that we're going to see, and then it's like, okay, can you sprinkle in the 9th or the 10th or the 11th guy? Like, let's say Mark Williams comes out and he's not really playing that well to start the game. Oso comes in, throw in Come for 4 minutes and see if he's having a good night. If he isn't, you can put him back down. This is the kind of thing we talked about 3 to 4 months ago. But now that we've seen the guys play effectively and there's a trust built up there between them and the coaching staff, I think there's more freedom to do that now.
All right, Kellen, before we let you go, Bam's 83. Major accomplishment or slap in the face to legends?
I think that they should fold the NBA entirely after the crime that he and the Miami Heat committed. I could not care less about this video, to be totally honest, beyond the accomplishment and going, oh, that was cool. Good for Bam.
Yeah.
And that was it. I loved Spoelstra yesterday. I don't know if you guys played the cuts on the show, but he was like, I don't care what these people like. I don't take like any sort of fault into what I did. I don't regret anything about what I did. I loved that. And I think it was Simmons who said yesterday, like, if there's anyone to get mad at, it's the freaking Wizards. Like, stop fouling him so much and just play actual defense for the first 2 to 3 quarters. And then the shenanigans in at the late fourth quarter, they are what they are. But I thought that it was really cool for Bam. And this is the reality of March and April basketball at this point in the year, especially with some of the tanking stuff going on, is that we're going to see some outlandish performances. We're probably going to see 2 or 3 more before the end of the year. Maybe not 83, but someone's going to hit 50, someone's going to hit 60, and we're going to talk about how all these like discussions are going to take place. I'm just going to be over there with my soundproof headphones in, not listening.
Thank you,
Kellen.
Kale.
Great stuff as always. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Kellen Olson, you can read his stuff on ArizonaSports.com. You can hear him, of course, on the airwaves, part of the Empire of the Suns podcast. He's everywhere. He joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, is the NBA currently dealing with a dangerous epidemic? And is there a cure? If so, we'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I love the fact they continue to reference the Chicago game, the Bulls game. This should be something that the Suns focus on and go, what are we doing? It's a wake-up call. That loss to the Chicago Bulls, who were 2-15 in their last 17 games when they played the Suns. And all of a sudden, they beat the Phoenix Suns. Man, this is something they're talking about as veterans inside that locker room in terms of their leadership and saying, don't forget the Bulls. It's something that is sticking in the craw, and I like that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What do you got going on next Thursday? Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you got nothing on the calendar and you're a Suns fan and you love delicious pizza, I got something for you. Spinato's has rolled out their 3rd annual pizza competition. Next Thursday, March 19th, is the final qualifying competition. What is the pizza competition? It works just like the game Horse that we all played growing up, but if you win, you get a chance for 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout at the Suns game to win Spinato's Pizzeria for a year. There's been 2 other qualifying competitions. Next Thursday at the Central Phoenix location on 7th Street, Missouri is the final one. Then all the qualifiers come out to the championship event in Gilbert in April, and that's when we'll determine who gets that shot on the court. It's also a Suns watch party next Thursday, so come on out, watch the team take on the Spurs, eat some great, delicious Spinato's pizza, and hang out with fellow Suns fans. If you want more information on menus, locations, and this year's pizza competition, head to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly with nationwide 5G because Cricket is on the AT&T network. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain? That's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where'd you dunk it? Right in straight.
I don't foul bait. I'm not looking to, flop or anything like that, but it's almost like you got to. It's almost like there's a couple of plays in the fourth quarter where I feel like I drove strong, went up strong, and I didn't get the benefit of the doubt. But maybe if I would have flopped, maybe I would have been able to sell that call, and those decide games. So it's like we commend players for, playing the game the right way, but, we give the benefit to those who necessarily are trying to manipulate the game into their advantage. I just don't think it's basketball. Like, let's just play basketball. All the foul baiting, I think it's whatever for me, but I thought we played good tonight. I thought we competed tonight. One possession game, if we come up with that rebound, maybe we make a play and we can still win on the road. Didn't happen, but I'm proud of my group.
That's Jalen Brown of the Boston Celtics after a 2-point loss on the road to Oklahoma City, but not necessarily about the game or the result. Certainly, I think that affected his mood afterwards, Bick. But talking about foul baiting and looking at the league's reigning MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who has battled the label of being a foul merchant, his free throw merchant, his entire career, especially in the last 2 years. And I know there was a very high profile game and a close game, a lot of plays in that game that came down to it that basketball fans who maybe don't even have a dog in that fight are very concerned about, because you hear the phrase, that's not basketball. And that's what Jalen Brown's talking about. And I know when he says, hey, stop the foul baiting, I know you're pumping your fist because it drives you crazy.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things I dislike most about basketball. The sport of basketball needs fewer free throws, not more free throws. The problem is that these guys are so advanced that whatever loophole they can find in the rule book, they will exploit. We live that with Chris Paul, who was the world's best at that catching guys with that up and under move, right? The minute they'd stick their hand into his cookie jar, he'd throw up his arms and he'd get the foul like clockwork.
The Chris Paul rip through, yep.
The rip through, that's what it is.
Yep.
And now with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, it's using that off arm, the right arm when he's going to the basket, or the left arm when he's on the other side, to just kind of to put it out there. And then the minute he makes contact, he flails, and then they give him the call almost every single time. And yeah, they're going to have to close that loophole. They're going to have to clean up that bit of officiating, because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is exploiting that in very much the same way that the Philadelphia Eagles have exploited the tush push.
Yes, that's what players do. We saw, James Harden for, I don't know, a 5 or 6 year period. In the offseason, he would concoct new ways. The step back three was basically created in that time frame. Players are always looking for ways to game the system, for lack of a better term. It's an act that is as old as competition, but this whole thing becomes a soup to me. I'm not blaming it all on the players. I'm not blaming it all on the officials. And I do agree it's kind of an epidemic right now, because you do see these players getting rewarded for it, and players who don't necessarily need the reward in the first place because they're the top players in the game. But when you consider how difficult it is to officiate an NBA game, just because of the sheer athleticism, there's 10 players, there's 3 officials, that doesn't bode well for the process. And then you add the players in trying to find that advantage, that little shred of advantage they can have to game the system, to influence a whistle.
Yeah.
All of those things together do make it unwatchable. We had the discussion earlier, and it wasn't even a prolonged period of time. It was about a 5-minute stretch of game where I thought Devin Booker was getting frustrated that he wasn't getting calls, and he made it known how frustrated he was when he would drive to the hoop, letting out a yell hey, there was contact there, I got hit. He's not always going to get those calls. He was very frustrated last night. When he snapped out of that mode, that's when the game turned for the Suns.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It's a huge, huge problem. There's no way to say other way to say it. And I think Jalen Brown brings up some great points.
Yeah, no, listen, I do too. And look, there's any number of crises that the NBA has got to manage right now. There's the aspiration investigation of Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard. There's gambling scandals all over the place. There's the load management thing. There's the tanking thing. And there's the officiating thing. And it's like all these things are all just converging at once. And the NBA has got to find their way through this.
No, I couldn't.
Can you imagine if they were still dealing with sleeved jerseys
How
too?
about it? Yeah, that is an issue as well.
I couldn't agree more with what Jalen Brown had to say. So Jalen Brown, if you watch him play, and similar to some other guys in the league, they play a very, some would say, ethical brand of basketball. They don't foul hunt. They get to the mid-range. They score in versatile ways. The NBA's fix for this, and it's a very hard sell to the officials, is that if you simply do not call the foul baiting fouls, the star players will get enraged. But I think that's the only fix, is you just can't call anything. Is there another way to go about that, or about fixing it?
There has to be. I think what Bick said earlier, there has to be language on the books that eliminates these processes. You don't see the Chris Paul rip through that much anymore.
No.
And there have been ways where they've quelled some of these actions, but I don't know what that exact language is, because foul baiting, foul hunting, whatever term you want to use, there's so many different ways to do it. But again, it's so nondescript. It kind of goes under the umbrella of the flopping thing. There was a few years ago, the NBA said, we're cracking down on flopping. We can assess flopping technical fouls now. You never see a flopping tech called anymore. And you see flops every single night in the league. Egregious ones at that. So whatever changes are made in the language or whatever rules they put on the books, it has to be a consistent officiating of it. It's not a, hey, we're gonna prove a point early in the season and call a lot of these types of fouls and then let it go, because then it goes back to the way it was.
Good point. Yeah, look, whatever they can do to kind of marginalize and limit the influence of free throws in basketball, man, I am all behind that. I really believe that they need to kind of take a long, hard look at this, because it raises the temperature on the court. It makes some players angry. And you know what? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a transcendent offensive player. He doesn't need to be stigmatized, because there's people who believe that all he does is make free throws, which is grossly absurd.
He's had 22 games this year with 10 or more free throw attempts. Mm-hmm. That's a lot.
Right, but I'm saying there's a lot more to his game than free throws.
Oh, absolutely. But that's what frustrates people about him, is that he doesn't need to stoop to those levels to get to the line. It's just part of his game, and he's obviously cashed in on it. 127 straight games with 20 points or more.
Yep.
Guess what? Without foul hunting or foul baiting, he's not celebrating that record today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's accurate.
Coming up next, we'll roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Friday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. We're also in the 9 o'clock hour going to have a chat with Jordan Lawler of the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's all coming up here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, so if you are ever injured in an accident, your life changes instantaneously. Your car might be broken, your body might be broken, your spirit might be broken. You might feel like you do not know where to turn. The next phone call you make is very, very important. Here is why you pick up the phone and call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. They have been serving injured accident victims for over 25 years. They take every single case seriously to ensure their client's voice is heard and their needs are met in the process. Their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means that insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. And Sweet James is trusted by thousands of injured accident victims in Arizona and the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. Remember, hiring the right attorney after you've been injured in an accident can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're injured, do not settle for less. Make sure you call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC is making some big plays.
You've got it, Dave. During our Slam Dunk Savings Event, the 2026 GMC Train is a real MVP. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 Train for just $239 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $799 a month.
So start your deal today at Liberty GMC. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and Jalen Green were feeling it last night in Indiana. 79 points between the two of them in a 123-108 win against the Pacers. The Suns are on a back-to-back in Toronto tonight, looking for their 5th win in a row and try to keep pace for the hunt for the 6th seed in the Western Conference. That game will tip at 4:30 today right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Kyler Murray, after being released from the Cardinals this week, signed a 1-year deal on a prove-it deal with the Minnesota Vikings. And the Big 12 announced yesterday they will be moving back to hardwood courts for the rest of the Big 12 tournament. And Arizona and Iowa State will tip off on those courts today at 4 for a spot in the final. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free and eat Sonic.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock on a Friday. That means it is time for Social Studies, and you can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and we are at Arizona Sports on YouTube. And if you're watching the YouTube, you may be asking yourself, where's Vinny at? He's at home. He's got his Terminator glasses on. So if you're not watching, you can go see Vinny in some stylish shades.
Yeah, it's a real tough look. Yeah.
No, the shades are a good look. But let's
better than looking at my bloodshot eyes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, hey, no doubt. All right, so let's get.
Would you say you look like DeAndre Ayton after a weekend?
No,
at the
stop it.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Stay tuned for 9:30 for a bunch of eye jokes.
Goodness gracious.
Scott Bale gave me pink eye.
Hey.
All right, let's get Social Studies rolling with a Kyler Murray question. Why don't we? So, which is more like? Kyler Murray. Which is more likely to happen with Kyler after the season with the Vikings, and why? Is he going to get a huge contract or become a backup somewhere else?
I would still, at this point, probably favor getting a huge contract over becoming a backup.
Okay.
I do want to see what could be unlocked with Kyler Murray. I don't know if it's going to be a top of the market type of contract, but are we talking about a 30 million plus per year contract?
Yeah,
I could see that happening again.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I guess my answer would be, because I am one that is absolving the Cardinals of letting this man go, that it's time
to move
for a change, that it's time to move on. It would sound very hypocritical if I thought, yeah, he's going to go get a huge contract now after 1 year. So I can't vote for that, but I can see a world in which he plays well enough, in which the Vikings are kind of roped into giving him a contract. But so I'm not a hypocrite. I'm going to have to vote becomes a backup somewhere else.
Okay, that's fair. But I think there's a middle ground. Like Vinny was saying, like a 2-year, $33 million contract isn't a huge contract for a quarterback.
No.
If that's what he's going to get.
If we consider his history, he's already played just well enough to get a huge contract from a team.
No doubt about that. The voting results, 63% of the vote thinks that he'll become a backup somewhere else. 37% thinks that he'll get a huge contract somewhere else. And Daylight Films said he'll flash some wow plays, then throw the ball to parts of the field where no wide receiver is, go pout on the bench, have a mystery injury, then fade away on another team as a backup. Wow. But Nomad99 said the Vikings will provide a real NFL-level offensive line for Murray. Murray will have the opportunity to prove he's legit if Murray screws up then. He was never good enough to excel in the NFL in the first place. So very, very interesting year for Kyler Murray coming up. All right, so sorry, Vinny?
I said yes, it is.
Oh, okay. All right, so last night we saw the greatness, I would say, of Devin Booker and Jalen Green, 79 points between the two of them. So we asked which version of the team has a higher ceiling and why? Your top two players being Booker and Brooks or Booker and Green?
I would say that the higher ceiling for the Suns would be if Jalen Green emerged as their second best player, because you already know what you're going to get from Dylan Brooks, and it's very consistent. Okay. So my point is, if Jalen Green ascends to where that is accurate, that's probably the best scenario for the Suns.
Agree.
I would agree with that.
It's kind of like a question of who do you think is the better second option for the Suns?
Right. It's going to be fascinating. After Dylan Brooks finally, for the first time in a really long time, really was able to just do whatever he wanted pretty much, to now have to go back into that supporting role when he comes back, you would think.
And the results are eerie. They're the exact same results as the Kyler contract question. So 63% of the vote to Booker and Green, 37% to Booker and Brooks. Very, very interesting. Tom Foss said, last night's version of the Suns is exactly what was expected when the trade was made. And when the trade was made, bonus is Brooks. Oh, his grammar is really bad. I'm not going to read that, actually. None your business. We'll go to that one. Brooks has limits on...
Do you not pre-read these things, Sammy?
I do, but I skim them, and then I looked good, and this one looks better. None your business said Brooks has limits on offense. Green can go bonkers on any given night. Also, Green's only 23, still growing his game. We need Brooks's mentality and toughness, but that defense can come from others on this team. Book and Green, he said. And then Darryl Lee said, Booker and Green has a higher ceiling, but I think Booker and Brooks wins more. Interesting response.
we might be framing this all wrong. We might be looking at it in the wrong way, that we should be looking forward to a time where the Suns have their top three options because they've only played like 5 games together the entire season. Let's see what that looks like. Who cares who gets the second most points? Let's see how they blend together as a three-headed unit as opposed to 2.
Totally agree. And hopefully getting Dylan Brooks back pretty soon. Okay, our last question, given Vinny's at home with his shades on, did not
Future's very bright.
Yes, did not come to the studio. So we asked, what is the craziest or weirdest reason you ever had to miss work?
Never had to miss work or chose to miss work?
Yeah,
I used to call in sick routinely just to watch sports on television. Or actually the day I called in sick, the day that NBA Jam was released on Sega Genesis, and I stood in line to buy it, and I played it all day.
What job was that you called in sick to?
Oh, I was a reservation agent at a 1-800 number for a hotel company.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Listen, I tell the famous story, well, at least it's famous in my head. When I worked at Kmart, I worked in the toy department, literally worked in the toy department. How is that for foreshadowing my future?
Yeah, now you figuratively work in the toy department.
And so I had AC/DC tickets, and they were good third row AC/DC tickets at the Rosemont Horizon. And I just told my boss, because I thought honesty was really the best policy. I told him, I got to let you know I'm going to be leaving here about 5:30. I'm scheduled to work to 9 o'clock. I got these AC/DC tickets, and I got to go. I'm sorry. I could lie to you. I could pretend I'm sick, but I'm just being straight with you. I got fired on Monday.
Oh, man, hey.
And your boss said, you know what, Dan? For those about to rock,
that's right.
You're fired.
That's right.
There's some really good responses. Jonesy said, many years ago, I was driving to work incredibly hungover. I pulled over on the 101, puked on my way to work. My boss saw it and texted me, "You're obviously sick. Take a few days off, and please don't try to come back in here. That's sick again." It's a great response.
Wow.
Let's see. Matthew Hudgens said, I had to call in one time because my current and last pair of soft contacts were torn and I didn't have actual eyeglasses. I am for sure legally blind without those glasses. Jonathan said, my son got a hold of my car keys the night before work. I could not find them for hours in the morning. He put them inside a toy in his closet.
Oh, no.
Brutal.
That's awful.
Jimbo said, to stay home and drink. Cheers. Like today, fellas. It's Friday. Let's go. Wow. So Jimbo's not working today. And lastly, I was raised to never lie. Oh, this is from Mudslinger. I was raised to never lie. I didn't want to go to work one day while in high school, so I pulled off the freeway, punctured my own tire so I could tell my boss I had a flat.
That's fantastic.
Unbelievable. Wow.
I like Edwards to cap it.
Yeah.
Edwards said the craziest reason he missed work, snow blocked my driveway in Portland.
Man. But there you go. At Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sammy. That's Social Studies. Coming up next, spring training rolling on. Lots of eyeballs on our next guest. Diamondbacks outfielder Jordan Lawler scheduled to join us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyler Murray rode a wave, a spread offense wave that was taking over college football, had taken over college football, and was taking over the National Football League. What happened after those first 4 years? The pendulum started coming back. The pendulum being the old and the new being mixed. Now you needed a quarterback who could not only run the spread, but also a quarterback that could actually engage in traditional schemes. Kyler could not do that and struggled. In the right offense, he could thrive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating the ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Did you know more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances? But natural gas is way more than an essential home ingredient. It helps support economic development and community growth. Many of the large scale businesses that recently have expanded their operations into Phoenix, they're dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments while supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
The Shields Fishing Sale event is here, now through March 15th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitter rods, Berkeley baits, Rapala lures, and more. Don't miss over $1,000 off Garmin Live Scope bundles, plus up to $500 off select Minn Kota trolling motors. Get ready for unforgettable fishing and save now through March 15th, only at Shields and Shields.com.
Dbacks single game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Bickley and Murata talk spring training now.
We are less than 2 weeks away from spring training being over in the rearview mirror, and opening day for the Diamondbacks coming up in L.A. against the Dodgers March 26th. Real quick, want to shout out our audience in El Mirage, say thank you to them for taking the show in. As we continue to talk D-backs baseball and one of the standouts of spring training and Cactus League play, outfielder Jordan Lawler joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Jordan, good morning. Thanks for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, obviously the big overarching question. You've had eyeballs on you your entire professional baseball career as a top prospect, and this year especially trying to nail down a spot. You performed quite admirably while learning a new position. How is it all feeling for you at this time in the spring, Jordan?
Yeah, it's feeling great so far. Anytime you can have a coach like Dave McKay around you who has as much experience as he has, and he's a great person on top of that, it makes the transition even easier. And again, just buying into kind of what he's teaching, and I have a little history from high school and then travel ball when I was younger as well.
Sometimes young baseball players have to be flexible. You get drafted by an organization, and then there's suddenly a big obstacle at your position. And with you, it's Geraldo Perdomo just all of a sudden blossoming into this MVP candidate at shortstop. When you were asked to go to the Dominican Republic for a few weeks to play some center field, how'd you feel about it? And tell us about that experience. What was that like?
Yeah, it was huge. And actually, Perdomo, my first time I was down there, he took me under his wing, and I went to go see his home he grew up in with his mom, and she made us some Dominican food and all that. So I just love the DR. The people are amazing. The energy, the vibes. Obviously, you guys can tell from the WBC. They get quite crazy about baseball. So I always enjoy going down, and it was fun to get out there in the outfield professionally for the first time.
Jordan Lawler of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, and then taking that experience in the DR, bringing it to Arizona, and with the World Baseball Classic happening and the injury to Corbin Carroll, a lot more opportunities for you to get comfortable. On a scale of 1 to 10, how comfortable are you out there roaming the outfield right now?
Yeah, I'd say pretty comfortable. We'll go. Let's go 8 right now.
All right.
All right, so when you were down in the Dominican Republic and Geraldo Perdomo's mom made you food, what'd she make you, man? Give me some of the samplings. What'd you have?
She made fritos, so it's like salami and a few different kinds of meats, and they fry them.
Ooh.
And then tostones, which is like it's plátanos, plantains.
Yeah.
Fried plantains, and their ketchup there is amazing too.
Wow.
Their avocado.
Wow, that's fantastic.
You're making the audience hungry here, Jordan.
Yeah, for real. Throw some lime on it as well.
Now, we've been asking you a lot about your defense, but obviously the comfort level at the plate is pretty evident as well. 4 home runs, you got 10 hits so far in the spring. And one thing I wanted to ask you about is for a player of your trajectory and your path to get to where you are right now, you've always been that top prospect, as I mentioned. So I think there's at least an element of some things coming easy to players as gifted as you naturally. How much have you had to tap into the psychological part of baseball to continue your journey to where you are right now, Jordan?
Yeah, that's always been a huge part of it. And I feel like once you get to a certain level, it starts to turn into more mental than it is physical at times. And I've always had the hard work gene in me and kind of trusting that and trusting my work I put in every day, and then just turns back into controlling the controllables and going out there, trust your preparation, trust your approaches, and at the end of the day, go dominate.
Yeah, and I think that's to double up on what my partner just asked you. You know, you had a couple of call-ups to the big club without really any clear path to playing time, consistent playing time, and I don't know what happens when you get sent back down. Do you have to like compartmentalize? Do you have to curb your disappointment? Do you have to stay mentally strong? How do you deal with what others perceive as failure?
Yeah, I don't see failure as failure. I see it as an opportunity to learn. And you're either succeeding or you're learning from those opportunities. So I use it to hunger me, drive me, and kind of light that fire again. Obviously, it can be disappointing. We all want to be in the big leagues and help the team win and fight for some championships like we did in 23. But it's all how you see it, and it's your perspective on it for sure.
Coming into spring, how high on your list of goals was making the opening day roster, Jordan?
No, I mean, that's the only goal, honestly.
Yeah.
So I think when you take a look at what you've been able to do as well, I read reports that now that you've done so well in center, they might try you out a little bit in the corner outfield, given what might be an absence of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Is that in the works, or are they going to keep you in center?
I am not sure, honestly.
Okay.
As far as I know right now is center field, and maybe next couple of days I'll talk about it, but as far as I know right now, I think it's just center field for at the moment.
What are the nuances of learning to play the outfield? Is it just reading the ball and the curvature of the ball off the bat? What are some of the things that maybe casual baseball fans don't understand about playing the outfield at the big league level?
Yeah, I guess we backtrack there. Infield to outfield, you have a lot more time. You're further from the baseball. You're reading balls going up versus going down. And then anything straight at you, whether infield or outfield, is always going to be tougher. When the ball's on the side of you, you can read the hops easier, or you can read kind of trajectory and height. So I'd say the biggest thing from the corners to center field would be like spin of the ball. Center field's pretty straight up as far as spin-wise, mainly backspin. And you can see spin a lot easier. I feel like corners, you get a lot more hooking and diving and side spin and curvature. So kind of just depends where you're at in the field, and again, what batters, what pitchers, what they throw. There's a lot to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not as easy as see ball, catch ball, see ball, hit ball, as a lot of us from the outside kind of chalk it up to. We're talking to Jordan Lawler of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and offensively, again, since the end of last season with the Diamondbacks, we chronicled the trip to the Dominican Republic. But where do you think you've made the most strides offensively going into this season, Jordan?
I'd say offensively, being a little more well-rounded overall, hitting more types of pitches, and I think that comes from my approach. You hit the bad ones and take the good ones, ideally. And so it kind of boils back down to approach and what you're looking for, and how that plays into your strengths, and what kind of pitcher you have on the mound, and committing to your one thing that you're focused on.
Nick Piccoro had an interesting phase. He said, now you're entering the post-hype phase of your professional career, which is interesting. I'm curious, because a lot of people think nothing good can be achieved without adversity. How have the last few years helped you grow?
Yeah, I chase growth all the time. I'm always wanting to learn, always wanting to get better. So baseball is one of the best teachers, just from experience. So if you're willing to learn from that experience, there's a lot to learn from to get better from. So I don't necessarily think about the hype, trying to stay out of the noise and all that. It's more of what can I control today and what can I do to get better for my team to help us win some more games.
All right, what's the best minor league park you've been to, or best city you've been to in the minor leagues that stands out to you, Jordan?
I'm from Dallas, so Frisco is one of the cooler ones. Just played there in high school. Away from that, oh man, let me think. I like Corpus Christi actually. It's a cool. We got the bridge back behind. Saw the Blue Angels there one year. And then they have big cargo ships that come in during the game. It's kind of crazy to
that's
see.
kinda
Water
cool.
park in right field. Yeah, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Interesting. All right, Jordan, thank
I'm
you so
always
much.
fascinated with minor league life, Jordan.
Yeah,
You have to
right. There
forgive my
you go.
question.
No, we appreciate your time, Jordan. Have yourself a great season. Hopefully this is the year you get lots and lots of playing time.
Thank you. There's always some stories about minor league life for sure. All right, thank you guys.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate it. Jordan Lawler of the Arizona Diamondbacks having a great spring in Cactus League, getting ready for the season and probably on the opening day roster. We'll see. That's his only goal, as he said. Yes. Coming up next, speaking of minor league life,
fire!
Jared Carr. Oh, I couldn't resist, Jared. Jared Carlin's going to bring us the sports kebab on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their fourth straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off, and a lot of people think it's okay because they've got a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners, his name is Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, realized it wouldn't be until year 22 of those 30 years until he actually paid more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a much better way on a Life Changer Loan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt, and you do it without any trepidation, without changing your spending habits, because you always have access to your equity. 24/7 access that gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want to. And once you become a Life Changer Loan client, 5 years, the average length of time it takes you to pay off your home, which obviously does a lot of great things. Now, there are some caveats. This loan is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from Amco.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. Amco payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to Amco. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Something about Devin Booker in Indiana. Book went for 43 Thursday night, and his running mate Jalen Green added 36 of his own, and the Suns won their fourth straight, 123-108. Now just a game out of the 6th seed and only 2 back of the 3 seed Rockets, and looking to gain more ground tonight in Toronto against the Raptors at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kyler Murray has officially found a new home. The Minnesota Vikings and Murray have agreed to a 1-year deal after the Cardinals released him on Wednesday. The Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 weeks out until Zach Gallen takes the mound on opening day. What might that lineup look like? Find out at arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T's start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who will meet in the Big 12 Tournament Championship game tomorrow? Will it be Arizona and Houston, Arizona and Kansas, or Iowa State and Houston, or Iowa State and Kansas?
I'm gonna go. It feels like a year where we should probably get a third Arizona-Kansas game, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like that?
It does. That's right.
Rubber
That's where I
match.
would vote.
All right.
Rubber match.
Arizona, Kansas got 28% of the vote. Arizona, Houston, 57%. Iowa State, Houston, 11%. And Iowa State, Kansas, 5%. Both those games today. So we'll know.
On the hardwood court.
On the hardwood
court.
Yes. So there you guys go.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Your wife must have a sense of humor.
She's seen you naked.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Take it away, Jared.
All right, this is the Sports Kebab. And it's kind of weird setup today because everyone is here, but Vince isn't actually here. After a bad allergy attack, he had to broadcast from home. And if you're watching on YouTube right now, I don't know if you could flash your eyes real quick, Vinny, but you could see his eyes. I mean, holy moly. You look like DeAndre Ayton at a Ziggy Marley concert, for goodness sakes. No,
that wasn't the exact joke you had, was it?
It wasn't exactly, but it was going to be very, very similar. Seriously, though, Vince, I feel bad for you and your eyes. I mean, I haven't seen something that swollen, puffy, and red in Arizona since Steve Keim's face. I know.
He's skinny and in great shape now.
He does look like a hot dog, though, still. He's got the tanning beds. Lay off it. Vinny, I know you've always wanted to be compared to legendary sports broadcasters. I just didn't know you meant Bob Costas during the Sochi Olympics.
Hey-o. There's a reference.
Yeah, now to be fair, Vinny is wearing shades now to cover his eyes. And, man, those are dark sunglasses. I mean, those glasses are shadier than a Ravens doctor.
Oh.
They do look good, though. I like the sunglasses look on Vince. You look like the whitest blind guy in Motown. You look like Stevie Wonder Bread. So I hope you get better soon, Vinny, and that your eyes clear up. Because, I mean, right now, they are redder than Luke Cornett's blushing face when he's forced to see a naked lady. Yeah, speaking of that, the Magic City Tribute Night in Atlanta is no more as the NBA caved into the pressure and canceled the Hawks Pro Bowl night for the legendary local Gentlemen's Club. So there will be no Magic City representation during the game, but the good news is if you want to see NBA players interact with strippers, all you have to do is go to Magic City after the game. Yeah. But good luck, Vinny. Vinny, use some drops or something. Have you been using drops? Take some antihistamine, something, because right now your eyes are more gross and glassy than the Big 12 tournament court. Yeah. The Big 12 conference announced that they are going to scrap the much-hyped LED glass floor that they were using for their conference tournament. Apparently, the floor was unsafe. It was causing players to fall. And worse, it was really lame. I mean, they spent millions of dollars and used the highest form of advanced state-of-the-art technology to light up a floor to look like a papier-mâché oatmeal. I mean, that floor was so drab and dull.
How drab and dull
was it?
It just started hosting a show with Wolf. What a crazy story, though. I mean, it was dangerous. Someone even got hurt. I haven't seen a slippery surface shut down a basketball player like that since DA in Portland.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, a lot of your stuff
I know. I can't believe it. You know who I feel bad for? I feel bad for teams like ASU who had to play on the surface before they changed it. Because the Sun Devils were desperate. They actually needed to win all their games to get into March Madness. Though, to be fair, Mark DeRosa told the Sun Devils that they were going to be in regardless. So, yeah, Team USA Baseball survived a potential embarrassing situation after they lost to Italy when they thought they were already advanced in the World Baseball Classic. Now, luckily, Italy also beat Mexico the day after USA advanced anyway. Who would have thought that Italy would be the baseball juggernaut in the world right now? They're undefeated. They're playing even better than the Dominican Republic or Venezuela or some of these favorites teams. Italy. I mean, I haven't seen an Italian inexplicably act like a Latino like this since Pacino in Scarface.
Yeah.
So USA advanced in baseball, but all anyone wants to talk about is football. Yes, we are in the middle of NFL free agency, and so far teams have spent over $1 billion in the last week. And that's just on gas to pick up the guys from the airport.
Yeah, how about it?
Now, the biggest move in free agency locally was the player who left the Cardinals, Kyler Murray. Murray officially signed with the Vikings and now becomes the first former Cardinal to yell "Skull" since Ron Wolfe used to order chewing tobacco. And finally, congrats to Bam Adebayo on passing Kobe Bryant for the second most points ever scored in an NBA game with 83. Now, Wilt Chamberlain, of course, still holds the record with 100 points, and that's not the only thing that he has in common with Adebayo, because the other record that Wilt has also involved him going bam, 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 bam. There you go.
Good job, Jarrett.
Thank you.
Speaking of that Team Italy, I heard a funny story about that really quick. There was a national radio host who said, I've got a father who grew up in Italy. He's 100% Italian. So I texted him. I said, hey, are you into this Team Italy thing? And he said, not really. And I said, how come? His response was, aren't the players all from New Jersey?
Well, they say New Jersey is like Italy, but with more Italians.
Ain't that the truth? The Sports Kebab with Jarrett Carlin every Friday. You can follow Jarrett on X at JarrettGC, JarrettGC. Want to remind you that the madness kicks off next Thursday, and we want you to become the next Bracket Bucks champion. Just text the word Bucks to 620-620. We'll send you a bracket so you can compete for $500. Text Bucks to 620-620. Do not miss your chance to win. Final thoughts on this Friday. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring National, featuring over 1,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. And it's all going down this weekend at Westworld of Scottsdale. Bring the family and shop Arizona's biggest automotive swap meet at Vendor Midway. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. Details at good-guys.com.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
The Shields Fishing Sale event is here, now through March 15th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitter rods, Berkeley baits, Rapala lures, and more. Don't miss over $1,000 off Garmin Live Scope bundles, plus up to $500 off select Minn Kota trolling motors. Get ready for unforgettable fishing and save now through March 15th, only at Shields and Shields.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
They're only red from all the tears that I should have shed. They're only red from all the women that I could have wed. So when you look into these eyes, I hope you realize they could never be blue.
Ooh. A song about me today. Old Red Eyes is back from the beautiful South. Jared asked me, hey, do you have an idea for Song of the Day? That's the first song that came to mind. And I haven't heard it in a while, so I wanted to hear it. I don't know what happened to me. I was getting ready to go to dinner with my family. Everything was fine. I took an allergy pill before I left. And then on the way to the restaurant, my eyes just were inflamed and pouring out all kinds of liquid. And it was
an allergic reaction to the allergy pills.
That's what I said. Has anybody ever had an allergic reaction to allergy medicine?
Wow.
And it's still way better than it was last night. But yeah, that's the reason for the beautiful South. Old Red Eyes is back.
There
Today's
you go.
Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, conference tournaments continuing. Arizona State obviously ousted from the Big 12 tournament earlier. They've made a coaching change, moving on from Bobby Hurley as his contract will expire. And you can already scratch one name off the possibilities list for a new head coach for the Sun Devils. A guy that was rumored, one of the Gambo Five, I believe, Josh Schertz of St. Louis. He has agreed to a contract extension to remain the head coach of the Billikens.
Interesting.
What is a Billiken's? A dog, isn't it?
I thought it was a bird.
Or am I thinking? No, I'm thinking of Salukis.
Yeah, Saluki is like a greyhound dog. A billiken, isn't it like a demon?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
You're thinking it's a bird because it sounds like pelican. But it's I think you're right. I think looks kind of like a blue devil.
Yeah.
Or
kind of like a demon.
Or the DePaul mascot.
Billiken, a mythical, charismatically smiling good luck figure with a pointed head, belly, and slit eyes, representing things as they ought to be. AI is wonderful, isn't it?
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
things the way they ought to be. Did you see the new Tennessee Titans football uniforms?
Yes.
Or as we'll call them forever, the Houston Oilers. They basically just ripped off the old Oilers uniforms.
Well, they were.
Yes.
It's hard to remember. They were the Tennessee Oilers when they first moved there for at least 1 year.
They were, and they still wore those uniforms until they changed to the Titans, and now they've just come full circle.
Wow.
I'm sure there's fans in Houston that aren't very happy.
No,
but-
how could they be?
This sucks when
But
they do
didn't
this.
they have every opportunity? They could have brought. I mean, they got an expansion team. They chose to name them the Texans. They could have gone back to the Oilers.
I don't know if they could have.
I don't know if
that
they
was
could have
before
either.
that trend of like owning the team name and stuff.
Okay.
But like the Carolina Hurricanes do throwback nights and they wear the Hartford Whalers jerseys. And I know Whalers fans hate it.
Yeah.
They should. It's just a reminder. Like if the Utah Mammoth did a throwback night and they wore Coyotes jerseys, Phoenix hockey fans would be pissed. That's part of their identity.
Or if Coyotes did throwback
stole
night, they
their-
wore the Jets.
Yeah.
The Winnipeg Jets, exactly. Although the Jets got their team back. Winnipeg got a hockey team back. Phoenix has got to, right?
Mm-hmm. No, look, that is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. But it's not going to be. It's not going to be tomorrow.
No, it's going to be a bit.
Yep.
There's another aspect to the Big 12 reversing course on the digital glass LED floor that they were using at the Big 12 tournament. To do this mid-tournament in the men's event is something. But people are pointing out, why was Brett Yormark not listening to the women who were complaining about playing on that glass last week, and they got stuck with it. And everybody's saying, another typical sports double standard when it comes to men and women. Nobody listened to the women's complaints, but Christian Anderson hurt his groin, and now they got to make a change.
Well, you remember the whole thing of the NCAA Final Four conditions not that long ago for the women? You remember that?
Oh, my God. Yes.
How compared to the men? Yeah, not a good deal. College basketball. Vinny, I want to take a second here to remind you, I'm very, very excited. They just showed, and they're showing the Ostrich Fest on television. My band is performing there tonight at 4:45 p.m. to 5:45. The main stage looks incredible. So if you're heading down to Rawhide Chandler, make sure you come and say hello. Now, secondarily,
I'm going to come down and rub my eyes and shake everybody's hand. Go ahead.
No, I don't got time to do it. I was going to bring up the Derek Glasser thing about how is this going to be a trend in college basketball where schools are going to hire coaches because they can bring NAL guys with them?
Yes.
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 It's just
They
going to be
will
the
be.
head coaches. They used to
For
hire
the
head
schools
coaches.
that don't have, for the schools that don't have those built-in advantages,
Yeah.
absolutely it will become a trend.
Crazy.
They used to hire, assistant coaches that could bring players in
Yep.
but now it's going to be head.
Yeah.
All right,
All
good,
right,
good
fun
job
show.
grinding through it, Vinny. Good job
Yeah, we
grinding
got
through
through it. I wish I could see you guys. Thanks to Jordan Lawler, Kellen Olson for joining us. Thanks to you for listening. We're back on Monday morning. Have a great weekend. We leave you with this. They release defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson in a move that saves them $9.4 million in calories.
In calories?
Calorie
Whoa.
sap space.
Wow.
My God, Sammy, haven't you heard some of the questions I've asked?
Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Looks like you jumped in a giant bubbling vat of Starburst.
Boo. Boo.
Boo!
Big Chungus.
Big Chungus.
Triple up.
Hey!
A fullback.
Vinny Pasquantino! Sam Antonacci! Joe Caglianone!
Kyle Teal!
Oh! Aaron Nola!
Yes, hello, very good, yes. I can come over and hit the ball for you. Yes, very good, sir. Oh, what's all this then with the baseball and stuff there, Mary Lord?
Mamma mia, that's a spicy upset, huh?
Say hello to my little friend.
Hey, yo, Guadalupe.
Put a soccer ball on the field, see what happens.
Man, and Bobo.
Wow, we got us a Super Bowl winner!
A very specific set of tools that I have developed over a long period of time. Tools that make me a nightmare for people like you.
Holy mackerel!
Taste the delicious bean juice. Chad Ryland.
Do it for your brothers! Stick up for another! We're family here!
Yeah.
Treat the game like it's somebody stealing your wife and your kid!
Bears.
Bears! Go back to bed! head.
Damn you, Bam. You messed up my parlay.
That's right.
Oh, Black Betty, Bam-a-lamb. Oh, Black Betty, Bam-a-lamb.
Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer.
Bam, bam, bam,
Bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam.
Oh, I'm just like my country. I'm young, sappy, and hungry, and I'm not throwing away my...
Beat it, solo.
Pooping your pants and running home to change your shirt.
Welcome to the love camp.
I can dental floss this hole in my hand.
Thanks in the PHO.
Oh, the schmutzadicka.
Very positive, Dink Sinatra.
Nothing could stop his fashion show.
Oh my goodness, I forgot to put on my pants this morning.
He's out of chances. Or you might say, Ryan is done.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James. in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Something about Devin Booker in Indiana. Book went for 43 Thursday night, and his running mate Jalen Green added 36 of his own, and the Suns won their fourth straight, 123-108. Now just a game out of the 6th seed and only 2 back of the 3 seed Rockets, and looking to gain more ground tonight in Toronto against the Raptors at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kyler Murray has officially found a new home. The Minnesota Vikings and Murray have agreed to a 1-year deal after the Cardinals released him on Wednesday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 weeks away until Zach Gallen takes the mound on opening day. What might that lineup look like? Find out at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Hello there! Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Tough news for the Wolf and Luke Show. There's no Wolf. There's no Luke. It's Kellen Olson filling in with John Lunt. John, hello!
I feel amazing, except for today's Friday the 13th.
Oh my gosh, I didn't put that together until now. Okay, are you the superstitious type?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely?
Yeah, if things happen badly today, that's it.
So if you see a black cat, you're just going to go hide in your home for the rest of the day?
Under ladders, jumping over baselines, everything. 100%.
I'm with you. I treat the warning signs for what they are. You know, like I take them there. So maybe not on Friday the 13th I'm getting into a specific groove or like a lack of caution is now being exercised. So to your point, if I see a ladder, might not think about it some days. Going around. The black cat, I'm going to go hide in a corner somewhere. We've got a packed show for you today. We have got a lot to get to with the Arizona Cardinals, of course, and Kyler Murray officially becoming a Minnesota Viking. But we will start today's show with the Phoenix Suns, a 123-108 win over the Indiana Pacers. Devin Booker and Jalen Green combining for 79 points. Maybe not as thorough of a win as you would have wanted or hoped for, John, but it's hard to complain too much when the backcourt is playing that well.
Yeah, I think that in terms of, and obviously both have a season high last night, so if you were waiting, which everybody has been, for these two guys to click, last night was it. Now, that's great, because what people forget is everybody looks at a game like that and they say, well, they'll play like that every night. That's as good as they're going to play, which is great. That's tremendous. But how are they going to play on a regular basis? Jalen Green's on a heater right now in terms of the rest of the year. Is he getting comfortable? I think I probably need more than 4 games because he's done this before and he's capable of doing this. It's not that I'm worried about Book or anything, but I think as Jalen goes, so go the Suns. I know that Brooks is going to be back and Grayson Allen hopefully is going to be back. And at some point, we've been talking about this a million times, they'll get healthy at some point. But to say that this is encouraging, absolutely.
It's just with the point in the season we're at, too, right? Like, let's say Jalen keeps this up for the next week or two. Okay, now Mark Williams is back. So it's like a different level of adaptability and ingratiating himself that he'll have to do. Let's say him and Mark are jiving, and we're like a week or two in again. Now Dylan Brooks is back, and now that's a whole different dynamic to find in terms of where the shot attempts are going, so on and so forth. Here's head coach Jordan Ott after the game on the win.
We knew that they played their style of play, both ends of the basketball, no matter who played. You're learning who's playing as up to game time. And I thought that initial wave, the first 12 minutes, we couldn't really get a hold of them. We weren't really able to impact them with our defense. I thought over time, especially there end of third, into the fourth, the start of the fourth, like our defensive aggression really got back to who we are. It's another night in the NBA. You take the win, any road win against a team that has won a lot of games over the last couple of years. So, and we knew they'd come play hard, and that's what they did.
And then here's Devin Booker on Jalen Green.
Yeah, it's super big, man. I feel like he's getting better every time he steps out there. Looks like the game's slowing down for him, so that's going to be big for our success moving forward.
John, you're going to see a lot of weird games in February and March in the NBA, and this was one that I felt like had some oddities to it because I'm guessing this is the last time the Suns play a game. Maybe there's a playoff game where this happens, but 55 combined shot attempts from 2 guys. Book taking 31, 23 for Jalen Green. They each made 14 field goals, and some of the better news as well. 11 for 11 from the foul line for Book, and then 5 of 7 for Jalen Green as well. But you look at the style of play and how the Suns have played this year, they only had 21 assists in this game. When they fail to crack 25 assists, they're 14 and 22. When they crack 25 assists, they're 25 and 5. Clearly playing not that sheer first. I don't want to put it like that and act like these guys were ball hogging, but Book saw the coverage early. He was like, oh, you guys aren't sending a double? Okay, it's time to go to work, and he went to work.
Yeah, and look, you went to the free throw line there. You talked about the free throw there for those there. That's not what they do. So to have Book get 11, like he might not get 11 the rest of the road trip. I mean, just as a 100%. Total. So that brings your assist down, but that's an encouraging sign because we're talking so much in the league about guys getting to the line and the way the game is officiated. If it's not going to happen every single night, but Booker's a star in this league, and so for him to get to 11, to get a few, and Jalen Green is a guy who can drive to the rim, so if you can get some free shots at it. The other thing that I looked at last night that when everybody gets together, if everybody gets together, what it means with Jalen Green getting into his kind of secondary scoring issue becomes then when Dylan Brooks comes back, he doesn't have to be a 20-point scorer. He can be a secondary scorer. Grayson Allen can be a secondary scorer. Off the bench, he's going to give you a bunch of points. Everybody is starting to get into kind of their role. Fleming is a guy that I'm not saying stylistically this is who he is, but what I mean is he can be a Draymond Green type in terms of filling up different areas of the box score and coming off the bench and saying, okay, what do I have to do? And he's kind of becoming that kind of a player. I think a lot of fans, they look at a guy, and especially a young guy, and they think to themselves, well, he's just got to score. He's got to do a lot of different things. Colin Gillespie last night I thought was really, really good. And he didn't shoot the basketball, but you got to find other ways to contribute. And so all of a sudden he's going, okay, the ball's not going down tonight. Those nights are going to happen. He contributes in other ways, rebounds, assists. So that's what's good about this team is if Jalen Green can say, okay, I can be a consistent secondary scorer, other guys can just fill roles that really they're more natural in filling.
And I'm willing to bet, like I use the assist number as one where like I'm willing to bet that when they have under 25 assists, they're not going to win in many games. But another stat that really jumped out to me, the plus minus Devin Booker and even 0, Green plus 16. And what that tells you is when Devin Booker was checking out, Jalen Green was coming back in and working with that second unit that has been one of the elite units in the entire league. When those guys get rolling, when the Oso Ighodaro connection is there with Jalen Green and they're able to get something from the rookies, they're able to get something from Jordan Goodwin, like on 2 different times when he came into the game, tried to make a hustle play and like did his usual like clapping, like let's go, let's get some energy going. I thought in the fourth quarter he was really big with that as well. Jalen with 4 steals. I think defensively he has fit in so far. There have been some mistakes off the ball that are, at this point, I think that you live with, but he's been active with his hands, deflecting balls. He had 4 steals last night, as I said, and I think for him, it's clear when we've been talking to him over the last couple of weeks is that he's looking for that jolt to get him going. Like he had that lob dunk in Sacramento, and we were all like, okay, is this what he needed? He nearly got another poster last night, and then the season high of 36 Does this start to sort of get him rolling and build up the consistency that we've been wanting to see from him? Here was Green after the game on having that type of game.
So bad. I mean, anything that contributes to a win, obviously. It's good to see shots falling. Every day, every game is just another way to keep stacking them. So, yeah.
John, I wrote a story a couple days ago where I felt like in some ways the Suns were running out of time this year to at least figure out this dynamic in Jalen himself. Does this type of performance reshape your thinking on that? Or, like you said, do you just need to see more at this point?
Well, you know what I think it is, and I think we forget this as fans. We think they're a robot and they go into a locker and they come out and they play a game. But what happens is he's never going to admit it, but it's a confidence issue. It's never a physical issue. He could score. That's what he does. He's a scorer. He's done this in this league. But when you're coming over to a new team, and I think we can all kind of relate to this, you go to a new job or whatever, you've got to prove yourself all over again. And I think the not having the opportunity to do that, now finally he's stringing together some games. And I think that's a big part of this whole thing of whether he feels like, okay, now I fit. And that's it. Look, it takes time. You have the hamstring. Everybody wants to talk about the injury side of it, but it's the psychological side. If he was still in Houston, he's done it here before, but now he hasn't. And so now I think what's starting to happen is, and you heard Book say it, I'm confident. I feel comfortable here. I know the coach. I know the system. I'm starting to feel this whole thing. I think there's a lot to that. Look, we all get sit there and, you know, come on, let's go, man. You were the main piece in the Kevin Durant trade. Let's go. But it just takes time, and I think it's finally starting to click in.
14 of 23, the efficiency was a big standout there for Green. When you looked at the drives, he's clearly taking his time more. He's like, okay, I can blow by anyone whenever I want. That's not really the point here. I need to just make good decisions, and that was the biggest thing for me. Look, last night he was 7 of 8 for the mid-range. That is not going to happen every night. That's been the one real weakness for him as a shot maker and just an overall offensive player, is a lack of efficiency on the jumpers, and they were going in last night. Some nights they're not going to go in as they have previously, but you just kind of live with the results. The Suns now still at that 7 seed. They're 39 and 27. It looked like we were going to get a Nuggets loss last night to tie them. Denver comes back late. They're just one ahead in the loss column at 26 losses, and then the Timberwolves at 26 as well. Suns take on the Raptors tonight. This afternoon, I should phrase it as, at 4:30. Pregame coverage starting here at 3:30. We'll have the injury report, by the way, coming for you here in just a couple of minutes. Updates on if we're going to see Grayson Allen, any status changes on Mark Williams and Dillon Brooks. So stay tuned for that. And this, Kyler Murray is officially a Minnesota Viking. So will this work in Minnesota? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision and Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Luke Lipinski and Ron Wolfley. Ron Wolfley taking that alluded to vacation on yesterday's show, while Luke will be out through next week, so you get a little bit of Kellen, a little bit of Mitch. We'll be filling in later in the week as well. And then we'll have it's Arizona Sports a Day, Jesse.
Yeah.
Mitch and I next Friday will be doing our night show at 10 a.m. We've done it once before, had a lot of fun. Looking forward to next Friday. Hope our listeners in Guadalupe are looking forward to that. Shout out Guadalupe. I'm sure.
What up, Guadalupe?
Everyone in Guadalupe was on pins and needles waiting to see where Kyler Murray went, when it seemed pretty apparent even a couple of weeks ago. It's like, all right, he's probably just going to Minnesota. Like, we can talk about, will he back up Stafford? Or, could he go to Indy? Or do they believe in Daniel Jones? They only tagged him, all this kind of stuff. Kyler Murray deal is official. He signs with the Minnesota Vikings on the minimum, a key detail that Ian Rappaport covered yesterday. Kyler within the contract having a no-tag clause, which essentially means he will go into next year's free agency, not be able to get transition tagged, all these sorts of franchise tags that teams use. He'll be able to enter free agency. Again, we've talked about this as a hypothetical, John, for many weeks, and it is here. So I think it ultimately comes down to the simple question we teased going into the segment. Do you think this will work in Minnesota?
I think there are a lot more obstacles than what people think. If you look today at ESPN's recap at ESPN.com, the guy front and center is wearing a purple #1 jersey, and it's Kyler Murray. And I'm thinking to myself, what the public perception, not here, but what the national public perception of what Kyler Murray is, because all they see is highlights, because nobody watches the Cardinals games nationally.
Nope.
So, and they think that they just signed like the #1 overall pick last year. Off the top of my head, and look, I've killed a lot of brain cells through the years, but off the top of my head, I can't remember a scenario in which a #1 pick from, say, 6 years ago went to another team and was just incredibly lights out. Now, I know what Darnold did, and I know we're in this area of the NFL where guys are resurrecting like Baker Mayfield and all those kind of things. But remember one thing, this isn't the offense that Kevin O'Connell runs. This is the McVay. This is the Shanahan. This is the offense. What does it require? Drop back quickly. Your superpower has to be to read the defense and get the ball out. So what he's going to do is, for a guy who's not their #1 pick, was a #1 pick in 2019, completely change the offense, and Wolf was saying this yesterday, to a spread-style offense to play to Kyler's strengths even though Kevin O'Connell has had all this success running his offense a certain way with a certain type of quarterback, and it's not Kyler Murray. So do his strengths line up with what Kevin O'Connell does? And if not, does Kevin O'Connell like Kyler Murray so much that he's going to change everything in his head philosophically he's about and change it for Kyler Murray? Because that's what he has to do.
And we forget, too, we're going to talk about this throughout the day today, that this is being stated as a quarterback competition. They are not bringing in Kyler to be their de facto number one quarterback, and O'Connell's already scheming ahead. Look, maybe that's what it is on the inside, and on the outside it's being said as a competition to be nice to J.J. McCarthy, but rewiring the offense around what Kyler does at his best would be a detriment to J.J. McCarthy as well. And ultimately, how much do they care about McCarthy? They recently fired their GM. That's a fascinating part of this conversation. Something that Ben Solak on ESPN talked about is this narrative per se, or just the overwhelming truth, the fact, if you will, that Kevin O'Connell can be a quarterback whisperer at times. And Ben Solak thinks this is the perfect place for Kyler to go for that very specific reason.
So if you were a quarterback in need of rehabilitation, where would you go? Kevin O'Connell, Minnesota, throw the ball to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. It's the best spot for a quarterback to rebuild his career. Heck, Daniel Jones had a cup of coffee there and then got $14 million from the Colts and started his rebuild as well. It is a little bit of a scheme change. Kyler's going to have to play under center, something he hasn't done a ton in the NFL. Throw intermediate middle, something that's not necessarily his strength. He's a shorter quarterback, so he doesn't like to drive the ball between the hashes the way a Sam Darnold does or a Kirk Cousins does. But Kevin O'Connell's a sharp coach, and he's never had a quarterback with this level of mobility since really Josh Dobbs. Remember that 2023 season he played a little bit? And they were a firecracker on offense. They were really explosive. So I trust O'Connell to adjust the system for Kyler, and I trust Kyler in an effort to rehab his career to adjust his play a little bit to O'Connell. I think this is going to be a great marriage. I expect the Vikings to be quite good on offense.
And to what you were talking about, John, I think that's by far the most fascinating part about this, because I was so frustrated as a Cardinals fan when as soon as Jacoby Brissett started playing, they're running under center, and then Drew Petzing's gaslighting me saying, oh, we're just running the scheme. It has nothing to do with Kyler. It's like, brother, come on. You guys immediately started doing the type of offense that you guys wanted to do all year. All of a sudden, it looks like the actual Petzing offense, and it's suddenly moving really well. So how much does O'Connell learn from that past year that the Cardinals essentially tried to not cater to Kyler per se, but play to his strengths? Or do they just come to him straight up as one of the, not a preeminent organization, I don't want to go that too far, but a far more respected organization than the Arizona Cardinals, and say, look, we love you, but we're going to need you under center a whole lot more. We're going to need you to run the ball a little bit more to cater to your strengths. That's something that Kyler didn't do here either. Really fascinated to see how that marriage sort of works out over the next couple of months.
Look, when you take a quarterback, you do what you do, but you also marry what he does as well. So you got to do those two things. I don't think he's going to get away from core principles, so I'm not sure that he fits. And here's the other thing. Teams like the Jets, let's look at Darnold, teams that have taken teams like the Browns, who you look back at what they've done with 1 million quarterbacks that they've had. Okay, they didn't surround the quarterback. There's a thing that you do when you get a quarterback. You've decided, okay, we're going to take him number one. Let's get offensive line. Let's get receivers. Let's make sure that he gains confidence. Let's make sure we have a running game, a defense, so he doesn't have to throw it 35 times. There's certain things that you do to protect that quarterback. Well, the Cardinals gave Kyler Murray a lot of those things. So it's okay, they're not perceived as a good organization, and I get that. But they're also not the Jets with Darnold. Right when he got here, they had Larry Fitzgerald. They went and got Marvin Harrison. Michael Wilson Jr. is pretty good. They got the best tight end in the game. They had a decent stable of running backs, not the greatest, but decent, good enough to win, and yet he didn't. So to me, all these things that they're saying they have, and look, I like Justin Jefferson. I like their team. They got a decent offensive line. Kevin O'Connell's great. I think he's a bit overrated. He's never won anything. He's good. Well, let's see. But they're acting. The national perception is the Cardinals didn't give him anything to work with, and they did. So you're going to have to change an offense to do certain things, have him do certain things that he's not comfortable with. I don't think it's going to work out. Like the national guys, I don't think watched enough. I think that they get enamored with highlights and what he can do and the athleticism. That's great. But in this league, and I don't care if you're Michael Vick all the way to anybody who's ever run the ball you've got to win from the pocket eventually. That's what you have to do. And my question would be, can he drop back, hit the back foot, read the defense, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's my guy, not check it down because Kevin O'Connell's going to pull his hair out, get it to the right receiver in a quick amount of time with accuracy like the offense is supposed to be run? I doubt it.
Here's Kyler Murray on his thoughts on Kevin O'Connell's scheme. Kyler talking yesterday as an official member of the Minnesota Vikings.
I don't want to put any limitation on what that looks like. Again, I know he's had a tremendous amount of success with multiple different quarterbacks. I know what my skill set brings to the game. I know what I'm capable of, and I think that, again, like I said, I'm ready to come in and compete, and I can't wait to be under his tutelage and, like I said, get to go to war with not only Jets, but him too.
And John, something that I'll speak to here, and my take on Kyler for a few years now, is that game manager is an aggressive term, but I really believe that is what Kyler is at this stage of his career, and more or less what he wants to be. He had the interview with Burns and Gamble 2 years ago where he's like, I don't really want to wear the superhero cape. I don't want to be the guy scrambling around for 9 seconds and making this incredible play. Like, I just want to play consistently and make the right decisions. And with that, if you look at the numbers over the last handful of years with when the Cardinals were successful, it was not because of him. It was when all of the other units were working successfully. So if you look at EPA on defense, when you look at some of the best defensive years for the Cardinals, they were 12th in 2020. They went 8-8. And then when they were 6th, which was by far the best defense Kyler ever had, they were 11-6 that year. And then you look at the rushing offense as well. They were 3rd in 2020. They went 8-8. And then the next year they were 12th, 11-6. The Vikings last year, 5th in defensive EPA, 15th in rushing offense. So it's like, okay, can you formulate a good enough run game and have an elite enough defense under Brian Flores to work with a guy who in many facets, I believe, is a game manager? I think we're going to see more or less the same than what we saw the previous years, which is Kyler going to win you a game or two? Maybe, sure. Is he going to lose you 3 or 4 games because of his ineptitude? I don't really think so. He's just going to be blah. He's just going to be fine. But guess what's a bargain for $1 million in the NFL? Right. A blah, fine, middle of the road, 15th to 20th rated quarterback in the NFL.
Well, see, and I think you hit on the point, because everything goes back to money. What does Minnesota have to lose?
Exactly.
But for people that don't understand, the Cardinals are paying most of the freight here over the next 2 years, about $54 million. So the offset money, Minnesota gets a deal. Atlanta, when they got to it, they got a deal. So it's not like they're making a big commitment. And I think nationally, that's what people are saying is, well, they've made no commitment whatsoever. They made $1 million commitment to Kyler Murray. That doesn't give him the starting job. That doesn't make him some sort of I just think in everybody's head outside of Arizona that didn't see him consistently play, they just see the highlight reel. And he's going to be asked to be, and he said he's worked with a lot of great quarterbacks. Okay, the last 2 are Matthew Stafford and Sam Darnold. Are you anything at all like those 2 guys? You are not. So is Kevin O'Connell, the big word to me is Kevin O'Connell going to change his entire philosophy to take in a guy who, is a former number 1 overall pick, but he's not his number 1 overall pick. He's $1 million guy. So I think everybody's jumping the gun here because he was in the decision-making process on J.J. McCarthy. So are they, because they fired their GM, just totally out on him?
I think we're all fascinated by this, though. In week 1, I don't even care if the Cardinals are playing at the same time as the Vikings. I'm going to be watching the Vikings because I'm just utterly fascinated by how this is going to go. Hardball talk coming up next. What will the Diamondbacks opening day lineup looks like? Alex Weiner wrote about it at ArizonaSports.com, and we'll take a look at the lineup ourselves. That's next year on the Wolf and Luke Show. It's Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's Window Madness time in the Valley, where you can score a slam dunk deal at Advanced Window Products. You can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows during their March Spring Special, and if you need fewer windows, they will prorate the discount so everybody wins. Advanced Window Products gives you a distinct home court advantage. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups, and they are celebrating their 40th anniversary, which means they are a trusted veteran you can rely on. They'll deliver you a triple-double, where they'll build your windows, install your windows, and then guarantee them for life. You'll also get full court coverage with a warranty that is transferable, which adds value if you ever sell your home, and you'll get fast break installation, big league quality, and minor league pricing. Call today at 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th win in a row tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off is at 4:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Arizona will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. They take on Iowa State in the semifinals. Tip-off from Kansas City is at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch for that one is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Good morning, everyone. Morning? Is it early afternoon, Jesse? What do you say?
It's morning until noon.
Until noon?
Yeah.
Is that
AM is morning.
When does Luke transition, or does he just avoid the awkwardness of, like, is it morning, is it afternoon?
He transitions about noon.
We're definitely in the afternoon by like 12:30. I feel confident in that. It's not the morning at noon, I agree, but is it the afternoon still?
I think it is. Yeah, as soon as like lunch is okay, then you're good at, we do wolfing down your lunch at noon, so that's the afternoon.
Do we bring this up because somebody's starting to drink or something like that? Because it's Friday and it's basketball games are coming on.
My opinion is also noon is when you're allowed to have an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah.
So
unless it's a tournament, Like when the tournament starts on that first Thursday?
No. I think you
It's
still
like
gotta
airport
wait,
rules.
and it's
Really?
only at like 10 a.m. on a Saturday or Sunday, and you're out for brunch. You can have a mimosa.
Yeah, can you have
rules.
brunch like in the morning technically, or is it the afternoon when you're having brunch?
Brunch is any time after 10 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's
from
no
like 10
longer
to 1 p.m.
I think we're out of the morning at 10. We're not officially in the afternoon until 12. This is my whole breakdown of it, which everyone is thrilled to hear on the Wolf and Luke show. Hi, I'm Kellen Olson, John Lund. We're both filling in today on Friday's show. We got so much to talk about, including the Phoenix Suns. The injury report came down for today's game against the Toronto Raptors. Dylan Brooks remaining out, Mark Williams remaining out, but good news for the Suns, no Grayson Allen or Haywood Highsmith on the injury report. They'll be good to go for today. Jordan Goodwin questionable due to left calf injury management, some back-to-back management there. For Toronto, some key names on the injury report. Scotty Barnes is questionable due to an illness, while Colin Murray-Boyles, who's been starting for them in a lot of games, has been impressive as a rookie. He is doubtful due to a left thumb sprain. We'll have plenty more Suns talk throughout the show, and then again, pregame coverage beginning here at 3:30 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We'll transition to baseball, where we're like 2 weeks out. Isn't that unbelievable?
No, that's wild.
It's like pitchers and catchers report. I blink, and then it's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like I look at the calendar for like the fill-ins that we've got and all this moving around that we've had this month, and then I see on there Dbacks at Dodgers, and I'm like, what? It just sneaks up out of nowhere, and we've got many discussions to go through. Alex Weiner, our wonderful Arizona Diamondbacks beat writer on ArizonaSports.com. It's a story that you should read on ArizonaSports.com, going through the Diamondbacks lineup, and I think the main takeaway here that we had, John, going into the offseason, then coming out of the offseason, is that going into the offseason, this was an extremely top-heavy lineup. You look at the loss of Suarez, you look at the loss of Naylor at the trade deadline, and it became a whole lot of relying on those three incredible players at the top, Perdomo, Marte, Carroll. And it was like, okay, what does 4 through 9 look like? Man, for some of those August and September games, we just would come in here and say, yep, the 5 through 9 guys were 0 for 14, and it was just so many of those afternoons. You look at the projected lineup right now that Alex has. He has Gabriel Moreno hitting in the cleanup spot at catcher, Pavin Smith hitting 5th at designated hitter, Nolan Arenado at 3rd hitting 6th, Jordan Lawler in center hitting 7th, Carlos Santana at first base hitting 8th, Alec Thomas hitting 9th in left. I think, John, where I want to start with you is, does this look like on paper to you the type of lineup that can not so much carry the Diamondbacks like the last 2 years, but still be not their overwhelming strength, but I want to say overwhelming strength because it can't be their pitching; it's got to be their offense.
Yeah, and I'm fond of a term called if. All right, so if you have a lot of ifs, and this just covers every sport. So if you have a lot of ifs, you're in trouble. So what can we absolutely put in the bank, right? Perdomo, Marte, and Carroll, right? Is there anybody else that you can absolutely positively say every day they're going to have good at-bats? Because the issue becomes to me. Oh, go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
Well, no, I think with Gabby, it's a question of staying healthy. I think last year he showed signs of offensive growth. But to what you're talking about, one of the biggest ifs in this lineup is like, well, if Nolan Arenado gets back to like the hitter, or if Carlos Santana doesn't look like he's nearing his 40s, like the ifs build up quickly. It's a large tower.
And at the bottom, and like you said at the bottom, if Alec Thomas is the guy that we've seen in the World Baseball Classic versus, and if not, another if, then what young hitter? If Jordan Lawler, or if, they've got a couple of young guys who look pretty good in the spring, that kind of a thing. Or Carlos Santana is 39. So, look, every lineup outside of L.A. has these ifs.
Yeah.
And they've even got maybe 1 or 2 at the bottom of their order. There's no perfect order in baseball. There's some really good ones. But I think that what happens is if you've got your top 3, and that's a really good top 3, but then you start questioning, like you said, and it's almost like a Suns thing where it's like injuries, age, youth. I mean, they've got those 3. If guys stay healthy, when's Gurriel Jr. going to come back? It's when again, injury-wise, youth guys, older guys, and Arenado and Santana. So the last 4 or 5 in the lineup, you start getting some ifs based on age, youth, and injury.
Tim Kirchin was on Wolf and Luke last month and was asked if the Diamondbacks could be more offensively challenged this year. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, Gurriel's a good hitter, and he's not going to be ready on opening day from what I can tell. Yep. They're really going to need, the first base combination, Santana, Smith, Tawa to do some damage, and they're going to really need a comeback season from Nolan Arenado, who knows if that's going to happen. I mean, he was such a devastatingly good player 4 years ago, and it's really gone downhill since. So yes, they have some troubles offensively for sure, but there's no telling what can happen in spring training. I've seen teams struggle badly and end up being really good offensively. We'll see where this goes.
It's just a very fragile foundation, because I think something to consider with Lourdes is he quietly had the worst year of his career last year. Was pretty much a guy who ranked around like somewhere between half to 1 point of WAR, which he was traditionally like a 2 to 3 WAR kind of guy, a pretty good player for you by a lot of metrics. His OPS was down, just a lot of numbers for him were down last year, and that's where I go to the top 3 guys. We're not so much in me doubting at all if Geraldo Perdomo, Ketel Marte, or Corbin Carroll are going to play to an all-star level. Just more so if you have one of these guys miss 6 weeks, or if you just have one of these guys slump for a month, it's going to be incredibly dangerous to the structure of the rest of your lineup. I think that there's a lot of reliance here, and it's only 2 guys in the lineup, but Alek Thomas has been one of their worst offensive players now pretty much since he joined the team. I think in 2023, especially in the playoffs, we saw some signs of that. And then Lawler is obviously the big one, because he's been the X factor for this team pretty much all spring, because if you look at the prospect that he was hyped up to be, and you see all of the troubles that he had at the plate last year and just pretty much ever since he's gotten to the majors, him being the swing to provide something to that back end of the lineup, because I think Arenado and Santana are just going to be what they are at this point.
Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna throw this at you.
Sure.
We didn't do this in the pre-show meeting or anything, but
go for it. I love it.
Let's take out Perdomo, Marte, and Carroll. We know what they are, and like you said, they could slump. They could go 0 for 12 in a game. But who would be the next guy? Those 3 are the guys. But who's the next guy where you say, if this guy has a good season, it could change the offense?
I think it's Nolan Arenado, and not to say that like the guy from Colorado 5 to 7 years ago that we knew that was just a Dimebacks killer. It's not going to be that, but you look at what he went through last year. He had some shoulder problems last year that he was going through, and I think if you look at some of the baseball savant things where you go into like all of these hyper analytics and like all the swing speed stuff, the K percentage, walk percentage, the numbers really weren't too dissimilar from when he was at his best. It was just more so the overall production for him was down a bit. So I think that he's the guy where if he can be a guy when we talk about OPS plus, which is a metric that if you're at 100, you're a league average back. Can he get back to there? Can he get back to 105, 110, sort of in that range? Because we know Perdomo, Marte, and Carroll are just going to put up nuclear numbers in that sense. And that's the thing where I can't help but talk myself into them sometimes when we talk about this, because we're not asking for 30 homers out of Gabby Moreno. We're just asking for 20 and 25 doubles, and just for him to have an OPS like 750, 800. Like Pavin Smith does not need to have this huge breakout year. Lawler, we just need you to be rock solid, decent, work great at bats, and get to these guys in the lineup when guys are on. Calling all Suns fans, join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns versus Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th. Anyone going to be in town for that? Anyone you'd want to go see specifically, Jesse, that Kevin Durant fellow playing the Suns for the first time? Maybe that could happen.
Yeah.
Plus,
I'm trying to go to that game.
An exclusive Taboo.
We'll see.
You're the booing type. Plus, an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Didn't mean that as an insult, by the way. I mean, it is a compliment, buddy. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. Well, I'm filling in on the show, so you know we had to squeeze in some Arizona Wildcats talk somewhere. How important is the number 1 overall seed for Arizona? We'll discuss next. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123 to 108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39 and 27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home, and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it, and you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are two of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases. Then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Dbacks fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a Dbacks Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Suns have a quick turnaround tonight north of the border. We'll react to last night's game against the Pacers, look ahead against the Toronto Raptors. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show. It's Kellen Olson filling in, and it's John Lund filling in as well. We'll be back with you on Monday, and then we'll have more line changes coming throughout the week. I believe Wolf is back on Wednesday, Jesse?
Correct.
Wolf back on Wednesday. I think Luke will be back the week after if all goes according to plan.
You'll get a Paulie and Wolf show next Thursday, which everyone loves.
Any show without Luke is fantastic.
He's laughing. Rick is laughing way too hard at that.
I love doing this, too, with people like John who don't know that, like, my bit is to just rip Luke whenever. Like, I've been doing it for 10 years at this point. Even when I started working here, I was ripping Luke back on the Rundown days when we had the night show going. We're going to talk Arizona Wildcats here, so if you're an ASU fan and don't want to hear the Arizona guy talking about his basketball team for a couple of minutes, join us at 11. We'll be talking about the Suns and their top 6 seed chances. But if you want to stick around for some NCAA tourney talk, some Big 12 tournament talk, hi. Arizona plays Iowa State at 4 o'clock. This is when it really gets good. I was talking to my boss, Tyler Bassett, beforehand, who oversees all of our digital stuff. And it's interesting how big this conference has become, John, because the ACC was really the moneymaker for so many years. Yesterday, the case, though, like ACC starts on ESPN, and then they flipped it to the Big 12 late, and it's the same thing today where, like, Duke is playing on ESPN2, and it's my school playing Iowa State at 4 o'clock. I can't wait. The stakes here for Arizona, not too high. I think the main thing, and we'll talk about the court in a second, is just avoid injuries, and it looks like we're going to be in a better spot here with where the court situation is going to be. But perhaps the pursuit of the number 1 overall seed. We've got the Florida game on right now, which maybe not as important to that picture as Michigan right now, who only leads Ohio State by 3 with 7 minutes to go. If Michigan were to fall short before the final of the Big Ten tournament, or if Duke doesn't win the ACC tournament, perhaps that opens the door for Arizona to go through, win 2 more games, and take that number 1 overall seed. I care a little bit about it, John. Is that okay that I care if they get the number 1 overall seed? I kind of do. I'd love to see it.
I mean, this year I think it's very clear. Michigan, and I think even if they lose today, it's close with Ohio State, like you just said. I think they're the one. I don't think UConn can jump up. Maybe they can, but they just lost to Marquette, a sub-500 teams, and they've had some trouble in the middle of the season. They were kind of having some issues, and Dan Hurley was losing his mind. But it seems to me, just the way that Florida has really onto the scene, how hot they've been lately, that I think our 4 are set. Now, could they lose? They're up on Kentucky. They just beat Kentucky over the weekend. So
up 11 right now, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Florida's going to continue to win that game. So I think your 4 are pretty well set. Now, it being the number 1 overall, yeah, I guess that matters. I guess it would matter only because, and I haven't looked at this, are you going to get caught in a bracket where, hey, they're not the home team, but you're playing, and then a team can come there and dominate the gym even though you're a better seed? I mean, that's the only reason why, because then if you're the number 1 overall, then that's not going to happen to you.
That's what's been interesting about this tournament as well, going to Kansas City, because everyone who has been there covering both Arizona State and Arizona has said that the Iowa State fans were out there more than any other fan base by a wide margin. Arizona always travels really well. It was the joke that Las Vegas was basically McHale North, because every time the Pac-12 tournament was there, we would have by far the most fans there. It wasn't close, but this is actually going to be, in some senses, a road game for Arizona tonight at 4 o'clock. So that dynamic of it will be interesting. And the other trend that I'm really looking for on Arizonasports.com, I have 2 parts of a 3-part preview looking at Arizona's chances in the NCAA tournament, broke down the team that they are, the potential weaknesses that face them, and how some matchup problems could exist. And me as an Arizona fan, I'm not rooting to see the Fighting Illini. I'm not rooting to see even Texas Tech without JT Toppin because of their 3-point shooting. There's some stats I go into in the story, but that's the interesting part about this, John, is because in the last couple of years, the trend that has developed in the NCAA tournament is a 6 seed is going to make a really huge run and maybe get all the way to the Final Four. And you look at the Final Four results over the last handful of years, it's like 1, 2, 2, 11. Like there's not just a sweep of number 1 seeds until last year when it was 4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four. Wouldn't mind that as an Arizona fan, of course, but it would defy the recent trend we've seen over the last handful of years where it's really matchup dependent in a lot of different ways. But you can also look at the way the season unfolded and say, well, Duke, Michigan, and Arizona have been the 3 best teams ever since the season started, and it hasn't been close. Are you expecting more of that number 1 overall seed dominance and the return to it, or do you think things could get a little more crazy as we expect?
Well, everybody says that the theory now is, because you just went through the last handful of years, the theory now is because the NIL, that kids who would be on a mid-major that would have been that team that would upset you, that, hey, they stayed together for 4 years and they're a mid-major team and they know, and they, that those kids, after they're like, they show something, then they're just going to go to another team. So, look, I don't know that we have enough data to know that that's exactly happening, but it goes to last year. And I think the number is, the way that the NCAA calls an upset is, I think it's 6 or more. So, in other words, a 12 versus 5 is 7 spots.
Sure.
So there was only 4 of those last year in the NCAA tournament, which is the lowest since they went to the 64 teams. They only had 4 total of that. If you're going to go by that theory of the 6, I think it's the 6th number. 6 is the number of seeds that you have to be, which they call an upset now, because there's so many things. How do you define an upset? Well, you don't do it by seed, because if you look at if the betting line is, a lot of times a betting line will tell you who that is, but they do it by seeds. And so, like you pointed out, there hasn't been a lot of those, so we're getting chalk a lot more times. At least last year we did. Will that continue this year?
The results today and tomorrow will be interesting for Arizona specifically, because the 3 other teams left in the tournament are Iowa State, of course, who they play today, and then Houston and Kansas on the other side of the bracket. They've beaten those 3 teams in the last couple of weeks, and they crushed Iowa State convincingly, which I thought was maybe Arizona's best win in conference of the year because Iowa State plays such a physical defensive style of basketball that meshes really well. Playing against a team like Arizona, and the Wildcats just thumped them immediately. Of course, got their get back on Kansas, and then maybe their best win in conference that would compete with the Iowa State win, of course, was going to Houston and beating them 73-66.
Okay, let me ask you a question here.
Sure.
So this is Joe Lunardi. He does great with getting teams in, but he doesn't usually hit the brackets and the seeds and everything. But just to have a little bit of fun.
Sure.
This is what he has right now in the Arizona bracket.
Okay.
Right? So his 2 would be Michigan State, and Izzo always makes a run, so it's going to make you a little nervous. He's got Gonzaga 3, Virginia 4, Vandy 5, BYU, who's going since the Farmer injury at 6, Villanova, UCLA's the 8, Texas A&M's the 9, Texas the 10. So we don't need to go further than that. But does Michigan, if Michigan State and Gonzaga were in your bracket, would that make you nervous?
Michigan State a bit, just because of obviously the experience that Izzo has compared to Lloyd in the tournament, but also the Spartans because they have the size. I think that a prerequisite to play Arizona is you need to be incredibly physical or you'll just get walked over. If you look at points in the paint, the number that I had in the story is in the 2 losses that Arizona has had, points in the paint combined in those 2 games, it was +2 to Arizona. That's it. They've averaged a margin of 13.8 in points in the paint in the 10 ranked wins that they've had this year. And that's a team in Michigan State that plays really well, and their Fears is one of the better point guards in the country as well. Gonzaga, not so much, because I think that's a talent gap. That would be really fun for all of the college basketball fans to see Lloyd play against his former program, of course, but not really spooked by any of those teams specifically. A big talking point of the Big 12 tournament the last couple of days has been this fancy court that's all made out of glass, and you can change the graphics and hit the iPad and do whatever you want with it. The problem, John, is that players kept freaking slipping, and it became incredibly obvious. Wouldn't you know it, that not playing on wood and playing on glass would be more difficult as a basketball player. Shocking. So me, as the Arizona fan watching this game against UCF, I'm holding my breath for half the game. Because a couple years ago, Lloyd's second best team to this one had Kirk Crease at point guard. He twists his ankle in this tournament. Isn't the same in the NCAA tournament. And then, of course, more infamously, a decade ago, Brandon Ashley gets hurt, out for the year. That team should have been much better than it is. They flipped out the court and are going back to the hardwood, which I did not think that they would do because of how big of an investment. They hyped this thing up, all that. But Yormark made a good move. Great quote from Tommy Lloyd on this court prior to that news.
I mean, listen, we'll play on asphalt. We'll play on asphalt with double rims. I mean, we're fine with that. And, if the other team has to deal with it, then we'll deal with it as well. But I'll let the powers be, make those higher up decisions.
Oh, hated double rims. Love them because they made you a better shooter, but you could not rely on those at all. So, when I'll go shoot around in, my neighborhood, sometimes there's three baskets. 2 of them have a double rim. I'm praying that the one without a double rim, no one's there, so I can just shoot on that one. Will the Suns be a top 6 seed by the end of the weekend? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund filling in on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
On medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks, 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a Dbacks game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks. Brewed for every inning. Best data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying 2 mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th win in a row tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off is at 4:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Arizona will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. They take on Iowa State in the semifinals. Tip-off from Kansas City is at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch for that one is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Merrill Kelly's first spring training game go today? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6. The Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, 98.7 FM.
That'll be happening tonight, that Merrill Kelly outing that we will be getting to you guys on Monday for sure. We'll be getting into on Monday. It's the Wolf and Luke Show, hour 2 of the show that is not in the morning right now, not in the afternoon. It's in that gray zone. We've decided it's officially afternoon. in an hour. That is what I have declared. I am Kellen Olson. I am joined by John Lund. We're filling in for Wolf and Luke today and Monday. Wolf back on Wednesday, and then Luke back the week after next. Phoenix Suns basketball. We're looking at the standings. We're doing standings watch. It was some frustrating channel swapping or scoreboard watching, if you want to put it that way. Last night, the Spurs lead the Nuggets by 20, holding the Nuggets to 53 points in the first half before the Nuggets scored 83 in the second half. 39 points for Jamal Murray and the Nuggets comeback win. 31, 20, and 12 for that Nikola Jokic guy. 3 steals and 2 blocks for him as well. That holds the Nuggets at 26 losses, the Suns at 27. Also at 26 losses are the Timberwolves, and then 25 for the Lakers and the Rockets. The question, John, is if we come in here on Monday's show and we potentially have the Suns out of the play-in mix. They play in Toronto today at 4:30, pregame coverage starting at 3:30 here on Arizona Sports. Minnesota in Golden State tonight, in San Francisco. I always do that all the time where I say in Golden State. It's not a place technically. In the Bay, that's where they'll be on Friday. And then in Oklahoma City on Sunday. Nuggets will be in LA on Saturday. Do you think we're going to have that here on Monday?
Well, if you look at it, I mean, this is really fun. And this seems to be like the way that it is in the West every single year. And I just look at losses because you can obviously add wins. You can't take away losses. So you're one back of Minnesota and you're one full game back of Minnesota. Then, like you said, the Denver thing. Then you're only 2 back in the loss to Houston, although you're losing that season series. And then the Lakers sit up, though. So, yeah, could you catch Minnesota over the weekend? You could. And then, ironically enough, after 2 very difficult games against Toronto and Boston, then you see Minnesota. So, yeah, I mean, if Minnesota stumbles, you get some wins here. And that would be my biggest issue is we know what the Suns do, sub 500 versus plus 500. Can they get the win tonight against Toronto and catch Minnesota?
What we've seen from these 4 teams out of the Phoenix Suns, that's again the Los Angeles Lakers, Houston Rockets, Denver Nuggets, and Minnesota Timberwolves, all 4 of them have had quote-unquote tumultuous stretches where they lose 3 or 4 games, they look uninspired. Like if you look at Minnesota's like defensive tape against the Clippers last night, it was absolute train wreck for them. They just looked totally disinterested. Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards asleep for pretty much half of the game. And yet when you watch these teams and their record, Minnesota's 14 games above 500. It seemed like the Lakers were destined for mediocrity with how much that they would flame out and just throw in so many, again, to use the same word, uninspiring games. They're 16 games above 500. The Rockets' offense has been completely pedestrian since Steven Adams got hurt. They're 40-25. So the point here is, if these teams can go through these stretches, does it actually add up to losing 6 of 9, to losing 8 of 11? Because if we get to that point, I think the Suns will jump them. I think the other part of that is the Suns, who have won 6 of their last 7, can they have another one of these stretches? Because you look at it with 16 games to go, and I think right now, like 10-6 might not be enough. You might need to go 11-5. You might need to go 12-4, unless one of those 4 teams, which again, they have shown signs of being capable of losing down the stretch and losing 8, 9, 10 games in these remaining 16. I think it's going to be more on the Suns. Do you agree?
Yeah, because, well, first of all, they have the 4 toughest schedule, and these 4 games could really make everything, because I don't think I'm being pessimistic when I say this. Tonight is a difficult game. You're on the back end of a back-to-back, although Grayson Allen comes back, so that's huge. But are you going to go into Boston and win? They got Jason Tatum back. He's looking pretty decent coming off the Achilles. That's going to be really hard. Minnesota, you just mentioned, they're looking at the standings just like you are. They're going to be motivated. An Anthony Edwards team, that's just what they do. The T-Wolves aren't always an 82-game regular season team, but when they get in the playoffs, they seem to flip something. Well, this is kind of like a playoff game that they're going to be playing against the Suns. I expect them to be completely motivated, and then the Spurs are the hottest team in the NBA. So the next 4 are really hard, and you just mentioned this. They can't go through a 1-3 here. I mean, that's what they could be staring at, but they can't go through a 1-3, a 4, 0-4. They can't even really afford to go through a 2-2, because especially when you look at right now, they're going to lose the season series to the Rockets, so they're going to have to beat them by an extra game. Lakers, they're up in the season series. Nuggets are 0-2 in the season series, and the T-Wolves, they've got that. So really, the 2 teams that are most susceptible to the Suns are the Lakers and the T-Wolves, because you've got the season series against those teams.
Something I like to look at a lot is like the last month, the last 6 weeks of play for teams to kind of get an idea for where they're trending and where the Suns are trending as well. So you look at since February 1st, the Lakers are 12-7. They're 6th in offense, 14th in defense. That's a jump for them defensively. The Nuggets are 8-10. They're 5th in offense, 19th in defense, so not quite as elite offensively as they have been. The defense not so great, but they're winning enough games. Houston is 10-8. They're 18th in offense, which again is a big downtick, but still 13th defensively, which is okay. Minnesota 9-7, 17th in offense, 20th in defense. They are lucky to be 9-7 with that kind of spread. And then the Suns 9-8, 22nd in offense, 18th in defense. So just going off the trend of the last 6 weeks, it could come down to Minnesota and Phoenix. But I agree with you. I think Minnesota is just able to chain together enough. And you watch the Lakers and their inconsistencies. You watch Luka, you watch DeAndre, you see the up and down nature of their play. But at the end of the day, they have 3 potential All-NBA players, and those guys are just going to win you enough games. And another dynamic of this that is happening right now is that a team like the Lakers especially, who beats up on bad teams and struggles against good teams, is going to have some layups left on their schedule. In late March, they play against Indiana, Brooklyn, and Washington in 3 straight games. They are going to win all 3 of those games. They're going to play Dallas, and they're going to play Utah as well. Now they play Oklahoma City twice. They play against Houston twice. They play against Denver, like I said, on Saturday. I think the thing to watch with the Lakers especially, Denver on Saturday and then back-to-back games in Houston following that, followed by the second game of a back-to-back in Miami against a surging Heat team. So if we're at the end of next week and the Lakers are able to go 2-2 and salvage that split, they're going to be fine. For the rest of the year, they're going to be totally fine. But if they flounder a bit there, drop 3 of those games or drop all 4 and continue to be bad against some of the better teams in the league, then things could start to get interesting.
To me, it's the team that is most vulnerable is always the Lakers. Now, you just mentioned their schedule, and it's relatively easy. But the thing is LeBron just came back last night, but that team just doesn't fit. And what happens is that he's gone. They win games. They're going to build eventually around Luka like the Mavericks did, 3-and-D, that kind of thing. But right now, LeBron James is essentially a corner 3 jump shooter offensively, and neither he nor Luka really have much interest defensively. So, plus you have the season series over them 3-1. So there's that and Minnesota. Houston, I don't know if there's enough games left, but like you said, not a great record, but they've got the talent, and I think Minnesota will get enough together. The other thing that's interesting is Denver. Because you look at the team as just kind of a whole, with Aaron Gordon, I think they could be susceptible. And I think they're another team also. Once you win a championship, and I think Oklahoma City's in this kind of thing with San Antonio, you're not going to drive necessarily to get the best record. You have confidence that you can go on the road and potentially win games on the road in the playoffs if you have to. So I'd watch Denver, too, just from the standpoint of if it comes down to it, what is more important to Denver? Is it getting some key guys some rest, or is it, pushing hard to get a certain seed? I don't think they really care. I think as long as they're in, they feel like they can win.
An interesting little note here that I haven't heard mentioned on our airwaves before, and I want to give a shout out to Matt Moore, who does terrific work and has been covering basketball for a long time. He's all over the tiebreaker watches on the standings. An interesting note here is that with the Suns being in the same division as the Lakers, when you go down to like 3 or 4 or 5 team tiebreakers, which could certainly happen here, the division winner is going to get the edge there if the Lakers are in it. So let's say it's the Lakers, Rockets, and Suns tied for 5, 6, 7. If the Suns are ahead of the Lakers, which, again, they're tied, but they have their own tiebreaker there, which would then give them the division, which would then give them that tiebreaker, and they would be the 5th seed all of a sudden. So there's some really wonky stuff with tiebreakers that can happen that are in the Suns' favor. They don't have it against Denver. They don't have it against Houston, but they have it against the Lakers and the Timberwolves. But again, if it comes down to 3, 4, 5 teams, the Lakers are involved, the Suns would get it. So there's a lot of wonky stuff that we'll be keeping an eye on here over the last month of the regular season. Coming up next, if Kyler Murray succeeds in Minnesota, what will that say about the Arizona Cardinals? We'll discuss that next. It's Wolf and Luke with Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo, and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Shields Fishing Sale event is here, now through March 15th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitter rods, Berkeley baits, Rapala lures, and more. Don't miss over $1,000 off Garmin Live Scope bundles, plus up to $500 off select Minn Kota trolling motors. Get ready for unforgettable fishing and save now through March 15th, only at Shields and Shields.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Ever since I started playing tackle football, I was 7 years old. Genuine fandom. Ran deep, Vikings gear through and through. A lot of purple in my household. I don't want to bring it up right now, but maybe later another day. It was a moment. I'll bring it up anyways. Whatever. I cried real tears whenever Brett threw that interception. I cried real tears that day.
That's new Minnesota Vikings quarterback Kyler Murray. Did the people in Apache Junction know that Kyler Murray was a Vikings fan? I didn't know. Maybe Apache Junction football fans are just really locked in on Kyler's football roots, but Kyler grew up on the Chris Carter, Randy Moss a little bit in his early years, and then went into. Do you remember that game? Do you remember that Favre game?
Yeah.
That I remember just like seeing it in the moment, being like, that seemed pretty bad. And then they went to like the sky cam clear where it's like he just threw it directly. Like it's one of those things where as a quarterback, it must be so incredibly difficult to throw interceptions that look that stupid, because from their lens, it's just they didn't account for that guy there, or they were just never seeing him at all. And then from our feed, it just looks like Brett threw the ball directly to the player, just like directly over there. That's Kyler Murray, who has a connection to the Minnesota Vikings to take into account. So much here for us to dissect with this official news that he will be a quarterback on the Minnesota Vikings, not the starting quarterback per se, at least the reporting early on. Now, it'll be interesting to see how Kevin O'Connell and Vikings leadership phrase it in a certain way, but will they go with all the reporting we've heard, which is that this is very much a quarterback competition. Jesse, will you be sad if the J.J. McCarthy era ends already and all the 9 jokes that you guys play on the air over the course of the year will be no longer relevant?
I mean, he'll pop back up somewhere. So we'll be able to keep it going for a while.
Do you think that he'll create like a new mantra for his like redemption arc? Like if he was Kyler in this situation, would he have like some new side character that he created in his own little psychotic head?
Maybe. I could see it. Maybe maybe he goes somewhere and somebody has already got 9, so he's like 19 and he's like, I'm 19 now.
I would love it. I think you should fully buy into it. John, this is like the part
for me, it's that I call him 9.
Just like absolutely insane stuff. I say this all the time, John. Quarterbacks are the weirdest athletes by far. It's not close. And actually, usually the weirder the quarterback, the better. Like Brady is just like the weirdest dude. He is so bizarre and strange. So when I heard that, I was like, I'm buying J.J. McCarthy stock. This guy's nuts. Like he's got some Russell Wilson in him a little bit. Just a little bit of really weird, awkward stuff going on. But instead, the stock was not there. This is a part of the story, John, where the easiest place to buy into Kyler is not the fact that he's going to be playing with a great defense or getting out of Arizona or whatever. It's that you look at what J.J. McCarthy did last year for Minnesota and replace it with a moderately adept quarterback. It might take the Vikings pretty far.
Yeah, they won 9 games, and beyond J.J. McCarthy.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
Beyond 9's ineptitude last year, you had a guy named Max Brosmer who you didn't think could play worse than him, and he did. He threw the worst pass of the year against Seattle. When he do that, it was like they're in the they're in the low red zone, and he flips that ball up, and Ernest Jones takes it back, and you're like, dude. And all the talk before was like, we really like Max Brosmer. It's like, no, you don't. And so they had this is saying something. They had the worst quarterback play in the NFL last year, and they won 9 games. So they're a good team. But don't confuse that with Kyler Murray's going to be great. And here's the other thing, and you just said this. There's a confusion nationwide of a guy who just got $1 million. Yeah, he's the former number 1 overall pick, but he's not the number 1 overall pick of the Vikings. And Kevin O'Connell had a hand in, even though their general manager's gone, he had a hand in drafting J.J. McCarthy. So is he going to, I don't know the relationship, but is he going to completely say, I want nothing to do with this guy? Because this is a true competition. And Kyler's only making $1 million. So if he sits as the number 2 quarterback, it's not like you have a $30 million backup quarterback. You don't. The Cardinals are paying the freight, not the Vikings.
And the factor we're going to keep bringing up is that the GM that drafted J.J. McCarthy no longer has his job. That's a huge part of this for sure, and a transition we talk about all the time. It's incredible to look up. I don't even have to look up the numbers.
Countless examples of other teams who have made decisions, but maybe the decision you thought was going to be the decision, it was the different decision that ended up being right.
It's just classic wordplay.
That is former Vikings GM Kwesi Adofo-Mensah.
Hard to see why it didn't work out there, to say the least. I have the numbers in front of me, and I'll get to them in a second, but just think about how irrelevant Justin Jefferson was last year as a player in general.
Did he even get to 1,000 yards? He didn't, I don't think, did he?
1,048 yards, 2 touchdowns.
See, you should be arrested for that. Like J.J. McCarthy
17 games and 2 touchdowns?
What, dude?
This is a guy where if you put together his first 5 seasons and compare them to anyone, I'm talking like Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, Randy Moss, his numbers are better in his first 5 years than anyone. Like he was on that kind of pace. And then he comes in, catches 84 balls for 1,000 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like that mediocre stuff. Jordan Addison in his first 2 seasons had 19 touchdowns. He only had 3 last year. So it's really hard for me to look at this and what they were getting from their passing game. And that's not to say that Justin Jefferson is going to have this incredible year where he wins MVP or whatever under Kyler Murray. It's not to say that Jordan Addison is going to be one of the best receivers in football with Kyler Murray. It's just you are going from some of the worst quarterback play in the league last year to a guy that is, again, he's fine. He's serviceable. And I think the thing that Kyler has always had to his game that has made him not impressive, but has always made me believe that he's going to have a long-term future in the league and he's going to be able to play well into his mid-30s if he keeps this up. Because for as much as you look at this and say he relies on his legs and all this kind of stuff, and yes, the improvisational stuff that he does on the highlights that a lot of people see is impressive.
That's who they think he is.
That's not who he is at all, John,
exactly.
and we're going to continue to talk about that all year. Mina Kimes had the numbers on NFL Live yesterday. When you look at success rate for quarterbacks last year, the Vikings were 28th, Kyler was 10th. EPA per dropback, the Vikings were 29th, Kyler was 13th. Total QBR, the Vikings were 29th, Kyler was 14th. Even if Kyler drops down a couple of slots and he's like in the high teens or the low 20s, it would still be a big-time upgrade for a Vikings team that really won too many games last year. They should not have even gotten close to 9 with 9.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
You can tell, like, as I led into that,
he's just
Jesse,
waiting.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, is Jesse, that's why I said that at the start. Is Jesse going to be okay with not ripping this off now every 10 seconds, like right now again? Just play it right now. Go ahead. I know you want to. I can see it in your eyes.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
It would be really funny if Kyler just came in and started calling himself 1.
Doesn't he kind of already do that? K1?
K1, a little bit. Yeah, just take out the K, I guess, and you just get the 1. So does this more come down to you then for Kyler's success? Is it more about him and Kevin O'Connell figuring this out together, O'Connell maximizing him, or is it just better, it's being better than the guy that was terrible at his job last year?
Yeah, look, if he doesn't win this job, then there's something seriously wrong because J.J. McCarthy has shown no ability, and it goes back to, well, when do you let a guy go? Well, we live in a microwave society now, and Kevin O'Connell is seen as brilliant and all these different things, and that's great, but he's not Kyle Shanahan. He's not Sean McVay. He's really good. He helped to rehab Sam Darnold. Congratulations. Then you were part of the decision-making process because here's the one thing. People don't talk about this. You were part of the decision-making process to let him go. You're the head coach. I cannot believe that the general manager by himself said, you know what? We're not going to keep Sam Darnold. Kevin O'Connell, the brilliant quarterback guru that he is, was part of the decision-making process that said, nah, we're good. We're going to go J.J. McCarthy for Sam Darnold, who won a Super Bowl. So I don't think he's, unflappable in terms of this whole process. But I also think that everyone's ignoring this because it's such a fun story. This is not a fit. This is not a scheme fit.
No, it's not at all. And to the segment that we were talking about here, I think it's convoluted in a way to look at this and like say, what does it say about the Arizona Cardinals? It's more so, do we learn anything new about the Arizona Cardinals if Kyler succeeds? No. Minnesota is a better organization. They are far more successful at winning football games than the Arizona Cardinals, which is not difficult to do because ever since this franchise moved here 30-plus years ago, they have the third worst winning percentage in the NFL, and they have continually been inept at not only developing quarterbacks, but in my time as an Arizona Cardinals fan, John, the most success that I've seen is when they brought in someone in their mid-30s and had a good 3 years with them. That has been the most success. They've never been able to develop a quarterback in their 20s.
Plummer.
Jake Plummer had the best year as a quarterback in his 20s here. It was that 1 year when he won a playoff game over the Cowboys. That was really it. So I think it's less about what we're going to learn about the Cardinals and more honestly with what we're going to learn about Kyler and if things like I feel where he's going to be totally adaptable, he's going to be efficient enough to win you 9, 10, 11 football games if you give him the defense and the running game that Minnesota had, or there are many people listening who feel like Kyler sucks and he stinks and that we're going to see him win 6 games and he's going to be a backup for the rest of his career. We're going to find out this year, I think, either way. What do we need to see from Merrill Kelly tonight in his return from his nerve issue? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over $150,000. Smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals. That's why I buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's a crucial part of my balanced strategy. Gives me peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Now that's peace of mind. Text Dan to 989898. Again, text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th win in a row tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off for the game is at 4:30 with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Arizona will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. The Wildcats take on Iowa State in the semifinals. Tip-off from Kansas City is at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Hello there, it's the Wolf and Luke program. No Wolf, no Luke. Kellen Olson filling in alongside John Lund. We'll be back with you on Monday. Again, Wolf will be back Wednesday. Luke, week after next, he got some Paulie and Wolf on Wednesday. And then Mitch and I will be here a week from Friday as well. A couple line changes. Luke will like that I used a hockey metaphor. Not that I'm trying to, impress Luke ever, Jesse, because, who would want to do that? Who would want to earn the goodwill of Luke Lipinski? Who cares about something that insignificant?
I mean, me, because if you're looking at it from my perspective, I probably want to be on his good side, given that I'm his producer and I'm trying to tell him to do things a certain way.
That's over.
Yeah, but you have to work with somebody every single day. You don't want a strained relationship, do you?
Oh, my God. Having to work with Luke Lipinski every single day. You okay?
I'm all right.
We're fine.
You seem much happier today than you normally are.
Much happier. Much happier working with Wolf than Luke.
Little bit of a mood swing. A little bit of a mood swing. College basketball fans out there, if you're keeping an eye on the conference tournaments, at work, on the way to somewhere, Michigan just narrowly squeaking it out against Ohio State in the Big Ten tournament quarterfinal. They win 71-67. And then Florida, if you're a U of A fan, keeping an eye on some of the number one seed stuff. They're up 15 over Kentucky in the quarterfinals. Illinois and Wisconsin getting underway here in a little bit. And then, of course, the Arizona Wildcats will face Iowa State at 4 o'clock. Other significant things happening today, in addition to a Suns game beginning at 3:30. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We got Diamondbacks baseball. Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight, and everyone will be watching with, I think, bated breath is the good way to put it. Here's Torey Lovello yesterday on the significance of Kelly's outing tonight.
Yeah, getting him back on the bump is important for us, but probably more important for him. The amount of work that he's been putting in, the uncertainty through the injury, all that I know has been on his mind, and we're proud of what he's done. And he's made a really nice recovery and gotten back out there and has been throwing some really good bullpen. So that comes full circle when he gets to go out and compete in a baseball game. So the idea is get him one inning. If the pitch count is low, let him touch the second inning. And I feel really good about where he's at. I think it's going to be a very healthy outing, which is the most important thing. And then he's been executing. And I know that he likes to get out there and execute and then evaluate. And that's where we'll start with him.
Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, but Erod had an injury in his first year where, he had a similar thing where, with a couple of weeks to go in spring, he was working his way back. And then he re-aggravated and was out for, 2 months or whatever, right?
That sounds right. But I feel like he had a completely different injury, though.
Oh, totally. I'm not comparing the injuries, but it was just the type of return that he was making, if you will.
He was at right.
He was at an inning or two, and then was going up, and then he had a setback. And the reason why I bring that up is, John, we're just in no setback season, right? Because if he suffers any sort of okay, we're going to pause on throwing for him, then he could miss multiple weeks or even a month or two. This is just about getting through that inning clean. No back stuff, please. No cramping stuff with how hot it is going to be outside tonight and starting for the next couple of weeks as well with the wrap up of these spring games. You just got to get through this unscathed. I don't care what the total is. He could give up 9 hits and 14 runs. I don't care. It's just get through this healthy.
Well, and that's spring training in general. Nobody knows, especially when it comes to pitchers. Nobody knows what anybody's working on. They could have a new pitch. They could be working on something. They could be what these essentially are is glorified bullpen sessions for these guys. And so it's exactly what you just said. This is just a next step in the process of facing other, just facing hitters. But the thing is, it's really important for what you just said to just not get hurt, because if we go back to the if game, if Zach Gallen can be what he was, but not last year, if Merrill Kelly can be healthy, when does, if Corbin Burns, there's a lot of ifs. And so we were just talking, last hour we were talking about the offense. Can the offense carry the pitching? I'm not sure what has to carry what early on in the season because there's injuries and so forth, but Merrill Kelly is going to be a guy that just get your glorified bullpen session and exactly like you said, I don't care if it's 10 runs. You see this all the time. Guys can have double-digit ERAs in the spring, and they throw 6 on a shutout on opening day.
Are you more interested to watch Merrill tonight or Michael Soroka pitching for Team Canada against the US of A?
Yeah, that. I mean, look, the World Baseball Classic, whether people want to get into it or not, I think Julio Rodriguez is probably going to get grief for this. But he said today he'd rather win the World Baseball Classic than a World Series for the Mariners. The Mariners are doing all sorts of fun stuff at the World Baseball Classic. That's going to be a fun
oh, my gosh. Yeah, there's some fun follow-ups to have with Cal Raleigh and Randy Rosarena for sure.
But the point is that the deeper you get into this thing, even the U.S., which we're not normally into this stuff unless it's Olympics, and we kind of get into that, is that it's going to kind of get more and more. So, yeah, and not that Canada has a great lineup. Like, I don't know that I can mention a baseball Canadian outside of Larry Walker. There are a few more out there, but point is that it's not going to be the greatest lineup he's up against.
Joey Votto.
Oh, good call right there. Nice.
Ooh,
Joey Votto.
Nice pull.
But yeah, that's definitely what I'd be watching more. Because like you said, Merrill Kelly's going to go out, stay healthy. That's all I really care about. World Baseball Classic, I'm into it.
Soroka is a guy, too, that is in need of some momentum. Like, the spring starts have been okay so far. And look, like, this doesn't happen in Dbacks uniform. I don't care. This holds more significance over any spring start that he could have because he's facing this monster superstar lineup of Team USA. And if he goes out there and gives them 2-3 quality innings, maybe he gives up a run, maybe he gives up 2. It's the type of thing that he could not only use for the rest of spring, but also the Dbacks themselves, I think, could evaluate because with Merrill in mind, he is relevant to the Soroka conversation because if Merrill is good to go, you might get 1 start out of Soroka, maybe 2, and then he's the 6th guy on the outside looking in. And it was even more interesting that Soroka, when he talked about a month or 2 ago, talked about his role on the Dbacks. He wants to start baseball games. And this reminds me of a far more innocuous Suns story, but they brought in Monte Morris to sort of be their veteran point guard 2 years ago and kind of have him come off the bench and have a role. And then they were like, wait, Tyus Jones wants to come here? What? For how much? And then they signed Tyus Jones, and Monte Morris was kind of stuck out to dry. Diamondbacks didn't think they were going to be able to get Zach Gallen back.
Right.
So they bring in Soroka. They spent $8 million on him to be their 5th starter, to be that guy, and they don't really envision a bullpen role for him. And they're like, Boris calls him back up and is like, can we have the qualifying offer again, actually, pretty please? Can we please get that? And then Gallen comes back, and now Soroka's the odd man out. But if he puts together a great outing tonight, maybe one more in spring, it at least adds some reservation there for Lovello or Hazen to move him in or out of the rotation.
Plus, what's obvious here is it's a long season, and they've already got injuries within the rotation. So even if he's not a starter and he's a 6th, that's a valuable. Your swing guy is a really valuable position over 162 games. You know, if your starters stay healthy, maybe they get 32, 33 starts. Even a swing guy is probably going to get 17 or 18. So it's a really important position. I don't know if he wants to embrace it, but that's not really the deal here. To have that guy and especially have a veteran in that position, long relief, swing, starter, that kind of stuff, it's an important role.
And I also think that the success of the Diamondbacks season this year, it doesn't hinge necessarily on their offense. To be honest, I don't really think it hinges on the bullpen because I think the bullpen's just going to be terrible again, and it just kind of is what it is situation. The key for them is, can they get 30-plus starts out of Gallen, Nelson, and Kelly? Because if they can, that rotation can actually be mildly competent. You don't need like a huge Fott bounce back here. You don't need Eduardo Rodriguez to sort of rediscover himself. Instead, you would have 3 guys where Merrill, to me, is one of the most underrated pitchers in baseball. He's one of the 25 or 30 best starters in the league, in my opinion, when he has it fully going. So if he, Gallen, and Nelson are available to avoid IL stints all year, that is the path to 85, 86, 87 wins for this baseball team. Can we learn anything about Mike LaFleur from the free agency signings the Cardinals made and the type of offense or defense that he is trying to craft? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Cal Nelson, and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gardner Minshew was signed to be the backup quarterback to Jacoby Brissett. I do think in the absence of a deal for Malik Willis, I'm not sure what other options you had. Look, I was all in on Malik Willis, but if you tell me you can't get Malik, I'm all on board keeping Jacoby Brissett because I don't like what else is out there. What are you, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith? Like, I don't think there was a good option. Just bring back Jacoby and give yourself a chance next year to go get one of those studs in the draft.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work. Efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed. 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, truck fans are going to like this one.
Absolutely, Dave. During our Slam Dunk Truck event, you can score up to $12,250 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, get $5,750 off the 2026 Sierra HD or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $349 a month. Our inventory is stacked, and these deals are a game changer.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or start your deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Hey there, it's the Wolf and Luke program. That's not Luke Lipinski's voice. I'm Kellen Olson. You're not going to hear Ron Wolfley's voice either. John Lund is here. We'll be here again Friday and Monday, having a fun show. We got plenty more to get into. Of course, we're breaking down the Kyler Murray news, the official signing with the Minnesota Vikings, tons of Suns basketball to discuss as well. But let's stray a little bit further into Cardinals free agency. And John, this is something that you wanted to talk about. I'm really fascinated to get your opinion on, is just sort of looking at the signings, not so much what they have done so far in free agency, but if there are maybe hints or leans that you can look into for maybe either side of the ball, specifically on offense, for what Mike LaFleur is going to want to do in Arizona, and if there are any sort of hints that we can get from what he wants to do here stylistically with the Cardinals.
Well, there's 2 different things that happen. You've been in the media a long time, and so have I. And so what you try to do with a new regime, and in this case, a new head coach, is you start to try to see if you can see patterns. Because they say one thing, and that's why it's called coach speak. They don't really tell the truth, but that's okay. I'm not calling them liars, but they lie. And then you see by their actions eventually what they do, and then you can start figuring out what these people do in these roles. And so for Mike LaFleur, I think it's pretty simple because we've seen so far who but he's got a big, he's obviously going to have a big say in what they're going to do offensively. But if you just kind of look at what they're doing, and I'm not saying it's the biggest names, but Isaac Seumalo, Elijah Wilkinson, who somehow started all the games for Atlanta at right tackle, even though he's not great. And then they got Matt Pryor from Philadelphia. So they've signed 3 offensive linemen in free agency. They got a running back in Tyler Algier, who I really think is going to be one of the more underrated signings, especially for the dollars that they gave him. But he's a between the tackles. He's kind of a James Conner kind of a runner. So, and then in Kendrick Bourne yesterday, really great guy. For people who didn't hear the interview yesterday,
he was great.
He's awesome, and but he's a chain mover. He's a third down chain mover. Maybe he's going to be in the slot, whatever the case may be. But what those tell me is that this is going to be, at least for now. And then of course you look who the quarterbacks are, and I know that Cardinal fans are really thrilled with that. But essentially what you've got is this is a 3 yards and cloud of dust offense. They want to keep the ball. They want to keep it away from the other team. And for people who think a Shanahan or a McVay offense is throwing the ball all over the place, if you look at the end of the season, Sean McVay was in a lot of 13 personnel, which is 3 tight ends. The Cardinals are going to try to run the football down your throat, slow the game down, minimize things, keep the defense off the field, and be efficient when they throw the football. It's clear by what they're doing. Now, does that mean that their 3rd overall pick, because Wolf wants this, Amalia Noah is going to be the pick? I love David Bailey, but it looks to me right now that they are trying to do their best to shore up the offensive line because, look, when Brissett gets time, he can be okay. When he gets pressure on him, it's a whole different ballgame, like most quarterbacks. So I think it's clear based on what they're doing so far that they're trying to look at the offensive line and say, let's build this thing up. Algier and Connor are between the tackles runners, and we don't want Brissett or the great Minshew to throw any more, like maybe 22 to 25 passes a game. It's clear based on what they're doing. That's what they want to do.
And I think what they have got to do, without a shadow of a doubt, is get back to running the football somewhat effectively. Not sitting here and saying it's going to be 2 years ago, where you look at everything. By the way, when you said 13 personnel, listeners who are not watching on video, the lights definitely started flickering in the studio. The spirit of Ron Wolfley hearing 13 personnel mentioned, it's just overcoming the space. Even if he's not here, he's here in spirit. The thing that I've talked about all the time with this team, John, is you look at 2 years ago, again, when they were one of the best running teams in the NFL, and you'd see these segments on NFL Live, or you'd hear them talked about national spaces and be like, look, not a lot of people are talking about Arizona, but look at what they've done with James Conner. Look at how well this offensive line is playing, and look at this. They're using a lot of 12 personnel. They're even using 13 personnel sometimes. Could not infuriate me more as a fan, John, to watch last year. All of a sudden, this is the whole rage in the NFL. And the thing that the Cardinals were ahead on, they were the team that was not innovating. I don't want to go Mike D'Antoni 7 seconds or less that far, but they were ahead of the curve. They were a year ahead, and this was the year where building it out, they were really supposed to flesh it all out and go with it and reach another level. And then the first 2 weeks of the season happened. They play Carolina and New Orleans, who were the 2 worst rushing defenses in the league. And I can't remember the totals off the top of my head, but it was not impressive running the ball. And Mitch and I on Arizona Sports tonight were both like, uh-oh. It's just like whatever the defense was doing, sure. Whatever Kyler was doing, sure. This team was always going to make its money running the football. And when they could not do that, so look, Seumalo, $31 million $31 million on 3 years. We don't know the guarantees. We don't know if the third year is guaranteed or not. Is he going into his mid-30s? He sure is. But has he been an effective guard over the last couple of years? Without a shadow of a doubt. And Algier has just been straight up been one of the best RB2s in football. This is a guy where Bijan Robinson, who this year proved that he's one of the best football players in the NFL, he was splitting time with him because that's how highly they thought of Algier. So can they get back to, again, not 2 years ago, being one of the preeminent examples of how to run football in the National Football League, but just get more so back to adequate running of the football, because that is how you're going to make Jacoby Brissett successful. Yes, the numbers were fancy and they were high for Brissett last year, but he's not going to be able to win you any football games if you can't get back to running the football, and it looks like LaFleur and Austin Ford are prioritizing that more, as they should.
No, it's simple. And again, the names aren't big. I mean, like you said, Seumalo's the biggest one along the offensive line, but they signed 3 of them. It tells you Algier, the type of runner that he is just like James Conner is. And I don't know what Conner's going to have left coming off the injury, but now and you have Benson as the third back. But Algier, I think, can be you're going to split the carries. I get it, but whatever your RB1 is going to be, he can be that, but he's going to pound it into you between the tackles, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do. So it's pretty obvious, at least based on the personnel that he has and what he really wants to do. And again, let's look at this division. If you want to move up in the division, look what they do. Seattle went first round with an offensive guard. They're good on the offensive and defensive line. The Rams, we know, they completely, after years of San Francisco bashing it down their throat, they said, okay, we need to go back to that. We need to play physical. They've upgraded their offensive line over the last few years. These are the same guys. This is McVay. This is Shanahan. This is exactly what LaFleur does as well. They're going to shore up their offensive and defensive lines. And because he's an offensive guy, I think what's happening is they're going to do that, which, again, if you don't like Malunoa is the pick at 3, and I'm with you, man. I think I'm a big draft dork, and I think what happens is that you could probably move back and get one of those right tackles.
I hope so, yes.
I hope that too.
Yeah.
Because I think edge, I mean, it depends. How did Seattle win the Super Bowl? Did they win it because their edge rushers crushed the Patriots, or the Patriots had a bad offensive line? Come at a combination of both. I'd rather have Bailey because I think you can get more tackles later. But it keeps coming back to me that this is what they're doing. They're trying to build this offensive line in a wolf way, like you said, where they can bash, hang on to the ball, shorten the game up, time of possession. That just looks like that's what their goal right now.
Then again, Jesse, it's not like trading back a couple of spots and passing on a preeminent pass rusher for an offensive lineman worked out last time, right? Let's just do that again.
It kind of worked out.
No,
He's
it
good.
didn't. No, it did not. It is low-key a disastrous trade.
Will Anderson.
He's good. Paris Johnson Jr. is good.
You took him 6th overall. He better be good. He needs to be fantastic, Jesse.
Like,
what are we
Will
talking
Anderson's
about?
better, but it's
Will
not
Anderson's like Defensive Player of the Year better.
Yeah, why is he not like a top 5 or a top 10 offensive tackle? He needs to be at least that. He was taken 6th overall.
He was leading in Pro Bowl voting for the first until he got hurt.
That's great. I'm really happy for him. Man, at the time of the trade, too, I think a thing that we sleep on a lot, remember the Texans' outlook, and we were like, oh, my gosh, the Cardinals are going to have 2 top 10 picks next year. And then you use that pick to take Darius Robinson, which is not working out well at all. I'm with you. I'm team David Bailey or Arvell Reese. Whichever one is on the board, just run up to the podium. Even if you want to take Caleb Downs, sure, go ahead. Just take
there's more. I mean, it just comes down to the draft talk, which is there's other tackles. You can get one, and you don't. And it's not proven. What you have to do too in every sport is you have to look. Okay, let's play follow the leader. Do you need to have an elite left and right tackle? You don't. That's not how it works. Now, do you need an elite left tackle? It would be really, really nice. But you don't have to have both. You can have a mauling right tackle. It can be fine. I get it. They need to upgrade their offensive line. I'm not debating that. But when you look at value, it's much harder to find an edge rusher that is lights out, that makes an offensive coordinator stay up at night going, how do we block this guy? Or we got to double team. We got to chip. We got to do these things. It's a lot harder to find that guy than it is to find a competent right tackle.
And I don't think that this might be a hot take. I don't think that the Cardinals right now are missing on a lot of competent, serviceable NFL players. They've got a lot of those. What they do not have is game changers. So I've shared this before. This is the hot take. Take Jeremiah Love at 3. I don't care. I want the guy who you believe is the best football player. I don't care what position that he plays. There's a lot of people that believe Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. Sure, go take him. If it's David Bailey, sure. If you believe that it's Maui Noah or Spencer Fano, go ahead and take that guy. But I just want to have awesome football players, not named Trey McBride only, on this team, and get back to that. Coming up next, I hope you're hungry. We'll take you through the top stories of the day on Wolfing Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from Amco.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. Amco payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to Amco. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Typical tax, free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a Dbacks game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks, brewed for every inning. Best data rates may apply.
At the American Lung Association, we're fighting for a day when we can all breathe easier. We're fighting for clear skies over every city and healthy lungs throughout the country. We're fighting to free millions of Americans from the addictive grip of tobacco and the devastating effects of lung disease. The American Lung Association isn't just fighting for air, we're fighting for all the things that make it worth breathing, and we can use your help. See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th win in a row tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage begins at 3:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Arizona will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. The Wildcats take on Iowa State in the semifinals. Tip-off from Kansas City is at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch for that one is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
You know what that music means. Not only are we going to hear from Jesse Morrison on the top sports stories in the whole world, not even Arizona, not even in the nation, but the whole world. It's officially the afternoon, Jesse. It's noon. We can declare now it is the afternoon. Hello, man. What's up?
What's going on, guys? So Devin Booker and Jalen Green combined for 79 points last night as the Phoenix Suns took down the Indiana Pacers 123-108. So I will ask you guys, what is the ceiling for the Booker-Green duo?
I hate to phrase it this way, but we just about saw it, right? And what I mean by that is both of them have enough individual scoring talent to where if like the team flow is not really connecting, if the defensive performance isn't really there, the two of them can each get going individually to the point where they can combine for 60, 65, 70, 75, 80 points. Booker can do this, not routinely, but he can reach these heights all the time. The consistency is the thing for Jalen Green. Houston fans will long tell you that he is going to have a few games, a few weeks, maybe even a full month where he plays at this type of level. It's just about the consistency for him.
Well, yeah, they both had their season high. So how I kind of answer this question is what their ceiling is team related. If they play that way, not to that many points, but if they play that way, because we're debating what would be great for the Suns. Hey, getting into the playoffs or getting out of the play-in. Or I think that the ceiling could be they could upset a team in the first round. As long as it wasn't, say, a San Antonio or Oklahoma City. But if I want to say ceiling, I want to say a team-related ceiling if they play that way, which is they could actually win a playoff series.
Former Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray signed a one-year contract with the Minnesota Vikings yesterday. Here is Murray on signing with the Vikings.
I'm just grateful for the opportunity. I look forward to coming in and competing, getting to learn the offense, getting to be with Coach O'Connell. Obviously, he's had a lot of success, and again, I'm just looking forward to the opportunity coming in here and competing.
Do you guys think Kyler Murray will have success in Minnesota?
I do. The over-under, last I checked, I'm curious to see if it moved at all, was 8.5. I'd smash that. I think that if you look at what this team was and what John and I talked about with J.J. McCarthy, it's not so much focusing on what Kyler does and what he's known for and just like what his past tells us, which is that he is fine. He is tolerable. He is average. And a lot of times, Jesse, if you just take an average quarterback and put them in the right situation, you can win 9, 10, 11 games. Sometimes you can win 12 or 13. There's a couple of teams every year that do this where we're like, how many wins did Jacksonville have again? Like, it happens. And I think that this is the perfect place for it to happen.
I think that the media in general, because this is going to become a big story. This is going to be Screaming A. Smith. This is going to be on the talking head shows every single morning because it's Kyler, and it's going to be a big deal. And they forgot he was even in the league because he was here. But what's going to happen is he's not going to be terrible, and he's not going to be great because Minnesota's a really good team. They'll win 9 games. I'm not even sure he's going to start, but I think it's going to be like 180 yards, a touchdown. Maybe a touchdown run. He's not going to be remarkable. And I think what people think is he's going to go there and he's going to live up to being the number 1 overall pick in 2019. And I don't think he's going to do that.
I personally think he's not going to do well there. I don't think the offense suits him. I think we are post-short quarterbacks being able to have success in the NFL. I mean, you look at Bryce Young and he's just okay. Russell Wilson fizzled out there. There's nobody that is below 6 feet right now who I would say is really having success. So that's where it starts and ends with me, is that I just think that he's not going to have success because he can't see over his offensive line. And at the end of the day, I think if he could see over his offensive line, he'd be one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
What changed then from when he did have success to now in terms of like why did a short quarterback, why was he able to win games in 2021 and why can't he now in 2026?
I think the league has changed in the way...
Like players have gotten bigger, it's like faster?
No, I just think the way like offenses play...
Use the middle of the field more.
Yeah,
like
you have to use the middle of the... Like that's how you have to win games in 2026. But when he was starting, that's not how you had to win games because, as Wolf likes to say, the spread was taking over. So I think, I just think we're post the era of short quarterbacks being able to have success.
Plus, a personal aside to it is he'll be able to play well in Detroit because it's inside. but their biggest games are Chicago and Green Bay. He doesn't play well in cold weather, so best of luck. We'll see.
The Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Kansas City Royals tonight. Merrill Kelly will make his Cactus League debut after dealing with a nerve issue that cost him the opportunity to start opening day. What do you guys need to see from Kelly tonight?
Don't get hurt. That's it. I don't need to see anything in terms of, I don't need velocity talk. I don't need, how many pitches he throws. I just need, did he look like Merrill Kelly himself? And did he not have something come up? Did he come out clear? The follow-up with Torrey after the game, how did Merrill come out of it? Is he good? And then the next day, is Merrill doing okay? If all those are green and we're good to go, then everything's fine in my book.
It's really a glorified bullpen session, but it, like you just said, can't get hurt as long as he continues his progress. And look, I think Zach Gallen's going to bounce back. So Zach Gallen as your 1, Kelly is your 2. I think that they're off to a pretty good start. Saw Nelson the other day live sitting behind home plate. He's hitting 97. They could be good. Their first 3 could be good, but he's just got to stay healthy tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you guys. I think I just don't want to see him walking off the field with the trainer.
Yeah, waving towards the dugout
exactly.
Oh.
Whoever's catching tonight, signaling.
Yeah,
because that's happened before. It was Jose Herrera last year knew what was going on because he knows Merrill Kelly very well, and he signaled the cramping's back or whatever. So I don't want to see cramping. I don't want to see any issues with this nerve or anything else pop out. I just want to see him, have a solid inning and get through it. The Arizona Wildcats will try to advance to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament against Iowa State tonight in Kansas City. If the Wildcats win, they'll take on the winner of the Houston-Kansas game tomorrow in the tournament final. This takes us to today's Sanderson Ford poll question, which you can find and vote on at arizonasports.com. It asks, who will meet in the Big 12 tournament championship? Arizona and Houston, U of A and Kansas, Iowa State and Houston, or Iowa State and Kansas?
I say this as the Arizona fan. The game I'm most looking forward to out of the two is Houston-Kansas, because Kansas, does not seem like a good matchup for Houston at all, but that was not the case when they played. Houston did not look like themselves at all in that game, and they've been pretty inconsistent the last couple of weeks when they looked so consistent for most of the year. I'm still going to go with Arizona-Houston. I think that the 3 best teams in the conference by a discernible margin at this point in the year with the injuries happening elsewhere for BYU and Texas Tech are Houston, Iowa State, and Arizona. And I know I'm the Arizona fan here, but you know this about me, Jesse. I'll pick against my own teams all the time. I can't pick against this team to lose with any matchup. I just think they're the best team in the country.
Well, not only in this tournament, but if you look across, we were just watching Michigan. They got scared a little bit by Ohio State. As far as the conference is concerned, I don't know what's going on at Kansas, with the way Peterson is, and you can't rely on him in the tournament. So, yeah, Houston-Arizona is the best matchup for sure.
All right. I think that Houston-Arizona as well. I'm with you guys there. So I'll vote that one. Arizona-Houston leads 58%. Arizona-Kansas is in second, 25%. Iowa State and Houston's third, 13%. And Iowa State-Kansas comes in last at 5%.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah. By the way, do we have time? Do we have time to talk about your sunburn or later?
Okay, so yesterday I went to the Arizona Tennis Classic. That's why I was gone. I took a day off to go and watch.
Jabal did an amazing job, but he did not like fighting by himself the entire show. That's all I know.
Yeah.
But continue. I'm sorry.
I do. I'm a big tennis fan, so I went to the Arizona Tennis Classic. It's like a very high tier ATP Challengers event, and I had a great time, and I did not sunscreen myself properly, and so I'm dealing with it today.
Arthur Ashe is my Mount Rushmore of, to take 2 cliches together, my Mount Rushmore of bucket list sports places to go. Arthur Ashe is up there for me. I gotta go somewhere.
I want to go to a Grand Slam.
It would be unbelievable. Thank you, Jesse. Hey, everyone. It's time for Bracket Bucks and a shot at winning $500. Pre-register your bracket now by texting BUCKS to 620-620 and to be a part of the madness. Once again, that is texting BUCKS to 620-620. Just make sure that you pick Arizona to win the whole thing. That's my unbiased advice. Is the Jalen Green Devin Booker backcourt going to be a success? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke with Cardinals and John Lund filling in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their fourth straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150. Now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, at Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Home Service Pros in Phoenix, you work hard, but if your leads come in waves or you're relying on referrals to stay busy, it's not your service, it's your visibility. Blue Aspen understands how homeowners search, and they can help you get the response you need. They specialize in strong SEO, high-intent PPC, and websites built to turn clicks into booked jobs. No long contracts, no fluff, just real growth. Start with a free growth audit at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice! With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Devin Booker and Jalen Green combined for a season-high 79 points in the Suns' win over the Pacers. Alex Weiner projects the Diamondbacks' opening day lineup with 2 weeks until games start to count. And that's my guy. Kendrick Bourne is ready to run through a wall for Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Obviously,
Jalen's catching more of a rhythm, just like we felt. You know, he just needed some time. They're trying to learn how to play off of one another. Even there at the end, Jalen gets a catch and shoot three because of Book's ability to break the paint. And then part of it's always the defense. You know, the defensive coverages, they're aggressive. We need some guys to break the defenders off the dribble and, you know, and the best we can try to get to the rim or get to the free throw line. So that's probably a result of some of just how they cover, how they defend.
Welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for both Wolf and Luke. We'll be here with you on Monday as well. Wednesday, Wolf will return, and then Luke is back the week after next. Shout out to our listeners out there in Carefree. Hello, Carefree. The Phoenix Suns, it's a weird point in the season, and we do see this happen fairly often where, look, are the Suns playing their best basketball right now? No, everyone on the team would tell you that. The coaches would tell you that as well. But guess what? They've won 6 of 7 now, and this is something that we see a playoff team do every year, where you look at this random stretch. Maybe it goes to November, maybe it was in February, maybe it was in December, where the fans, the coaches, the players will tell you they're not playing their best basketball at that time. And yet, when you look at the standings and you look at how crucial that kind of swing is going to be, the Suns needed to string some wins together. It was not a perfect performance. I would argue it wasn't even a good team performance against a tanking Pacers team. John, that was an element of the game we didn't really hit on at the start of the show. This team is outright fully tanking to a ridiculous degree. They're doing this thing that no teams are going to be able to get away with next year, which is Andrew Nembhard comes in, scores 23 points in the first half, and then Rick Carlisle gets the signal. He looks up to the suite where the GM or the owner signal is, and he just gets the eye scratch, and it's like, okay, oh, Andrew, you're not going to play in the second half. Ivica Zubac makes his Pacers debut, looks effective, looks like a problem for the Suns in the first half, doesn't play in the second half, and yet the Suns have to keep pushing the Pacers back away and all these two-way guys, and we're all like, oh my gosh, is this the Bulls game from a week ago? All over again. That did not appear, or not, it was not the case, because Devin Booker and Jalen Green were phenomenal, and it shows, John, that when these two guys are rolling, they can maybe not so much beat anyone, but they can win just about any game when these two guys are this effective offensively.
Yeah, 43 and 36, both season highs for both guys. And rather than take the individual look at this whole thing, my view as I was watching this game last night became kind of a macro view, which is, okay, the West is really, really tight. Can they get out of the 7? That would be really, really nice. But can they, if these guys perform like this, and I don't mean combining for that amount, 79 points last night. I just mean if they play this way, and the eternal question of all season long, can they be healthy? Dun, dun, dun. Like, if they can be healthy and these guys can click like this, and I'll ask you back, can they win a series? Because now what becomes, if they're like this, these guys, and they're healthy, then what becomes acceptable or the goal for the team, for the Suns, if these are the two guys that we see in the backcourt?
I think that if you reset your expectations now and you allow yourself to do that as a fan, because let's be honest, house money. From here on out,
exactly.
House money.
They weren't even supposed to be here.
If this team goes 6-10 in the last 16 games, falls to the 8, they lose both playing games, house money. It would be frustrating. It would be disappointing. But I really do believe it's house money. If they finish 7 or better, I think that the expectation now is that they will make the playoffs, that they will get out of that play-in and the playoffs. And I think now, even if the team is rolling, I think that it's more about being competitive. A huge part of this, and we can't bring the standings up enough because, yes, we're talking about the difference between the play-in and the playoff. The 6-7 line, if you would.
By the way, can we explain this real quick? There you go. Can we explain this real quick? Because if you're coming out of the 8 or the 7, you're looking at Oklahoma City or San Antonio. So they're not going to win either of those series. They're not winning either of those series. But if they get to the 6th, then now we could be talking about not only competing in a series, but maybe winning one.
We could talk about the volatility of the play-in and how, oh my gosh, Kawhi looks like the best player in the world again. I would not like to play that guy in like a one-game send-off, and then all of a sudden you lose that game, and it's like, wait, Steph's coming to town, and we're in a win-or-go-home all of a sudden. There's volatility to that for sure. That's not really the point here. The point is, you're not beating Oklahoma City in a playoff series. It's just not going to happen. And you're not going to beat the Spurs in a playoff series. But could they compete or even push the Lakers or the Rockets or the Nuggets or the Timberwolves to 6 or 7 games? And then from there, playoff basketball, it gets decided by a couple of possessions each game. I think like 7 out of 10 playoff games for the most part just get decided by a 2 or a 3 minute stretch somewhere in there. When I saw Anthony Edwards eviscerate the Suns in game 1 in Minnesota 2 years ago, people forget those games were close, and then the Suns just melted down in the fourth quarter over and over and over again, and Ant took over and over and over again. I think that they can get to the point where they are competitive
in a playoff series against those teams and could beat them.
Over and over and over.
It's what it felt like, Jesse.
And
Do you want to
over and over and over and
I didn't know that.
Over again.
Thank you, Marshawn. This is better than playing 9. Playing Marshawn Lynch, love it way more than hearing from 9. Now he's just going to play 9.
Deeper metaphor there. Run through a face.
Do you have any more, Marshawn? Just keep running through.
You don't have to worry about him no more.
No? Okay.
That's it. Those are the two.
I'm really
Marshawn
not
jokes.
equipped for the pauses, as you can tell. I'm not ready for Marshawn's dramatic pauses. Something I've got to learn for myself.
That's the best part of it.
He's the best. That man is an absolute treasure. The numbers for this backcourt, if you look at the last 6 games, which is since Devin Booker returned, 109.2 offensive rating, which is kind of okay, 105.7 defensive rating, which is excellent, 3.5 net rating. So they're outscoring teams by not so much a healthy margin, but a decent margin, and not playing against so great a competition. So it's been okay so far. Are you at the, I guess, John, the question to rephrase it, and I'll think about it myself, is would you pick them to win a playoff series potentially? I think that's as far as it could go.
It's funny that you say that because I was thinking the same thing, and I was just looking down at the sheet here. I mean, the juicy thing would be the Rockets, right, in the first round. I would think that the Lakers would be one of those teams that would just kind of say, look, we hate each other, and LeBron's going to Cleveland or maybe to Golden State to be an old man team next year. So, okay, they could pull it together in the playoffs. They're not beating the Spurs. They're not beating Oklahoma City. We've established that. I don't think they'd beat the Timberwolves. I look at the Timberwolves as not an 82-game team, but a 16-game team, which is what it takes to win a championship. So the Timberwolves are a playoff team to me. That's when they're getting things going. I think the Nuggets are the same way. They've won a title. They've got that kind of. I would pin my hopes either on Rockets dysfunction, which would be the most fun series to have because it's Kevin Durant, or Lakers dysfunction. Those would be the two teams that would, if I could say, who would you play where you think they could get out of the first round? It'd be, I know the Rockets sounds crazy, but I think it'd be the Rockets or the Lakers.
I think that when you look at Oklahoma City and San Antonio, too, like on top of their prowess and just how they've been the two best teams in the West by a healthy margin, it's the fact that matchup-wise, it's not good at all. And Minnesota, same thing. The amount of size that they have, excuse me. I will stop coughing at some point this month.
Could you play some Marshawn while he's about over here?
Exactly. While I'm backing up a lung.
Over.
He's dying over and over. Are you better now?
And over again.
I think I'm fine.
I should not be laughing at his near-death experience.
There's only a minute left in the segment, but I'm just going to take us to break now because apparently I need like 5 minutes to cough. So we're going to go a little early, Jesse. Is that okay? Is it okay if I just take us to break now? And then I'll just...
Now he sounds
Now
fine.
I sound fine. I was literally doing that in my head. I was like, if I keep playing out this bit and I'm not going to feel like... now I feel like I'm going to cough again. How good will the Vikings be with Kyler Murray? We'll discuss next. Wolf and Luke, Kellen and John filling in. Break time.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Spring training is here, and Talking Stick Resort is your home base for all the action. Stay minutes from Salt River Fields and turn games into a getaway. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, incredible dining, non-stop gaming, and a perfect spot to relax after the final inning. Plus, take advantage of complimentary shuttles to and from the games at Salt River Fields. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. That's TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
At the American Lung Association, we're fighting for a day when we can all breathe easier. We're fighting for clear skies over every city and healthy lungs throughout the country. We're fighting to free millions of Americans from the addictive grip of tobacco and the devastating effects of lung disease. The American Lung Association isn't just fighting for air, We're fighting for all the things that make it worth breathing, and we can use your help. See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th win in a row tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off for the game is at 4:30 with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 as well as the Arizona Sports app. Arizona will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. The Wildcats take on Iowa State in the semifinals with tip-off at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson filling in for Luke Lipinski. I guess I'm the one filling in for Luke Lipinski as the driver of the show, and then it's John Lund filling in for Ron Wolfley in the other chair over there. John, what's up? How you doing?
Just making sure you're alive.
I'm good. But here's the thing. I say I'm good, and that's when we talked about Friday the 13th, and now that we're saying I'm good, I'm not going to be good. Had to cough myself to break.
Horror movie guy, by the way? You like the Friday the 13th horror movies?
Absolutely not. Never.
Really? That doesn't surprise me.
Knowing how I am and knowing my anxiety tendencies as well.
Knives, blood, none of that? What's the issue?
I just don't like feeling afraid. I'm not a huge fan. So
it's like you're in the theater you don't like being jumpy or anything like that?
Exactly. Like the whole jump scare thing, I hate it. Now, if there's a critically acclaimed horror movie like Weapons, got Oscar praise and all that kind of stuff, I brave my way through it at home. But even then, as they're building to a jump scare,
you don't want to be in public.
I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not doing it. I just don't like that tense stuff. People love it, I think, because of the adrenaline. Right. It kind of feels like a roller coaster in some kinds of ways. No, I'm out. I'm totally out on horror movies as a whole. A lot of people are not out on the Minnesota Vikings anymore. In fact, there are two national folks who are quite high on what Kyler Murray could achieve with Minnesota. Here's ESPN's Ben Solak on Kyler and Brian Flores together, giving the Vikings a high ceiling. Here he will explain.
I think it's quite high. And you see a team that right now is shedding a lot of veteran contracts. They're trying to get more cap compliant. So Javon Hargrave's out of the building. Jonathan Allen's gone. We might see Harrison Smith not come back, right? He's retiring. John Grenard might get traded. And so Brian Flores, who's done tremendous work, must continue to do so again with even fewer pieces. But offensively, I expect him to really bounce right back. That offensive line is ready to be the driving force behind a good running game. You're going to have a very motivated Justin Jefferson and Addison, a receiver room that wants to show, hey, we're still among the league best. It doesn't matter what happened in 2025. And so offensively, I think they can score a lot of points. If Flores is the guy we think he is, and trust me, he is. He's the man. Then yeah, Minnesota back in the playoff hunt for sure.
David Dennis Jr. went even farther. He thinks that the Vikings are a legit contender in the NFC with Kyler Murray.
I think they are a legitimate contender with Kyler Murray playing at a high Kyler Murray level, which I think that they can get to. And I think that one thing that I have loved about Kyler Murray is that when he has a great wide receiver, they are simpatico. They are going to figure out how to work at all times. And I do think pairing him with Justin Jefferson raises his ceiling. That defense is going to be great. I do think they're in the mix. I wouldn't necessarily put them above the Rams, but you put him in Minnesota, they are right there in terms of a top 3, top 4 team to me in the NFC.
Now, John, it seems ludicrous, and we'll talk about why here in a second, but I think that was a useful cut to hear from, because I think something you and I haven't talked about much, simply because I know you don't agree with it, and I don't either, is the concept that Kyler at this stage of his career, by the way, drafted the year before COVID, if that's going to make you feel like a million years ago. He's going to be 29 entering this upcoming season. Do you feel like there's some untapped potential stuff here? Because hearing that kind of cut makes me think some people do.
Well, whoever the second person was doesn't watch Cardinals football.
David Dennis Jr.
I don't blame him, because he's had good receivers here. You're confusing the Cardinals with the Jets or the Browns or somebody. He's had people around him. You can be angry all you want with the Cardinals. He's had players around him and didn't succeed to the highest level that he was supposed to. And then as far as the first one, Ben Zolak, who I really, really like, talked more about the defense than he did Kyler. That's my point. That's what we've been talking about. He can be a competent quarterback, and I have no issue with the word game manager, but what people are looking at are highlights and different things. Has he been a consistent player? And you got to remember, it's how defensive coordinators are going to look at Kyler Murray and defend him. I can tell you this for a fact, and talking to defensive coordinators near the end of his tenure with the Cardinals, they weren't as afraid anymore. Why? Because he wasn't running as much. A lot of what he does is the threat. Even if he doesn't run, the threat of it, and the way that you have to rush him, the way things you have to do, I see him being a game manager and them winning games based on the people they have around him, not himself.
Here's Kyler yesterday on how he views this opportunity with Minnesota.
I'm just grateful for the opportunity. I look forward to coming in and competing, getting to learn the offense, getting to be with Coach O'Connell. Obviously, he's had a lot of success, and again, I'm just looking forward to the opportunity to come in here and competing.
Could make a case this is going to be the best pass catcher that Kyler has ever played with. That is Justin Jefferson. Here's him on that potential connection.
No, we haven't spoke. I'm sure I'll talk to him here pretty soon, but yeah, I mean, my last real interaction with Jet is at the Pro Bowl. We obviously got to spend some time together. Obviously, I'm super. Everybody knows what type of talent he is, what type of player he is, and his abilities through the roof. I'm just super excited to get to work with him, be able to call him a teammate, get to go to war with him.
And then Kyler on how he views this being specifically a one-year deal with Minnesota.
Yeah, I say contractually it doesn't really make a difference to me. Every year to me is a go out there and prove it year. Every time I step between those white lines, I take pride in how I play the game, what I bring to the game, and I want my teammates to know that I'm riding for them regardless of the circumstances, and they can count on me. So contractually, like I said, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to give this organization everything I got.
I've talked about the many ways in which this story fascinates me, John. This is the number one reason, because it is a one-year deal. If he had signed like a 3-year, $40 million deal or $80 million or whatever, I would not have been nearly as interested as this, because this is – look, is it the perfect situation in Minnesota for him? It is not, but he is playing on a team that has a good foundation defensively, has a good foundation with his offensive line, and then obviously the biggest narrative here, Kevin O'Connell, quarterback whisperer, can work with him and get everything. And I think that this is the ultimate line in the sand moment for Kyler's career. At the end of this season, he's either going to be the number one free agent available and he's going to get a 9-figure deal somewhere, or he is going to go into the following year and maybe have to go start for the Jets or the Browns or take a quarterback 2 spot somewhere, and that'll be the back half of his NFL career. I think this year is going to determine pretty much all of that.
Can we go back to the point where he says he doesn't care about his contract? Of course you don't care about your contract because the Cardinals are paying your contract.
And you legally,
I don't care
like within the rules of the CBA that they have, he cannot make anything more than the minimum.
Right.
Like, that is the rule.
So it's so hilarious that someone would ask him that question when he's getting, what, 1.3 or something, the minimum, and the Cardinals over the next 2 years are getting hit with $54 million, and I think it's, what, $36 million plus this year. So, of course, you don't care about your contract. You will next year, like you said, when that money dries up for you, but this year you're not getting paid by the Vikings, really. You're getting paid by the Cardinals. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is, if, again, the best indicator in life and in sports of what the future is going to hold is the past. So what Kyler Murray is going to have to do here is, number one, he's going to have to beat out J.J. McCarthy, their first-round pick, and he's only making $1 million, and there's something to be said for that. Number two, he's going to have to learn a totally new offense that they will alter a little bit for him, but not completely like they did with the Cardinals. He's not going to get a Lamar Jackson offense. Like, what exactly do you do? Well, okay, Kevin O'Connell's going to say, even though all my philosophies are about the Shanahan offense, let's take everything you do. Like Wolf said yesterday, if they want to completely integrate him into things, they'll run a spread offense, which is a pretty simplistic offense that defensive coordinators, especially in that division, are going to go, okay, you want to do that? Fine. Look, Justin Jefferson's good. Hawkinson's good offensive line, really great defense. They can succeed. Honestly, the way they should really couch it, even though it's not as sexy and fun, if he doesn't screw it up, Minnesota can be really good.
We should let you guys know the most notable part of this about 6-minute press conference that Kyler Murray had. It was a very quick thing, by the way. It was, he's a Minnesota Viking, and then there's a Zoom call. It's one of those as a reporter where you get the email and it's like, this is happening in 15 minutes. So it wasn't really that long or that in-depth, but the most notable thing was a question about Kyler's health. And watching Kyler speak over the years, he can be awkward at times, so maybe he just didn't answer this the right way. But again, coming off of that foot injury, it was a really weird circumstance where it looked like he was coming back and then he wasn't. When he was asked about the status of his foot, here's what he said.
I take extreme pride in my health, the way I take care of my body, and all the things that go into that. So, when that time comes, I'll be out on that field ready to go.
Very weird answer. When the time comes, you know what you say to that? Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play football right now. He does not sound like a guy who is ready to play football right now. So if that is in doubt, like, look, training camp is very far away. I'm sure that he's going to be fine by then. But if his health is even in question, like any other roadblocks that he can add in this sort of quarterback battle, if it ends up being that, could give McCarthy the edge, including his health potentially. It's just a weird answer.
Yeah, his whole personality is kind of that way. As he was talking, I was thinking too, okay, what everybody in Minnesota and what the rest of the league thinks is he's going to be Darnold. Darnold threw 35 touchdown passes and was a major reason why Minnesota won those 14 games. And then we saw this year, even though he didn't have quite the numbers, but we certainly saw it in the NFC Championship game, the way that he did that. Is that the expectation level for him? Is that what people think he's going to do, is going to Minnesota just because – touched by the hand of, and I think it's questionable that Kevin O'Connell's getting what he's getting. I get why Shanahan gets it. I get why Sean McVay gets it. O'Connell's good. I'm not saying he's not. But he hasn't won a whole lot. And if he's going to philosophically change his opinion based on Kyler Murray, I think that's going to be a little bit strange. But, I mean, do people really think he's going to go into Minnesota and do what Darnold did and throw 35 touchdown passes? Or do they think they're going to run a more conservative offense, lean on the defense and run the ball?
And there's a decent chance that this is the worst team in their division, again, as well.
Right.
Like, he isn't working with the highest of expectations, but I do wonder how Kyler's own expectations factor into the Vikings' own expectations themselves. What do the Phoenix Suns need to do to win their 5th straight game tonight in Toronto? We'll ask Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray next. The voice almost went there. We're good. Everything's golden. I feel great. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Represent the Vikings.
No man on the Minnesota Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. You know, people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson, John Lund, excuse me. Mike, where'd I get the mic from? What's going on with me? K-Ray, what's up? When you come to us from a hotel room, are you coming to us from the boom room? Is that what we should refer to it as?
Well, you know, with this crew, it's the traveling boom room. So I guess in some ways the answer is yes, Killer.
The international flavor you're bringing to the program, by the way, we appreciate it. coming from Toronto. What has this stretch kind of told you about the team? Because you and I will have our halftime conversations from time to time, and in the last couple of games, we were like, it feels like they're doing just enough, right? Like they're not playing their best basketball by any means, but hey, you need to win basketball games through stretches like this, and it feels like what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And look, they're getting healthier. Now, granted, we're still not seeing. Grayson had the night off last night. He should be ready to go tonight. But let's be honest. At this juncture in the season in the NBA, for every team, you can nitpick who's unable to play, who's able to play for whatever reasons. But I think what has stood out, Killer, is one, the panic meter that was going off for a whole lot of people on Jalen Green. And then, I think secondly, we're seeing this team, and not coincidentally, with the return of Jordan Goodwin, getting that kind of sticky, gritty defensive mentality back. And, I don't recall if it was you and I that had this conversation, but when Goody and Dylan were both out, that's when we saw the Suns. I mean, everybody was focused on the offensive end, but that's when we saw the Suns really struggling defensively. Now, they weren't terrible, but you see what a difference maker Goody makes being back on the floor, and you combine him with, some of the other guys. And I think that's what I have seen. And look, as we have talked all year long, this team handling its business against lesser than opponents really, to me, is one of the great, I don't want to say surprises, but I guess maybe surprise is the best word, considering the way, the last 2 years have gone.
K-Ray, you mentioned Jalen Green, and we got into this conversation yesterday about how well he was playing, and then he breaks out for 36. So from your perch, what are you seeing that is allowing him to do this?
Well, I'll just use what Book said in the post-game interview with Amanda the other night. The game is slowing down for him. And everybody goes, well, wait a minute. He's a veteran. He's played. Yeah, but look how much time he missed. And then you throw in the injury. And I think he went through probably those first 5-6 games back, still just in the back of his mind, maybe questioning, can I make this move? If I make this move, am I going to reach back, for my hamstring? And I think he's been able to shed that. He's certainly answered all those questions. And I think this is the conversation that Kellen and I had. This is a guy, one, he's still young. Two, he's been a ball-dominant guard his entire career. And you don't just shake those habits overnight. And because he missed so much time, he didn't have the luxury early in the season of going through those hiccups. And now I think we're seeing him now really have a true, clear picture of what this offense is all about. And I think as Jordan and the other coaches, I'm sure, have reminded him, hey, just trust that the ball will come back to you. And we're seeing him make moves off the ball. We're seeing him give it up. And in some ways, slowing down, setting up a defensive opponent, and then just, breaking ankles and pointing out the dead bodies in the floor in front of him.
That was it. That was incredible. It's one of those things where you have to make the shot after that. But once he pointed, I was like, you're going to make the shot. There is no other choice but to make the shot. The bench reactions, incredible. Kevin Ray joining us live from Toronto, International edition of our Game Day Check-In here with K-Ray. I've thought about this with Book a lot over the last couple of games, and maybe it's recently inspired by the 24 threes, but something that I think back on, evaluating this team back in October, is this the least talented team that Devin Booker has ever played with? One thing that I totally got wrong thinking in hindsight is this the most premium high-end shooting talent that he's played with? Because you talk about Grayson, Colin, and Royce. It's just, you got to help off Royce a little bit because it's Devin freaking Booker. And then but Royce can just hit 5 threes in a quarter and take it over. Colin's been unbelievable in the fourth, and then Grayson's been so consistent. Just watching him with these shooters, K-Ray, it feels like a slightly different version of him that's been really exciting.
Oh, completely. And I think the answer to your question, Kellen, is an absolute yes. The most voluminous 3-point shooting team and the highest shooting percentage team. I mean, consider this. You've got Royce and Colin. Two guys, Colin undrafted, Royce undrafted. Those guys were looked at nice pieces. For Colin especially, people were like, well, it's kind of a good little story at the end of last season. We'll see. I'm sure the rigors of the season are going to catch up to him. And outside of that 4-game stretch where I know he was beaten up physically, but still gutted it out, but you're talking about two of the best fourth quarter three-point shooters. Colin is the top catch and shoot three-point shooter in the league. And then, there's Grayson Allen, who can drop 10 threes on your head at any given night. So, for defenses and opposing coaches, that's what they are really starting to have to take a look at now, especially with Jalen starting to find that next gear. It's pick your poison. Do you want to die by death by 1,000 cuts, where Book will sting you for 12 middies throughout the course of the game, and now we're going to bring a double or a triple team, and there's Royce wide open, splashing home another three.
K-Ray joining us. As far as Toronto is concerned, we haven't seen him so far. We're going to see him, a couple of times very quickly. How do you see tonight's game?
Well, much of it, I don't want to say it all hinges on whether Scotty Barnes can go, but Kellen, this, they're a very different team when Scotty Barnes can go. He's listed as questionable, dealing with an illness. Jakob Poeltl missed the game the other night due to an illness, so it might be something going around the locker room. But if he plays, look, this is a big front line. They're long, they're athletic. We even saw it last year, even though the Suns handled their business against Toronto. But the biggest thing with them, you start defensively, I think, with Emmanuel Quickley, because he's a guard, super fast, shifty, much like Jalen. He can get downhill. So the Suns can't allow him to do what the Bulls guards were successful in doing, if you recall, this time last week, guys. And then, just again, getting a hand in the face of the shooter, getting a body on these guys. Brandon Ingram is another guy who can break out and have a big game. So it's really just staying with their defensive principles and doing it without fouling and putting this Toronto team at the line a lot.
K-Ray, what have you seen from Kaman over these 5-6 games that he's been in the rotation? And what are you seeing specifically from your position with how vocal he is? Because we heard about this ad nauseum at the start of the year. Like 18 years old, you think he'll be the shot? He talks all the time. And you will watch him on the floor sometimes. Like there was a possession where he pushed Jalen Green into like the right spot. Like a 19-year-old kid, rookie. And how have you seen that part of his game impress in these last couple?
Yeah, and look, that's what I'm most excited about right now with him, Kellen, because let's face it, they've got more than enough offense. And yes, I'm not saying that you want him to not look to be offensive, but to have him have that back line covered and to be a 19-year-old not afraid to use his voice and communicate, whether it's with his rookie partner, Rasheer Fleming, or any of the vets. And as you pointed out, we heard this way back in training camp, the vets talking about how they were kind of surprised at how, talkative he was on the defensive end of the floor. And that's super promising because, as we know, come playoff time, that is going to be absolutely critical. The offensive stuff is going to come. But as we've seen, he's where he needs to be offensively in terms of, making the putback opportunities. We saw a couple of great screen and roll plays earlier in the game. There was a couple of breakdowns against the Pacers last night where he didn't roll. I think part of that is just playing with certain combinations that he'll get better at. And I think that's the other thing is that he and Rasheer both have proven to be pretty quick studies.
You just mentioned Rasheer, and that's kind of where I wanted to go. How big these two guys could be, especially with Mark Williams out, just coming down the stretch, these two young guys.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Rasheer, and again, I'll start on the defensive side of the ball. We've seen his offensive numbers pop over the last 2.5 weeks or so, but you can start to see the wheels turning when offensive players see him stepping out on the defensively, because they know that he's moved up the scouting report a little bit, and they see the scouting report that says 7'6" wingspan. I mean, it's like I've got to dribble against a velociraptor. And that's not a fun thing to do. And he's another one who is getting, more comfortable and confident in terms of the physicality than he needs to bring against these teams. And then I think the other thing with him, guys, what excites me offensively, that even though he's been shooting the three so well, keep an eye on him if you get a chance. Watch him off the ball. He's starting to get a real sense of how and when and where to move off the ball. We've seen a couple of plays in the last couple of games where he's slashed across the lane and found himself wide open. So that, to me, is something to really take a peek at, because if he gets that to that next gear and continues to shoot the three well, we are going to see a lot of potential boom room victims in the very near future.
I'm glad you took it there because before we let you go, Jalen almost got one last night. Like he's just getting closer and closer. Have you considered an upgrade to the boom room? Like, is there a suite level to the boom room where like there's a rhyme with a suite? Like, because he's not just gonna do a boom room eventually. Like, it's gonna be something way beyond that.
Yeah. We might have to set up some renovations for the boom room. So you get the penthouse suite of the boom room.
The upgrades, like scrolling all the way down on Expedia or whatever else, taking the most expensive option. That's it. K-Ray, thank you so much joining us from Toronto. Make sure to hear him on the call tonight. Thanks, K-Ray.
You got it, boys. Have a good one.
All righty. Does the Diamondback season hinge on how good Corbin Carroll is? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Running a home service business in Arizona is a grind. Long days, emergency calls, nonstop crews. The last thing you need is marketing becoming another job. That's where Blue Aspen Marketing comes in. They're a local team that learns your business and handles the SEO, PPC, and website work that brings in real customers, not just clicks. And right now, receive a free growth audit to see what's working and where you can grow. Visit blueaspenmarketing.com to schedule your free growth audit.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th win in a row tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage begins at 3:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. They take on Iowa State in the semifinals. Tip-off from Kansas City is at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, final hour of the Wolf and Luke show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in. Wolf will be back on Wednesday. Luke will be back the week after next. You got Lund and I back on Monday. Got some Paulie and Wolf on Wednesday. Mitch and I will be in here a week from Friday. A couple different line changes going on throughout the
Lund
show.
and Wolf on Wednesday.
London Wolf on Wednesday.
London Mitch on Tuesday.
When's Paulie?
Paulie is on Thursday.
Paulie's on Thursday.
And then you and Mitch on Friday.
It's hard to keep straight.
Yeah, I don't know how you know that off the top of your head. That's very impressive. Good work by you, bud.
I mean, it's my job.
But knowing it off the top of your head, nonetheless. Like, you don't
Doing my job. Yay.
Jesse did not pull up like the calendar there. He
No.
just knew that off the top of his head. Very, very prepared.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jesse Morrison. John mentioned this as we were going to break. It's nothing official yet. There's not even like heavy reporting yet. But Diana Rossini about an hour ago reporting that it's still the Patriots and the Rams that are making the strongest pushes to land A.J. Brown out of Philly. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the rest of our programming today. Maybe have some news over the weekend there. We'll talk baseball here, though. We've got the Arizona Diamondbacks, and opening day keeps on getting closer and closer. John, you sent over a story that I found really interesting because it's sort of segmented and tiered off the National League and the American League both in a way that is interesting, but the tier in which they put MLB.com put the Arizona Diamondbacks in is what they called like the 500 zone. What'd you take away from that?
Well, they call the 500 zone, and this is a little weird. Astros are in there, but Astros, D-backs, Giants, Padres, Rangers, Rays, Reds, and the way that I interpret the 500 zone is not quite a playoff team kind of a thing, because you mentioned this a little bit earlier. If you're in the high 80s, and obviously the D-backs a couple years ago went to the World Series in 84, but if you're in the high 80s, then you're seen as a wild card team. If you're seen as around the 500, they call the 500 zone, then, obviously 81, 81. So you're, maybe 78 to 82, that kind of a thing. Right now, I don't know how you could put the Diamondbacks higher, because it goes back to the if game, and the if game is injuries. Merrill Kelly, we're talking about, a number of guys on both offensively and defensively and pitching wise for the Diamondbacks that you're looking at as injuries. So I don't know if you can put them higher than that. And then even if they are, let's play a fun game of if they're healthy, which we play with the Suns all the time. So if they're healthy, how good can they be? Okay, I could see them being an above 500 team, but am I going to put them up there in the high 80s as a playoff team? Not right now.
I think that the difficult part about this season is looking at last year's team, looking at this year's team,
not really seeing a difference and seeing that last year's team went 80 and 82. Look, the main difference, of course, being the amount of injuries that last year's team went through and if that would continue for this team. The problem is that a lot of those injuries that happened last year are carrying over into this year as well. And I think that the difficult thing to account for is you look at this offense and how it can be led by Perdomo, it can be led by Marte, it can be led by Carroll. They got half a season of pretty good production from Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor as well that carried this team offensively for the second straight year, and it won 80 baseball games. That's what it really amounted to. Now, the swing factor here, of course, could be Corbin Carroll, who I think we fall into this trap sometimes. We see Geraldo Perdomo, we see Corbin Carroll continuing to get better and then just forget. Like, Corbin Carroll still has a couple of levels up he can still go. Geraldo Perdomo still has a couple of levels up he can go. And, of course, the great news, and if you've been following Corbin Carroll long enough, you know that he is just an absolute psycho with how much he grinds the game. And when this news came up, John, that it was like 4 to 6 weeks, he could maybe miss opening day. And I'm like, Corbin Carroll is not missing opening day. Well, wouldn't you know it, he's already making his debut in spring training. Here's what Torey Lovullo said yesterday about Carroll feeling good after the debut.
Corbin feels good today, but like I said, it was a fast ramp up, given a couple days down. The target is Saturday to get him back out there for DH at-bats, and it's a slow process. We're going to make sure that the swing is fine, and we're going to use a lot of the energy to make sure that swing is fine, more so there than on the defensive side of it, when we feel like once we need to get to that level that we're going to be very capable of getting him out in the outfield without any issues.
So the previous level we were looking for Corbin to go up when we were looking at like that breakthrough 2023 season when he's already getting MVP votes and then he gets some last year as well, was the long ball. He goes up to a career high 31 homers, a career high 84 RBIs, a career high 17 triples, a career high 32 doubles, the OPS 883, also a career high. Are there more career highs left, John?
Yeah, I absolutely. I don't think he's reached his peak. I think that he's
just
got a lot going.
25.
Exactly. And by the way, I went to the game where he DH'd and he made his spring debut, and I actually went early with some friends who work for the A's, and we went over to his batting practice session, and there were no issues there. I mean, again, I'm not sitting there like a scout knowing exactly what his swing path is, and I'm not trying to say that. But I mean, he hit 114 in the game. I mean, he was hitting the ball hard, and it didn't look like. And a hammate's weird, man. It can pop up during the year. It is a weird injury. But just telling you, with my untrained eye, what I saw in about 30 really hard hit balls in batting practice, he looks good. So I understand why Torey's kind of slow playing it and not trying to put too much pressure on him. But to be honest with you, I expect him to be the guy he's always been come opening day.
And the guy that I'm the most fascinated to see in that kind of regard, and looking at how it was Jeff Passan's preview today, which I'm excited to read. I haven't read the full thing yet, but he pointed out how Corbin Carroll is kind of the swing guy for Arizona. But I would throw Geraldo Perdomo in there, and we see this a lot. Like, okay, the WAR goes from 0.6 in 2022 when he hit 195 to 2.0 in 2023, which was heavily carried by a strong first half, to 3.5 in 98 games last year, 2 seasons ago, to 7 last year, finishes 4th in MVP voting, gets the Silver Slugger. I think the fascinating thing with Perdomo as opposed to Carroll is like Carroll reached really high heights 3 years ago. So he's been at this level for a while now. Perdomo just got here. So like what's left for him to maybe not untap, but now that he's comfortable in this range as just one of the best players in baseball, what else can he do for this team? And a key thing that I think gets brought up a lot, defensively, he was more of a mixed bag last year. And I think that he can get better there. I think Cattell can get better defensively as well. And then Corbin showed last year with his improved arm strength that he can improve there as well. And that's the really exciting thing about this season. And even if you can fall into the trap of like, how on earth do you go through all the bullpen stuff you did, not any starters, you got this rotations, kind of just blah. There's possibilities when you have these 3 guys in your lineup every day. There's just always going to be possibilities.
Yeah, and he writes, and I get it. You got to write a certain thing, and you got to call a certain player a key player. In the NBA, you can do that. Maybe there's 5 guys on the floor or something like that, or a 12-man roster. But when you're looking at baseball, I would do what you just did, which is I'll take the 3 guys, because that's really what you need, because that can create the offense. But there's so much going on in a baseball game. You mentioned the bullpen. That's going to struggle for a while. Can the starting pitching get healthy enough where at the beginning of the season they can stay in maybe some low-scoring games? So it's hard in baseball to just say this one guy. unless it's like, if it's a starting pitcher and it's your number one or something and he's got 33 starts in him, something like that. But to say that one offensive player is going to carry the key to the entire season, I think it's 1, 2, 3 in the order.
Let's say this team shocks us, and I would say shock because I think that we tentatively have them around that 500 zone, maybe even a little bit lower, and they win 87, 88 games, whatever it's going to take to get that in a wild card spot. Out of those three guys, who had the best season? If we're talking high 80s, low 90s for win totals, who was the guy that carried them out of the field?
Well, I'm going to contradict myself because Corbin Carroll would, I think, for this team, the way they are right now with all the ifs and questions, he would have to have an out-of-world experience. But my point is like Mike Trout's been amazing. Well, he's never on the field. But when he was really, really good, the Angels still stunk. So you can have a guy be all-world. It's just you got to have a bunch of different guys. But you're right, in Corbin Carroll, because he's capable of taking it to another level and really going pure superstar on you, he would be the guy.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run and walk, you can do whatever you want with it, honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Did a free agent signing's praises of Mike LaFleur give us more confidence in him? That's Kendrick Bourne we're talking about, of course, and we'll talk about him next. It's Wolf and Luke Kelnelson and John Lund filling in.
The Dbacks 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Beckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC's making big plays this month.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our Slam Dunk Savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month, or take advantage up to $6,000 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting just as low as $799 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, starting to wrap up the Wolf and Luke show. It's Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on the program. If you're a diehard Wolf and Luke listener, you will be thrilled to know. I don't know. Again, they do get upset with me from time to time. They being your diehard fans, Rick, because I will just always call you Jesse. It's just always. I'm never going to get to the Rick point with you. And especially when I'm in with Wolf, I'm like, I got to call him Rick. Or else Wolf's not going to like it. You don't care, right?
I mean, Wolf's going to call me Rick. I don't think he cares what other people call me.
He's his own thing. I think he's his own entity, like whatever.
You can feel Wolf's energy when you share a room with him in any capacity, let alone doing a radio program with him. I sensed energy when I called you Jesse. So
interesting. Sometimes Wolf will slip up and call me Jesse, and then it's like, and then he'll correct himself and be like, "Who's Jesse? I mean Rick."
Well, Rick is going to be shuffling in and out hosts out of these two chairs for pretty much the next week, but you will be staying in your chair, correct? You're not going anywhere?
Yeah, I will. Yesterday was my only off day, unless, I get sick or something.
By the way, Jamal did an amazing job. He was back there by himself. You know what Wolf did, by the way, yesterday? He brought barbecue.
I heard that.
Unreal.
When I woke up and turned on the show, and then I hear that barbecue is coming in, and I'm like, I took off today.
You should have come in.
We have an incredibly easy job on this side of the glass compared to you guys, especially when you guys are riding solo. Like whenever Jared or you or Lauren or Mitch is in that position where it's just you guys are doing the updates, you guys are keeping track of break times, breaking news happening, all that kind of stuff. So you guys always should get applauded, like Jamal doing it yesterday and you doing it today. Jamal back Monday, though, right? So you're good there?
Yes, and Jamal is producing over on ESPN 620 today, the Rockin' Manute show.
It just hits it in waves, where it's like just it happens in waves. It's not even like the sickness season or sort of anything like that. Happy to have John alongside me for the whole show, but particularly for this segment, because you are familiar with the man they call Kendrick Bourne, who comes in and adds the Cardinals a serviceable need, I would say, which is like a competent third wide receiver. But the thing to understand about Kendrick Bourne is, one, he's an incredible personality, which we'll share with the interview he had with Burns and Gamble yesterday. And two, he has a connection with Michael Fleur as well. He spoke about that in his interview with Burns and Gamble yesterday. A bit of a longer cut here from Kendrick.
I've been telling this story just in these interviews today that Mike, when I was younger, and he helped me develop as a rookie, they were throwing me in on third down, and that's a pressure down. That's the money down. Hey, is Kendrick Bourne going to make the play or not? And, there's a lot of pressure in that, but he used to meet with me extra and really prepare me, and that really helped me go into the game with real confidence. And, the pressure was it didn't really affect me as much as it probably would have if I wasn't meeting with him extra, or if he wasn't really pouring into me as a young guy. And so those little things stuck with me, man, 10 years later, which is crazy, and that's somebody that I want to be a part of. That's somebody I want to connect with. And so it's a come full circle has been great. And I know that type of power he's going to infiltrate into the team. We're going to play with confidence. We're going to move the ball and do the things we're going to need to do because he knows how to operate offense. He knows how to develop players. I'm one of them personally. And just being OC, being in the league for as long as he's been, it's his time. And I want to be a part to help him build that culture. And there's great great pieces already here. So to add more pieces, I know Mike's the guy to do it. So I'm excited.
Shout out to our listeners in Waddell, by the way. Hello, Waddell. What should we expect from Kendrick Bourne besides the delightful radio conversations?
Well,
Can't wait to hear him back.
First of all, it's amazing. Like, he wants to be here, which is pretty cool. And then the second thing I gleaned from it, because I was leaving, the guys came in and said, hey, this is going to be a really good interview. I like this guy. And the other thing you glean from it is, if you're a hopeful Cardinals fan, which I don't know if there's very many of those, but if you are, which is he just gave you a ringing endorsement of your head coach, and we just don't know much about this guy. But just to kind of give you a background on this guy, so he went to Eastern Washington with Cooper Kupp on the red football field there, and then he signed as a free agent with the 49ers, and he had big-time drop problems. But then he caught a touchdown pass in the divisional against Minnesota when they went to the Super Bowl against Kansas City, who when they won their first Super Bowl that year. But then he got better and better. He went to New England, came back, and he's really solid. Like, look, next to Marv and next to Michael Wilson Jr., this guy is going to be a guy that can get lost in third down, knows where the places are, can teach the guys the offense, and like you said, is a real positive, good guy. I'm not saying he's going to go for 1,200 yards, but he's certainly a capable guy to be a reliable third down receiver, go for 600 or 700 yards, a veteran, a good guy in the locker room. It's a good signing, but also if I'm a Cardinals fan, the biggest thing I get out of that is, here's a guy that could have gone to other places, winning places. Denver, there was a few other places he could have gone, and he went to be with Mike LaFleur again, which is, to me, a big-time sign.
And I think for him as well, and talking about his relationship with LaFleur, again, looking at this Cardinals roster, it is not flattering to say the least. Do I think that they are going to win more than 4 football games next year? I do not. But the way in which they will, and could even exceed expectations even further, is by untapping the potential that a lot of these guys have. Like, I do not think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to have a breakthrough and have 1,400 yards and 14 touchdowns next year. But the way in which LaFleur can really become an excellent coach here in Arizona is doing a little bit of what happened for Michael Wilson last year for different guys on both sides of the football, and Bourne is one of them. Look, in terms of untapped potential as a young player, I'm not saying that, but can you maximize each player to draw in the Suns here? What has made the Suns so good this year is the fact that Jordan Ott has maximized not only every single player, but the team's strengths as well, and has taken what on paper looked like a 30-win roster that could potentially even close in on 45, maybe even 50 wins as well. Here was Bourne with Burns and Gambo yesterday, again on his excitement to join the Cardinals.
That is real. I've always competed against the team since being in with the Niners and things, and so that competitive spirit has always intrigued me about the culture, and that's something that I want to be a part of. I love competing at a high level, so to see that when you're competing against them, it's like, all right, that's something I can be a part of, and that's something that brings me passion about it, man. And Mike LaFleur, great organization, and it's a no-brainer, man, when the opportunity presented itself.
What else sticks out to you about in terms of looking at Bourne, looking at LaFleur, and kind of like drawing in this new era of the team?
Well, I think you said something really interesting there because, look, if you're hiring a guy like Mike LaFleur, again, we're talking about Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, the Shanahan tree. Remember, he'd been with Kyle since 2019. I've talked to him many, many times. You mentioned Marv and what you don't expect out of him. See, when you bring in a guy like this, if I was Monty Ossenfort, my expectation would be, you're right, they don't have the talent to win X amount of games. But what he should be doing is he should be maximizing the players they have. So to me, if Marvin Harrison doesn't get closer, I'm not saying he's going to do that, just like you said, but if he doesn't get closer to the player they thought they were getting when they drafted him, then Mike LaFleur hasn't been successful. I don't know if you're going to be able to look at the Cardinals this year and say X amount of wins is going to decide whether Mike LaFleur is going to be successful or is successful here. I expect him to take Marvin Harrison Jr., and maximize what he's going to be and make him much better than what he's been.
And, of course, there's the NFC West connection here as well. Kendrick Bourne in his presser yesterday talking about, quote-unquote, switching sides.
No, it's amazing. It's funny because I've always actually been a fan of, like, the culture and how competitive they were. So being a part of it now, I'm excited to join that competitive spirit. But it's crazy. It's crazy. Obviously, them over there, they're like, man, they're mad. The fans are mad and stuff like that. But just part of the game and an opportunity to present itself, and I'm excited to be here. But it's a unique situation, but it's time. It's time.
By the way, he must have forgot the second game because the first game was 16-15. That was competitive. The second game I was at, that was not competitive for a minute. Didn't the 49ers take the opening kickoff back on that one or something? It was something like that.
Yeah,
But I mean, that was not good.
That was one of the games where the Suns played on the Sunday early afternoon, and I listened to the first
So bad.
quarter and on the way there, and by the time I got to the arena, the game was over. Hopefully not more of those. Next year, there might be more of those. Next year, what will we be watching for when the Suns take on the Raptors tonight? We will discuss next. Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns go for their 5th straight win tonight in Toronto against the Raptors. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage begins at 3:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Arizona will try to get to the final of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament tonight. They take on Iowa State in the semifinals. Tip-off from Kansas City is at 4. And Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in Surprise against the Kansas City Royals. First pitch for that one is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at your home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2REPAIR.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Hey there, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. We are coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I'm Kellen Olson, John Lund, joining me both filling in for Wolf and Luke, and we'll each give you a key to tonight's matchup in Toronto. International flavor against the Raptors, 4:30 start. You can hear pregame coverage starting at 3:30 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'll go first. It's going to be turnovers for me. Both of these teams have made their money defensively, and when you look at the Raptors, they join the Suns as a top 5 team in turnover percentage for their opponents. They really do force a handful of turnovers, and when you look at stylistically, John, what Toronto is as a team, length and size, and those are the teams that have given the Suns fits this year, and it'll be big to see the injury report because Colin Murray-Boyles is a guy that really fits in with what they do. He's doubtful, and then, of course, Scotty Barnes, the head of the snake, their all-star, the guy who brings more size, more length than anyone just about in the entire league. He is also going to be questionable.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, Scotty Barnes. I'll do the obvious. I mean, Jalen Green, 4 straight games with 20 points, 20-plus points last night with a Suns high, or his career high with the Suns, 36. And, of course, Devin Booker had 43. So we always expect it from Book. But what is Jalen Green going to be tonight? He's going to continue to do what he's done. And then if I had a second thing, which I'll steal, is, back-to-backs are a thing. So they're going to come out with the prerequisite energy that they need to have tonight. Because, look, you can't have, to quote Bill Belichick, no days off, because we are so close in the Western Conference that any game can be the game. And then, let's be honest, Boston after this, you go to Minnesota, you go to San Antonio. The next 3 are going to be really tough. So this is a winnable game.
No days off.
Thank you very much.
No days off. No days off.
Your favorite cuts, Jesse, are like the elongated ones. You don't really like Mitch will play the quick 2-second hitter quitters like that. Like you are very long, awkward pause. You love that.
You can see that. You see the thrill on his face.
All right, there are your keys to tonight's game that we'll be keeping an eye on. And then, of course, I will be on with Mitch, Gambo, and Bernsey for pregame coverage starting at 3:30 with some more keys to run through as well. A big factor in last night's game was that Devin Booker guy. Ever heard of him? 43 points for him, a season high coming off of 2 outstanding games for him previously. He's now averaging 31.8 points per game in his last 5 contests. We've talked about this all the time with Book, is that the numbers really start to go upwards around January, hitting their peak in March, and then he's off and running from there for April and going on. And we'll see probably more of that tonight, if I'm being honest, because I've watched this guy play a healthy amount of basketball, aka every game he's ever played in the NBA. Here's Jordan Ott yesterday after the win on Booker's flow.
I thought he had it going early. We felt it, obviously, played the whole first quarter, so he knows where we're at. This time of year, every road game's important. Every game's important. He knows the ramifications, and he came out with force right away. And again, I think some of that is how the defense is guarding him, and he was able to get to his spots early and really help start our surge there early offensively.
John, what have you seen from Book? Because I love talking to people in your position who maybe haven't been hyper focused on the Suns all year, because we have we have this thing here where we analyze everything every single day, watch every single Suns game, talk about every single outing that Devin Booker has. And from our vantage point, it's been okay. He's not been top 10 player in the league, top 15 player in the league, Devin Booker, but he's still having a really good season. Do you kind of agree with that consensus we formed here?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's vastly underrated because where he plays. I mean, even this whole story. I mean, I do a national show on the weekends, and I'll talk to my producers and say, hey, guys, just because I'm here, and I'll say, hey, the Suns are a pretty big story. They could even end up being like a 3 seed. They got rid of a guy named Kevin Durant. They got rid of Bradley Beal. This is a pretty cool story. What do you think? And they're like, like they're just like, no. So he gets underrated. The team gets underrated. And what I think is crazy is I would just love it's unlikely, but man, to get up to like a number 3 seed and see if there's any kind of accolades for this team, because Jordan Knott, who we just heard from, has been amazing. Now I know Joe Mazzulla, and there's a number of different guys, but they're just not talked about enough. So in the big picture of what you asked here is, it's Devin Booker, it's the organization, it's everything they've done this year. But I don't know how you could ignore what he does, like what he did last night, scoring 43. I'm sorry, I didn't see it lead Sports Center last night.
I think it's a really good point, too, because when you talk about some of like the award recognition and the guys to really shout out on this team, you think about like the most improved candidates, whether that's Colin Gillespie or Dylan Brooks. You think about the 6th man of the year candidates, whether that's Jordan Goodwin or Oso Ighodaro. You think about coach of the year, which Jordan Knott's probably going to have the most buzz. We don't really talk about Book in that sense, in that all NBA level. And yet when it comes down to it in early April, and if 65 game thresholds aren't met by certain guys and where Book's number winds up at as well, he very well may be under consideration as well. More from last night's win. Here's Royce O'Neal on watching both Devin Booker and Jalen Green take over.
I mean, I think they was, taking a page out of my book. I started out but no, it's special to see. I think starting to find their rhythm, playing off each other. They can get hot real quick. Devin, in the third, and Jalen, closing us out. I think, it's going to be a tough challenge for other teams trying to guard those two, especially with our spacing. Other guys on the court spacing before they got an easy advantage to get to the basket.
Then Jalen Green, of course, 36 points for him, a season high. The efficiency was there, 4 steals as well. The 5 turnovers a little bit high, 4 assists for him, but the decision-making is obviously getting better from him. Here's his vantage point on watching Devin Booker last night.
What jumps out to you watching that third quarter that he had?
Straight bucket. It's still shocking because, I've seen it always. I've seen highlights from when I wasn't here, growing up and stuff, but, being on the same team as him and being able to, be out there and contribute with him, it's crazy. But that third quarter was crazy. It's more federal.
And then one more from Green that I've got on the communication that he's had with Jordan Knott this season. Check this out.
Yeah, it's big time. Be able to go to him, to able to see, and he's got a creative offensive mind too. So what he sees, but once the effort on the defense ain't in, and it's good to have a coach like that. Be able to pick each other's brains, and sometimes you might see something that I don't. So kind of learn off each other.
What do you see from Jordan Knott this year in terms of his ability to untap potential, to use that phrase again that we've been using throughout the show? Because Jalen is sort of like his last conquest, right? Because he's gotten everything out of everyone so far.
Yeah, I just think what I see from everybody, and this is what we were just talking about with the Cardinals, is he's maximizing everybody. At this point of the season, if a guy is healthy, he's maximizing. Let me go back to Royce O'Neal, for example. We start that. Look, when this dude first came into the NBA, it was like, you don't even have to guard this guy. And now, if he's open on a 3, you're surprised kind of when it doesn't go down. He hits 5 threes last night. He's an elite defensive player. He's long. He can guard a lot of positions on the floor. It's kind of symbolic of what this whole team is. And I kind of look at Jordan Knott as a guy like that. He's maximizing every kind of player that's on this floor. And like you said, finally Jalen Green. And I think it's more mental with Jalen Green and getting comfortable here. He would have gotten more comfortable in Houston a lot faster, but he hadn't really done it here, and I think he's finally getting to that confidence level. So he's just maximizing every guy in the court and putting them in a great position, and I think people underrate this. Everybody has a role when you come in, when you go out, what the rotation is, and he's mastered that, it seems like, to the highest level with the talent that he's got.
To your point on that, some of that has been mixing in different lineups for Jalen Green. Here's what Jordan Knott said about that yesterday.
I think tonight we went again with the no true 5. Really opens up the floor for him specifically. He was able to just try to use his speed, his downhill driving ability, and it's again, we're trying to find solutions on the fly. It's another tool we have in our toolbox. We can get to, especially with Shear at the 5, enables us to do that. Provide some space and give Jalen the ball and try to get as much gap, big enough gaps, and we've found that the last 2 nights. That's been the solution the last 2 nights. Doesn't mean it will be tomorrow night. We're just trying to find him.
How about a first-year head coach, first-time ever head coach, leaning on like instinctually how he goes about a game? Like, you have a script, you know what it is, you don't want to overcoach too much. Like, he has not been afraid to do that at all, and he keeps pushing the right buttons.
Well, and two, to go back to something he said there, is it's really hard, and I know certain coaches are so stuck in their ways of, if we miss a guy, then we're going to take a guy who's not in the rotation because we don't want to mess up rotations and everything. And what he was just talking about is, we're doing a lot of these things on the fly because we might not have a certain guy or whatever the case may be. And the thing is, what you look at too is, I was thinking this as he was talking, is, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, the top two teams in the West, and what they have is, look, I'm not saying that they're not better, these players that the Suns have that are more role players, but they're interchangeable pieces, and then you have the superstars at the top. And what the Suns are missing, other than Booker, is they need like that one more guy, but where everybody's kind of bought in, and you got to give that to the head coach. Whatever he wants them to do, there's a lot of players that are like, I don't want to do that. This is my role. This is what I'll do. And it's like, no, we're missing so many guys that we're going to have to plug guys all over the place and play different roles at different times. And you're going to have to adapt. And I know that sounds weird, but a lot of players just can't do that.
Coming up next, we'll recap the week in sports with the work week wrap-up. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson, John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I know Colin Gillespie is considered villain junior, and Dylan Brooks is obviously Dylan the villain. Man, I think Jordan Goodwin is villain junior. I think he is. If Dylan Brooks is the Batman to the culture change of the Phoenix Suns, I think Jordan Goodwin is the Robin to the culture change. I really do.
Fair.
And so for him to be back, I think it adds that oomph.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand-smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongosaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, Casa Calvisi, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht.
It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona sports on YouTube, on air, and online. It's the Work Week Wrap-Up, presented by Redbird Farms. Enjoy the delicious mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. You've never tasted chicken this good. Find Redbird Farms chicken at your local grocers today.
Last segment of the show, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in here. We will take you around the sports news of the week here locally. And, of course, we'll start with what the week starts with.
Monday.
Legal tampering began in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals reportedly agreed to contracts with running back Tyler Algier, quarterback Gardner Minshew, defensive tackle Roy Lopez, wide receiver Kendrick Bourne, and offensive lineman Isaac Seumalo. The Cardinals also announced they were bringing back defensive lineman L.J. Collier, punter Blake Gillikin, and kicker Chad Ryland. And then Zach Gallen tossed 3 perfect innings for the Dbacks in spring training. What signing stood out to you most when the flurry came in, John?
Tyler Algier, I think, is the one. And I think not only, and I'm not just saying this because we're sitting here, I think a 2-year, $12 million deal for exactly how the Cardinals want to run the ball, no-brainer.
I'm with you there for sure.
Tuesday.
As Wisconsin misses the shot. Sorry, John and I are very distracted by this highly entertaining Wisconsin-Illinois game, which is now going to overtime. Loyal listeners of Burns and Gammo and Arizona sports as a whole will know that Lauren Koval is there losing her mind with her family right now in a ball of stress and anxiety. Hang in there, Lauren. On Tuesday, the Cardinals reportedly agreed to a contract with offensive lineman Matt Pryor. Jordan Lawler hit his 4th home run of spring training in the Diamondbacks' 4-1 loss to the Dodgers. Arizona State took down Baylor 83-79 in the first round of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament. And Devin Booker and Jalen Green combined for 52 points as the Suns beat the Bucks 129-114. Little did we know, John, 52 points was a pretty small number.
Yes. And by the way, Bobby Hurley's last win as ASU's head coach, right? Because the next night, I guess we probably will bring that up. But
we have to get to that.
That's his last win as Arizona State's head coach.
And it came on
Wednesday.
The new league year began in the NFL, and quarterback Kyler Murray was officially released by the Cardinals. Arizona State was crushed 91-42. Oh. Crushed is an understatement by Iowa State in the second round of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament. And it was announced after the game that Sun Devil head coach Bobby Hurley will not be back as the team's head coach after 11 seasons. Corbin Carroll made his 2026 Cactus League debut a little over a month after breaking his hamate bone as the Diamondbacks lost 13-3 to the Athletics. Perfect line there, John, about what we're talking about. Don't care that they lost. Don't care that it was 13-3. I care that Corbin Carroll played.
Absolutely. And by the way, I wore sunscreen. Very warm day. Sat behind home plate. Watched Corbin Carroll. Watched every swing very meticulously with sunscreen on the back of my neck.
I wore sunscreen yesterday. I just didn't apply it properly, apparently.
What, do you need directions? What is that?
I was in a hurry. I got there 5 minutes before the event started, and I thought I hit every spot, and then I felt myself burning to a crisp.
You got to double up. You got to just because let's face it, we're not great at this kind of thing. We're probably going to screw it up. So you got to just make sure to be safe than sorry.
Also I used 30 SPF.
Oh, that does nothing.
In Arizona, I feel like I need to be
this sun
going
just
50
goes
plus.
For people,
the sun here, nah.
For people of our shade too, Rick, we gotta take everything we can get. Hey, how about that next day of the week?
Thursday.
Former Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray signed a 1-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know if you heard us talking about that at all on today's program. Former Jacksonville Jaguars safety Andrew Wingard reportedly signed a 1-year contract with the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 13-2 by the Colorado Rockies at Salt River Fields. Devin Booker and Jalen Green combined for 79 points as the Phoenix Suns took down the Indiana Pacers 123-108. And then Arizona crushed UCF 81-59 in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 men's basketball tournament. That Wingard news for the safety edition for the Cardinals. It's going to be interesting to see there, John, because maybe it's Rabbit Taylor Demerson who naturally steps into that other safety spot, replacing Jalen Thompson.
You smell something, Rabbit? Fear.
You were right on that.
You and Aaron Maloney.
You were right on that.
We were in the room together, you, Aaron, and I, when I told her his nickname was Rabbit, and her eyes lit up, and your eyes lit up, and you were just looking for every Elmer Fudd reference that you could find. There's also the possibility they take Caleb Downs for that spot. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm into best player like you. I mean, Wingard, that does not excite me very much. That kind of thing. I saw just a minute ago that the Cardinals have like $60 million in cap space now. That's got to be near the top. I mean, is anybody left?
And I think
it's like seagulls after French fries. Like, is there anybody?
Again, I mean, I think they should trade for Max Crosby, but they're not going to do that.
What?
Yeah, why not?
Because they'll go from winning 4 games to 6? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, but it's Max Crosby, and you have a ton of cap space. Who cares?
You're not getting him for free. You're giving up all these future assets that you need to build out your football program.
I mean, I would give up this year's first-round pick because this year's draft is pretty weak. That's what I'm saying. And then you'd say,
you don't have to give him 2 1s anymore.
Yeah, and then I would say he failed a physical, so sorry, you're not getting 2 first-round picks. You're going to get ours from this year, and there you go.
How about taking Gardner Minshew back?
Yeah, maybe.
Jesse, your mind continues to fascinate me, and I mean that as a compliment.
I think it's a good idea, just because this draft.
Okay, I can't wait to come back on doing this show at this point next year and reviewing the first round of this draft with you and going, maybe you're right.
I love Fernando Mendoza and the rest of the draft. I like Maui Noah. I like him.
No, I'm not taking
but not number 3. I like Jeremiah Love. I wish the Cardinals would just take him.
We'll just have to wait and see, partner. What day is it today?
Friday.
Thank you, voice man. I appreciate that. The Phoenix Suns take on the Toronto Raptors at 4:30 tonight. You can hear coverage here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. That's starting at 3:30. It'll be Mitch Vareldis co-hosting with Burns. No hosting. It's just Mitch's thing. That's it. Burns and Gambo are just along for the ride, as am I. I'll be in there as well. And then Tim and Al, or Tim and John. I did Tim and Al. Wow.
Yeah, R.I.P. Al.
My goodness. The absolute legend. Merrill Kelly will make his 2026 Cactus League debut tonight in surprise when the Dbacks face the Kansas City Royals. We are on just no injury watch there for sure. And then, of course, the thing that I will be paying attention to the most, I'm willing to admit it as a Suns guy, that's totally fine. Arizona plays Iowa State at 4 with a spot in the Big 12 men's basketball tournament final on the line. Tonight's Suns game is really interesting to me, John, because these are two similar teams. When you look at where their season started, the low expectations, and how they built out exceeding expectations, defense-first mentality. Should be a really fun game.
This is not a must-win game because, obviously, you still have games afterwards. I would call this a critical game, though, because if we're being honest, going to Boston, probably not. Minnesota's going to be really tough. Going to San Antonio, probably not. At this point, as you look in the standings, if the goal is to get out of 7, you can't lose 4 games in a row.
You cannot also, and I think they're in this unique position right now with where the road trip's at, where, man, like if you can get the momentum from the start of these 3 games and take that into the future games going forward, like I know the Boston game, man, it was ugly when it was here, but maybe it'll be something of a different tale. And then Minnesota, there's some Dylan Brooks follow-up there that has to be done with what Dylan said. He might not be out there for that game, but it'll be really interesting to see what they have this year. Toronto is really fun because they've got players like Scotty Barnes. They've got players like Brandon Ingram who are at the top. But then Jamal Shedd has been one of my favorite guys to watch in basketball in general the last 5 to 6 years. Sandro Mamukelashvili was a guy a couple of years ago who I shouted out as a potential Suns draft guy, and he's emerged having his own role on that team as well. Colin Murray Boyles was a fun prospect to watch for them, but he might be out today. Keep an eye on Burns and Gambo coming up next, by the way, to hear more injury news as that comes in. And again, pregame coverage for Suns Raptors starting at 3:30. John, I'm so glad that we got to do this and that we have another opportunity to do it again on Monday. This is a blast, buddy.
Plus, I mean, we have a quick minute. I know it's not tournament time yet, but we're getting kind of a sense of it in the studio. Like Wisconsin looks like they're going to beat Illinois here with about a minute and a half left. We got Vandy, Tennessee. We already had Michigan and Ohio State.
This is where
it's just like, and by the way, give it up to us for staying focused to give you a high-quality show today while this was all going on.
Oh, yeah. I was really trying to read this screen and then watch the game at the same
I
time.
saw you doing that. It was unbelievable.
I might get dizzy. I might need to take a break. Thank you so much for listening to Wolf and Luke. It's Burns and Gambo next.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's Window Madness time in the Valley, where you can score a slam dunk deal at Advanced Window Products. You can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows during their March Spring Special, and if you need fewer windows, they will prorate the discount so everybody wins. Advanced Window Products gives you a distinct home court advantage. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups, and they are celebrating their 40th anniversary, which means they are a trusted veteran you can rely on. They'll deliver you a triple-double, where they'll build your windows, install your windows, and then guarantee them for life. You'll also get full court coverage with a warranty that is transferable, which adds value if you ever sell your home, and you'll get fast break installation, big league quality, and minor league pricing. Call today at 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Men over 40, this matters. If you're working just as hard as you always have, but your body isn't giving you the same return, less energy, slower metabolism, weight that won't move, that's not about discipline, it's biology. After 40, things change. The same habits don't get the same results. Most guys just push harder, more caffeine, eat less, try to outwork it. But willpower isn't the problem, support is. That's why I like M-Drive, Boost, and Burn. It's built specifically for men over 40. Steady energy and metabolism support without extremes. No hype, just real support for real life. M-Drive Boost and Burn is now the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts, and Sprouts is one of the strictest specialty retailers in the country. If you're over 40, don't ignore it. Go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first purchase. That's Gambo at mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Would you like to walk with the pros? Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, has teamed up with Shady Ray Sunglasses to send 2 lucky listeners VIP style to the 2026 LPGA Ford Championship, presented by Wild Horse Pass, March 26th through the 29th. To walk inside the ropes with the pros on championship weekend. Runner-up contestants can win premier hospitality to the Trophy Bar Hospitality venue or tickets to the event. Go to bunkergolf.com and register for our Walk with the Pros contest today.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of newacunit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The newacunit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's newacunit.com.
newacunit.com.
Home service pros in Phoenix, you work hard, but if your leads come in waves or you're relying on referrals to stay busy, it's not your service, it's your visibility. Blue Aspen understands how homeowners search, and they can help you get the response you need. They specialize in strong SEO, high-intent PPC, and websites built to turn clicks into booked jobs. No long contracts, no fluff, just real growth. Start with a free growth audit at blueaspenmarketing.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns played their second night of a back-to-back tonight. They're north of the border in Toronto to face the Raptors. Jordan Goodwin is questionable going into tonight, listed with left calf injury management. He did play yesterday, for those keeping track. Raptors are awaiting word on All-Star Scotty Barnes, who is questionable. We are less likely to see the 9th overall pick Colin Murray-Boyles. He is doubtful. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage will start at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona men's basketball looks to keep their tournament run alive tonight in Kansas City. It's a rematch with Iowa State, who the Wildcats bested back on March 2nd. Tip-off for that game will be at 4. And the Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight up over in Surprise. They're taking on the Kansas City Royals. Merrill Kelly will make his spring debut, and first pitch is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's tournament time. Catch the madness at Talking Stick Resort March 19th and 20th, starting at 10 a.m. They've got massive screens, food and drink specials, and nonstop hoops action.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
You know, let's have a brief moment of silence for our producer, Lauren, who is in Chicago right now at the Big Ten tournament.
And they're about to go down.
And they're about to go down.
To Wisconsin.
She went there for what was going to end up being one game. She thought Illinois might go on a little bit of... Sorry, Lauren. Sorry.
Welcome to the We Hate Wisconsin Club, because they always dash our dreams. Join the club.
Speaking as a U of A basketball fan, Gambo is.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Lauren took the weekend off. She left on Wednesday night to fly out with her family. They're all big Illini fans. Illinois, I think, got the double bye, so this is their first game in the tournament. And they're losing 88-83 with 27 seconds to go in overtime in the first game that they're going to play. I just can't imagine going all the way out there for one game. You know, it's just, oh my God, what a nightmare that is. So you're in our thoughts and prayers, Lauren. You're in our thoughts and prayers.
5-point lead. 22 seconds to go.
It's over. Illinois just missed a shot. 16 seconds.
Oh,
to go.
yeah.
That's
it. It's done. It's done.
If you're watching on the YouTube feed, Gambo is working from home today, audio only, so you get to see that lovely photograph of him under the big red roof here. We got a lot to talk about today. Busy show, not a lot of time to do it because we're short with the Suns in Toronto taking on the Raptors. So let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Ever since I started playing tackle football, I was 7 years old. Genuine fandom. Ran deep, Vikings gear through and through. A lot of purple in my household. I don't want to bring it up right now, but maybe later, another day. It was a moment. I'll bring it up anyways. Whatever. I cried real tears whenever Brett threw that interception. I cried real tears that day.
So Brett Favre interception.
Who knew that if you cut Kyler Murray in two, he would bleed purple and gold? I knew he liked them. We had talked about that a couple of days ago. I didn't realize, to think, Gambo, we had Kyler Murray here 7 years. I didn't know that about him. Did you know that about him? It's
that he was a Viking fan?
Like that,
no,
to that
no,
level.
No,
I had
not like that.
idea it was like that.
No, we said something last week. Like there's some tweets from back when 2012 when Kyler was a huge Viking fan. 2000. So you're going back 14 years ago. He was like 13, 14 years old. He was a diehard fan of the Minnesota Vikings. Who would have known? Listen, when we broke the news the other day, Kyler was visiting with Minnesota. And we put it out there, and I said, from what I've heard, I expect that something could get done in the next 24 hours. Obviously, I had a line of communication with the people that were making these decisions, and I said they're going to explore some other options, just to see, but something could get done in the next 24 hours. I said a starting spot is a priority, and Minnesota offers that, and a deal could be done in the next 24 hours. And it was done about 24 hours later. They got the deal done, and Kyler Murray is a Minnesota Viking.
They'll pay him $1.3 million. We talked about this a little bit when you had that news, like trying to figure out exactly, what Kyler Murray might be fighting for. There was nobody who could pay him any more money. He was always just going to make $1.3 million. We kind of found out, and there was one little caveat to the reporting yesterday, what Kyler was able to secure from the Minnesota Vikings, and I think it's a fairly important one. The new deal prohibits the Vikings from using any kind of a tag on him a year from now. So a year from now, he has completely unfettered, total access to free agency.
I'm gonna interrupt you here. 2-point game. Illinois is going to have a chance here.
Oh, come on, Lauren.
5.8 seconds left. The Wisconsin just missed a free throw. If they make this free throw, they're up 3 with about 6 seconds left, enough to get down the court and maybe tie it.
Looks like Illinois.
Will we prematurely?
But we might have prematurely threw dirt on the grave of Lauren's fighting lineup.
Do we have a reverse taps audio?
It's like
I don't know what happened, but it was like they were up by 5 and they had the ball, and all of a sudden now it's a 3-point game with 6 seconds left, and Illinois has the ball. So we'll see.
I turned away from it to be honest.
Yeah, that's what happened.
It's the meme of the Undertaker, coming up, and I'm alive. I'm not dead here. Yeah.
This is truly fascinating. And I think all the people in Minnesota, just trying to figure out what do they have. I know that, I had one of the main writers from the Star Tribune reach out to me to, he also, produces and co-hosts Access Viking podcast. They want to have me on to talk about Kyler Murray and what should they expect with Kyler Murray. And so, I'm going to go on with the Star Tribune writers. They have like a little round table, and they just want to pick my brain, what can we expect with Kyler Murray? What's going to happen with Kyler Murray? And it is a fascinating thing because, you can make an argument that the first 3 years, even though there wasn't a lot of, success, they got to the playoffs and they got slaughtered, that he was good. He was good. And then the last few years, he hasn't been. Obviously, he missed 12 games, last year. He missed 9 in 2023. He missed 6 with the ACL in 2022. He missed 3 with an ankle in 2021. So you got a guy that's been very injured. But for the Vikings, I've heard a lot of people discuss this over the last 12 or so hours, right? Or 24 hours, whatever it is. The bargain, just the bargain. It's a little bit over $1 million for Kyler Murray.
Sure.
He's a starting quarterback. How often do you get a starting caliber quarterback for $1 million? Backups cost $7 million these days.
Yeah, there's almost no reason not to. The only reason not to, I think, for Minnesota, and we'll touch on this a little bit later, but I'll bring it up now. The only reason not to do this if you're Minnesota is that Kyler Murray is just such a radical departure from the kinds of quarterbacks that Kevin O'Connell typically coaches. And that really is the big thing here. Can Kyler adjust to him? Can O'Connell adjust to Kyler? Is there some middle ground here? Is there some different level?
I don't think so.
Is there some different level that Kevin O'Connell can unlock? Because he really is just a vastly different type of quarterback from the kind of system O'Connell likes to run and from the kind of quarterback O'Connell typically has. And yet the fact that he did this anyway, kind of like, oh, yeah, totally. I can win with that dude. Come on, Kyler, let's go. $1.3 million. Let's make it happen, It's
going to be fascinating because Minnesota runs play action. Your quarterbacks, you play action. You're under center. It's all timing to get the ball to Jefferson. It's all timing. It's play action. Kyler was in the shotgun or the pistol 91, 92% of the time. Like, he's not under center. So you're going to take a guy that's never under center, very, very rarely under center, and you got to put him in a system that, that runs a lot of play action pass from a guy being under center.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, do you change? Do you try to have Kyler run your system, or do you change everything you do to try to benefit Kyler? I have no idea. I really don't have any idea, but I think it's two really contrasting styles.
No doubt
to
about
try
it.
to see if it works.
Kyler was asked about that.
I don't want to put any limitation on what that looks like. Again, I know he's had a tremendous amount of success with multiple different quarterbacks. I know what my skill set brings to the game. I know what I'm capable of. And I think that, again, like I said, I'm ready to come in and compete. And I can't wait to be under his tutelage and, like I said, get to go to war with not only Jets, but him too.
But if you talk about it being a no-brainer from the Vikings standpoint at $1.3 million, it's also in many ways a no-brainer from Kyler Murray's standpoint. He's going to a very good team. He's surrounded by talent that, quite frankly, he wasn't surrounded by at any point when he was with Arizona in terms of the wide receivers, the offensive line, certainly the defense they have in Minnesota with Brian Flores. And for him, all Kyler has to do is look at the quarterbacks that Kevin O'Connell has, for lack of a better word, fixed over the course of his career, right? There's a Daniel Jones story in there. There's a Sam Darnold story in there. Hell, I even read a Kirk Cousins story in there about how all of these quarterbacks kind of came to O'Connell. Daniel Jones was a third-string quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, but felt his time there was so valuable. It's what led him to have the success he had in Indianapolis. So if O'Connell really is some sort of a quarterback whisperer, Kyler Murray is very, very smart to choose to go there to help a new chapter of his career be written.
Yeah, I think that I think with the talent that they have, especially with Justin Jefferson there, but this is also a team, Jefferson's been there for 6 years. He doesn't have a playoff win. McConnell's been there 4 years. He doesn't have a playoff win. They the year they went, last year when they went 14-3, not this past season, the season before, they lost in the wild card rounds. In 2022, O'Connell's first year, they lost in the wild card round. So, they're desperate to try to win a playoff game. They're desperate to try to win. And that's why J.J. McCarthy, 23 years old, 10 starts under his belt. It's we have a chance to get Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
And, we think that Kyler Murray's gives us a better chance to have success. So, I get it. I am truly, truly fascinated to see if this is going to work or not. Or if Kyler is just going to lead the Minnesota Vikings to a 9-8 record and be oh, okay. Hey, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, it sure does.
8 wins, 9 wins, middle of the pack, 7, 8, 9. I get that.
And this is not going to surprise anybody. The over-under for wins for the Vikings next year is 8.5. That sounds just about right. Yep.
Yeah.
Calling all Suns fans. Join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 until 6 at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fans Giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns Rockets Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Speaking of the Suns, they get the win. They stay close to the 7 seed in a wild, wild West. We'll talk about their victory last night next on Burns and Gambo.
Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
It's always good to have a plan. If you look at the stock market and you look at what's happened in the last 10 days and how much it's gone down, it makes a lot of people panic, right? It makes a lot of people panic. And, people have lost a lot of money in the stock market because of what happens. That's why I always recommend you have a financial advisor that can weigh your risk versus your reward and put you in a position to when the lows are low, they don't affect you as much. And when the highs are highs, you're still able to gain. So I think it is important and imperative you speak with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, who can give you the advice you need. There's a lot of ways to invest in the market, right? I mean, you could be aggressive, you could be super aggressive, you could be ultra conservative. Whatever your risk tolerance is, it's important that your financial advisor understands that and doesn't just put you in a bunch of funds not knowing what you like and what your tolerance is. Stuart Willis is great about figuring out where you're at, where you want to get to, and helping you with a financial plan, a retirement plan, and even a tax plan. So I recommend 5 locations in the Valley, calling him today at 602-877-PLAN and seeing how he can help you. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep, because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard, because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's another Suns afternoon game at Toronto. Pregame at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Shouting out Glendale on this Friday afternoon. Appreciate you listening to the Burns and Gambo show out there in Glendale, where we're talking about Suns win over the Indiana Pacers.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
That is a season best, 12 games over 500 for the Phoenix Suns.
Games over 500.
And that wraps up a 6-game stretch for the Suns of relatively easy games that they were playing. Kind of the mush that we were talking about. The mush is pretty much over. They went 5-1 versus the mush. The only one they lost, Gambo, was the Chicago Bulls back on March 5th at home, 105-103.
Right.
Suns take care of business last night against an Indiana Pacers team that I know it was Zubac's first game back. He didn't play in the second half.
Yeah, didn't play.
Nembhard didn't play in the second half. I mean, it's like, thank you very much, Indiana. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. You had to figure they'd have Zubac on some kind of limit, but it was interesting that he did not play the second half in the game. I thought, here's my opinions, I couldn't believe how good Jalen Green was in the fourth quarter of that basketball game. I just couldn't, because it was still, it's a close game. I mean, it was what, 96-88. And then, they just kind of broke out a can of whoop ass in that fourth quarter. And I love what they were able to do, just offensively and then defensively, and coming up with steals. And so I like how they were able to put that game away. I called it last night as a watch, like the fourth quarter Suns. Here they go to just wear teams out. To all of a sudden. But Jalen, I think in my notes I had 15 points in the fourth quarter.
17.
Of that.
It was 17.
It was 17?
It was 17 in the fourth quarter last night.
Okay, I must have missed a basket. Oh, there it is. Yep, I see it. I forgot to circle one right there. He was unbelievable. He was incredible. And, we had talked about, how he was starting fourth quarters and not finishing fourth quarters, and now you're watching him, and he was fantastic last night. They took care of business when they have to. I mean, Indiana was scrappy. They were trying to stay in the game. They were trying to stay in that game. They were battling. And some of their guys, Slauson and Jones and even Huff, Brown, they were trying to win that basketball game, but the Phoenix Suns kind of wore them down. You know what you haven't needed in these last couple of games either? Booker's been great, but he's not scoring a whole lot in the fourth quarter of these last few games because he hasn't needed to.
No, he was tremendous in the third quarter of this game, and of course,
in the third
quarter, he was fantastic. He had 19 points in the third quarter. He was ultra efficient last night, 43 points on 31 shots. He was 14 of 31 from the floor, so nearly 50% shooting last night. Had the 7 rebounds, the 5 assists, only 2 turnovers. He was 4 of 7 from deep, and that's something to kind of keep an eye on because those numbers are starting to tick up a little bit. He was tremendous. His last 5 games were really good, but talk about these fourth quarter Suns. It's the third straight game that the Suns have held the opponent to under 23 points in the fourth quarter. Now, granted, some of that is going to have to do with the quality of competition that they're playing. Charlotte had 22. Milwaukee had 17. Indiana had 20 in the fourth quarter last night. The Pacers had more turnovers than baskets in the fourth quarter last night, so you're seeing that defensive pressure ramp up. But, yeah, you're right about Jalen Green. It's good to see him start these fourth quarters but finish these fourth quarters and continue to do it. And Jordan Ott talked about this after the game. Continue to do it with that small ball lineup. Haywood, Highsmith, Fleming at center. I mean, just going small in that fourth quarter. Jordan Ott spoke on it.
I mean, both games it felt pretty good. So when exactly to go to it, again, these are stretch bigs again. Some challenges that we have just guarding those guys with our bigs. It's new. It's just new situations that man have been in. So I thought we were able to respond and react in game to try to find another way just to get a road win.
It's an interesting strategy to use in the absence of Mark Williams, and one that we talked about a little, but we didn't talk about a lot, right? Like Mark Williams gets hurt, and you go, okay, Osa's going to start. Come on, Malawatch is going to get some of those minutes. Obviously, at center, maybe we see some C.J. Huntley, and it was one of those, oh, by the way, maybe they go small at times, and maybe they don't really play with a center.
And they did.
And they did it again last night, just like they did against Milwaukee, where basically Rasheer Fleming was the tallest guy on the floor last night for the Suns. And I do wonder, for as long as Williams is out, and I don't know if this says anything about Malawatch, and I don't know if they just don't like the matchup with Malawatch and some of these stretch guys, and they're still being cautious about it. But this is the second straight game where they've rolled this out. They've had a lot of success doing it. It's especially in these fourth quarters where they've kind of put the game away. A lot of those moments have come when they're playing small ball out there.
Well, if you noticed, last night too, right? So Fleming, early in that fourth quarter, he has the block of Walker, which led to a mid-range shot by Jalen. And then he comes back a little bit later and he blocks Jones. His size and athleticism is just... What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing because the block he had on Jones, I think he blocked that with his elbow.
Yeah.
He was so big, and
He's
Jones
so
was so
long.
small. He blocked that ball
Yeah.
with his elbow. It's like he didn't even need a hand for it. It was crazy.
But I mean, either way, it's active defensively with his length and that. So they didn't bring Oso in. When they brought Oso in that fourth quarter, they brought him in for Fleming. And at that point, it was like they were up by 10, 113, 103. There was probably about 5.5 minutes left, I think, right around there. The last note I took was 6:10. But then, Book and Coffee came in at 6:10 for Goody and Royce. And then the next substitution was Oso for Fleming. So Fleming came out, Oso came in. So you're right. They went small, and they had some real success with it. And part of that, you have to give credit to Fleming's ability to be a little bit of a shot blocker there and thwart some shots defensively.
Yeah, so the Suns are back at it tonight, and it certainly was a necessary win for them last night. We've got a month left to go in the season. I fully think it's time to start scoreboard watching a little bit with this team and where they are in the
last night,
standings.
did you? Lakers won?
Yeah, Lakers won last night. The Nuggets won last night.
Nuggets won.
They rallied from 20 back to beat the San Antonio Spurs, even though they didn't have Wemby out there. So the Suns very much, I think, needed a win last night to be able to keep pace with those teams in the standings. Everything's still the same. It's still 2 games in the loss column separating number 3 through number 7 in the West. So the Lakers have 25 losses. The Rockets have 25. The Nuggets and Minnesota both have 26. The Suns have 27. Everything's jammed real tight. The Rockets are playing the Pelicans tonight. The Warriors are playing the T-Wolves tonight. That's a big game to watch. The Bulls are at the Clippers. The Clippers I don't think are going to catch the Suns. We talked about that last night, but the Clippers keep playing really well. And the Suns, it gets and I think they're well equipped to handle this. They certainly have done just fine against some of the better teams in the NBA this year. But here comes a pocket where it's Toronto tonight. They've got the 7th best record in the East. Then it's Boston. They've got the 2nd best record. Then it's Minnesota. Huge game on St. Patrick's Day. They're 6th in the West. Then it's San Antonio. They're 2nd. Get an easy one against Milwaukee. They're 11th in the East. Another game against Toronto. We know they're good. And then Denver on Tuesday, March 24th. They're 5th in the West. Those games in particular against Minnesota and Denver are huge, huge games when it comes to the standings and the Suns' ability to get out of the play-in tournament. Those are big, big games.
Yeah. And we've so ultra-focused on the 6th seed. It is crazy how close they are to what, the 3 seed?
Yeah, it's not. They're 2 games in the loss column behind. Yeah.
So crazy.
Which is why you have to watch Houston and why you have to watch the Lakers, who got 51 from Luka last night. It's not just the Nuggets. It's not just the teams directly in front of you. It's a traffic jam, man. There's a chance they could have home court advantage in the first round of the NBA playoffs. They're only 2 games back in the loss column from that right now. It's real. It's legit. So this part of the schedule will go a long way towards dictating that. The madness kicks off next Thursday. We want you to become the next Bracket Bucks champion. Text the word Bucks to 620-620. We'll send you a bracket so you can compete for $500. Text the word Bucks to 620-620. Do not miss your chance to win. ASU men's basketball, they need a new head coach. You can scratch one name off the Gambo 5. We'll tell you who it is next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
How would you like to get a heart scan for you and someone in your family? It could be your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. It could be your aunt, your uncle, your grandfather. A heart scan for you and someone for $69 total. Total. 2 people, total $69, a heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. No needles, no prep, no claustrophobic tubes. These scans are imperative. They're important. Maybe you've got heart disease that runs in your family. Maybe you've got a really high-stress life like a lot of us do, and you want a baseline. How is your heart reacting? Well, nobody does a better scan than Lifeguard Imaging. Early detection saves lives. Now, you would pay over $1,200 for these 2 scans if you just went in on your own, but we can get you 2 scans for $69. 2 scans for $69. Check out the reviews, all 5-star. There's no obligation. They got their location on Bell Road, centrally located, and they do a great job of helping people and saving lives. All you have to do to get this special offer is text SCAN to 620-620. Saving lives through early detection. Text SCAN to 620-620.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show returns to Arizona. The Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring Nationals. Over 1,500 classics. Experience the high-octane fun of Good Guys autocross racing action. Explore the Square Body Syndicate GM truck get-together and more. And it's all happening this weekend at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop, and big weekend coming up this weekend. I'm officiating a wedding tomorrow. My son's best friend and his longtime girlfriend are getting married, and because I'm going to be up there in front of all of those people, and because it's time to get a haircut, got my appointment tomorrow in the morning, the Gilbert location, off to V's Barbershop. Want to make sure everything looks as good as it possibly can for a big moment like that, for any big moment, whether it's a big interview, whether it's a big date, whether it's a graduation, a big party, or just because you want to look as good as you possibly can. You want to go to V's Barbershop because they have absolutely the best barbers in the business. And I mean, in some cases, the best barbers in the country. They are very meticulous about who they hire, and their barbers are very meticulous about how they cut your hair. So the next time you've got a big event coming up or you just want to look as good as you possibly can, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns play their second night of a back-to-back tonight, north of the border in Toronto, taking on the Raptors. Jordan Goodwin is questionable going into the night. It's listed as left calf injury management. Do note that he did play the last couple of games here. Raptors are awaiting word on All-Star Scotty Barnes. He is questionable. Less likely to see the 9th overall pick, Colin Murray-Boyles. He is doubtful. Tip-off will be at 4:30. Pre-game coverage will start at 3:30 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Arizona men's basketball looks to keep their tournament run alive tonight in Kansas City. It's a semifinals. And it's a rematch against Iowa State, who the Wildcats bested back on March 2nd. Tip-off will be at 4. And the Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight. They're up over in Surprise this evening, taking on the Kansas City Royals. And it's Merrill Kelly's spring debut. First pitch will be at 6:05. This report is brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, this is Jared, and on Monday we'll talk about all the latest Arizona Cardinals free agency moves and a quarterback room that has the finest mustaches since the 70s Oakland A's bullpen. Tune in at Monday at 6 a.m.
Tip jar, Billy Idol. Please.
Tip jar those mustaches from the 80s, too. Good Lord.
Billy Idol.
Everybody say it along with me.
Sang one of my favorite
I know.
MTV songs.
I know. One of your favorite MTV videos, let's be honest about it.
Yes.
I don't really think
absolutely.
you cared about the song that much.
No, not at all.
Pretty sure you liked the video, yeah.
Yes.
I think one of my dad's friends from college was actually briefly married to one of Billy Idol's dancers in the White Wedding video.
Really?
If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really? That's pretty cool.
That's a good little story.
That's pretty
right
cool.
there.
I like that.
So there you go. Me, my dad, his college buddy, girl, Billy Idol. There you go.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 7 degrees of Mitch to Billy Idol.
Yeah, that's how you make the connection right there. Gambo, a couple of days ago, you had your Gambo 5, the 5 names that you money back guarantee, right? If one of these 5 guys is in the next head coach of ASU, is that how that works?
I think I expect that'll be one of these 5 guys. Yeah, that's what I expect. Now, there are, once the job became official, there are other people now that are looking at this job and coming out of the woodwork to show interest in it. But we went with 5 names that I truly believe ASU will have a lot of interest in. But yeah, some of these names will go off the board, and Josh Schertz is one of them right now.
Josh Schertz is off the board. St. Louis and Josh Schertz have agreed on the terms of a long-term contract that will keep him at the school. He was one of your Gambo 5.
Yes.
The others that remain are Randy Bennett, the St. Mary's head coach, Gerard Calhoun, the Utah State head coach, Jace Coburn, the head coach at Portland State, and Eric Olin, the New Mexico head coach. Schertz is
nobody's been able to get Bennett to leave. And people have tried, but nobody's been able to get Bennett to leave. That would be a really good hire if they can get Bennett, a really good hire. He's elite, he's an elite coach. But many people have tried, and he's never left. So we'll see if he would leave. That's a big name. Olin's a really interesting name too. He's done a hell of a job. He really has. There's a little bit of a buyout there. $2.7 million is his buyout. He only makes 1.2, but he did such a good job. They had no players returning when he took over that program this year, and he won a lot. So went from the Big West to the Mountain West, no issues, won. That's an interesting. Coburn's an interesting name too, because he was once a ball boy for Bill Frieder. Here in Arizona, he was a ball boy for Freeds. So he's got that Kenny Dillingham, excited and young and energetic and would love the job. And I think he would jump at it if he was given the opportunity. And so there's some Kenny Dillingham similarities there with him as being able to come in and just kind of light this place on fire.
Graham Rossini was on the Sun Devil Extra podcast and said the notion that it's hard to win here at ASU, he would disagree with that.
I don't agree with the sentiment that it's a tough basketball job or it's a tough place to win or they can't get it right there. I would consider it the exact opposite. And the national narrative may not reflect what's happening locally, and our fans have seen that. Hopefully the local media has noticed that as well, that there's momentum in our department and there's a different energy throughout Sun Devil Athletics. That starts with the amazing group of head coaches that are here. That starts with 600 athletes from all over the world that are picking us. They're picking our university. They're picking our coaches. They're picking our programs. And they're proud to represent ASU. And so now we've got a chance to use men's basketball as another platform to reintroduce Arizona State University to the nation and let people understand that we're not looking to be a sleepy program in the background. We have intentions to win, and we want to compete in the Big 12. And we know that that's a difficult conference and that there is a commitment and an effort that needs to accelerate in order to do that.
I never thought that they'd have problems or difficulty attracting decent candidates to the job, especially pouring $100 million into the building the way they're talking about doing.
Yeah, $100 million is going to go a long way. Yeah,
I do, Gambo, question whether anybody can have sustained success there. I mean, that is something, and I've been on that bandwagon for a while of just wondering whether anybody truly can succeed when it comes to coaching ASU basketball. I think they'll have plenty of people who will be interested in the gig. And I do think Graham is right that there is momentum for ASU athletics right now. It's just a really hard job, and it's even harder now in the Big 12. And it's not easy when you're competing with U of A down south. It's difficult. It's difficult to sustain success there, I think.
Yeah. I think the feeling is that many people said it would be difficult to have sustained success with the football program, and it looks like they're on the track of having sustained success. So you got to keep your eye, and we'll see. But so far, so good. And I think the point with with ASU is if you look at them and the success they've had in the Big 12 in all their sports, the feeling is, well, who's to say we can't figure it out in basketball because we've figured out in all these other sports. We went to the Big 12 and they've won a lot in all of their sports. So I get it that, basketball is a different animal. I think the $100 million will help a lot when you redo that arena. I do think it's going to really, really help. And then Graham is a different type of AD than what we've had in the past.
Now, that I would agree with. I would agree there very much with that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you've had some ADs that just, I don't know. I think for whatever reason, I think they were good ADs when you had Kevin White and Gene Smith. You had good ADs. After that, it was tough to get somebody that had the excitement and the passion for ASU the way Graham does. I mean, Lisa Love would work 3 hours a day, and she'd be gone. She was never there. So you've had a hard time having that AD that you can really get behind. I think Graham Rossini's a little bit different of a breed. I think he wants to win, and he believes that he can. And so if he can, listen, I think if he could get Randy Bennett, that would be good. I think Coburn's a terrific candidate. I think he's got a lot of what Kenny shares. I think Olin could be a really good candidate. And I will tell you, there are other Power 4 coaches that are still interested in the job that they didn't even know about. So I think that's something to keep your eye on too. I think there could be an interesting name or two, that comes on. I still think the list of 5 that I gave you, it's going to come down to somebody in that group. I haven't heard anything different about that. But, once that job got posted, once, Bobby was gone, all of a sudden you're seeing, they have seen other interest in the job from quality coaches.
The Big 12 tournament resumes tonight. It's a shame that it took as long as it did. It was nice to see the Big 12 reverse course and get rid of that glass court that they've been playing on.
Yep.
A player from Texas Tech got injured. It's a shame that the women's tournament was on that same court, and they were all complaining about how slippery it was, and nothing changed after that. But now we go into the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament tonight with U of A, Iowa State, Houston, and who's the other ones? Kansas tonight.
Yeah, so if U of A wins, they play the winner of Houston, Kansas.
So I'm glad to see the Big 12, got rid of that court and they're going back to the hardwood. It's too bad that it took as long as it did. But that tournament resumes tonight. Illinois did lose, by the way. They did. We would have told you if they didn't. They did lose to Wisconsin. So poor Lauren. All the way in Chicago to watch your beloved basketball team play one game and lose. But sometimes that is the way that goes.
What is the furthest you ever went to watch your team lose?
Well, technically, I went to New York to watch the Diamondbacks lose 3 straight World Series games.
Oh, okay.
But they won, so it all worked out okay.
Yeah, but those were 3 of the most brutal playoff losses.
I know,
you could have.
and I was sitting in the stands for every single one of them. They were. I was covering those games for KTAR, and they were brutal. So that was 3,000 miles between Phoenix and New York. That was about as far as I've ever gone. You?
I don't. It's a good question. I don't know. I don't have one that comes to mind right now.
Yeah, that was
when I was in college. We went to women's tournament. Started off in South Carolina. That was the year that the best South Carolina team, like the beginning of the Dawn Staley era. Asia Wilson was on that team.
Yeah.
So we went there. They won their first game, and then they got spanked by the Gamecocks in round 2.
Yeah. And then you're thinking, man, that's a long way to get home.
Yeah.
We came a
long flight
way
with
to see
the
that.
team, no less.
Yeah, but that wasn't on your dime, right?
No, but it was still a long flight.
I'm like Lauren, that's on her dime. How much did you spend to go watch your team lose a game?
It's a little different when it's on your dime. It wasn't
airfare, hotel, food, tickets.
It wasn't on my dime when KTAR sent me to the World Series in 01.
Right.
That was on their dime. So I'll give you that. It's a little bit different. Speaking of the Arizona Diamondbacks, lots of Dbacks connections left in the World Baseball Classic, and tonight is also a big night for the D-backs here in Phoenix, and we'll tell you why next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I know quite a few people have gone into Pro Smile Dental and taken advantage of their overall well-being and their health by getting a smile makeover. Whether it's the All-On-X implants or the cosmetic veneers, nobody does it better than Pro Smile Dental with locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, free consults and 3D scans. Matter of fact, I've had people ask me about it, and feel free. Like, hey, if you're interested, your teeth are no good, you've got gaps in your teeth, missing teeth, you got big spaces between your teeth, you got a gigantic gum line, feel free to shoot me an email. I'll give you all the information. Gambo@arizonasports.com. Would love to help you, put you in touch with Pro Smile Dental. They've got great financing options. They've got interest-free for 2 years, and they've even go up to 10 years. So we could get that smile makeover for you with no problem. And again, if people have questions, reach out to me, Gambo@arizonasports.com. Just say, hey, I want to know about Pro Smile. We can get you in touch with them, and we can get all of your questions answered. They have the top oral surgeons in the industry. They've got the 2 locations right here in the Valley, and all you have to do is go online at ProSmileAZ.com, or you can even call them at 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, shorter edition of the Burns and Gambo show today, just like we were yesterday. Suns are north of the border in Toronto, taking on the Raptors tonight. So we will we'll be on till 3:30, and then Mitch will step in here for Here Come the Suns from 3:30 to 4. We'll stick with them for that as well. But more Suns basketball coming up today. Big stretch for them. Schedule gets a lot tougher starting tonight.
Bring it on.
And Mitch has the
Bring it on.
Bring it on. I say bring it on. Let's see how they do. Mitch, what you got for us today?
Simple, straightforward. I figure we'd go with the Suns, even though there's other news out there pertaining Arizona athletes, or the former, I should say. So whose scoring barrage, basically whose offensive performance, was more encouraging to see last night for the Suns? Devin Booker or Jalen Green?
That's a great question. You know what I'm going to go with?
I can do this on my own, Lauren. Take that.
I mean, it's...
Gosh darn it, people like me, says Mitch.
You really, really like me.
Listen, I could sit there and make a real good argument for Book going for 40 for the first time, and they need him to do that to win games. The answer is Jalen Green. The answer, because a week ago, we've had this debate. Like, I just wonder if it's a lost season. He just couldn't get going. It was one game after another, after another, after another. It's like, I just don't know if he'll ever be right. Now that he's right, now that he's finishing games, he's taking over in the fourth quarter, it's Jalen Green.
The only reason I would vote for Book is because of the three-point shooting. We've just obsessed about his three-point shooting all season long. It's like 41% now in his last 5 games, which we're going to talk about in the next segment. But Gambo's right. It's Jalen Green. I mean, like Devin Booker, the offense was always functioning with him out there anyway. This is a corner Jalen Green needed to turn. So put me down for Jalen Green as well.
The grouping I would phrase it as is putting it generously, but he shot 40% or better in his last 5 games. And I'd say generously because last night it was 61%, and then the night before was 50%. So he's clearly found something. And the audience agrees right now. 61% going with the new acquisition from Houston and 39% for D-Book.
All right, that's the poll question. Thank you, Mitch. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. One word is where it's at. The Arizona Diamondbacks, they're back at it tonight. They're in surprise, taking on the Royals, right, Mitch? The Royals tonight. And
not going to have Pasquantino, though, are you, in that game?
No, they're not. Or
the Royals, they're not going to have Pasquantino.
Or Brett Saberhagen.
Or Jack Caglianone or anybody like that.
Frank White, George Brett, Dennis Leonard.
They're not going to have any of those Italians tonight.
Amos Otis.
Merrill Kelly, though, will be starting for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he is expected to get an inning, maybe a little bit more if he keeps his pitch count down. And now, Gambo, we're in a race to see if Merrill Kelly can be ready enough to be a part of the Diamondbacks rotation when they start the season, or if he's just not going to have enough arm strength built up that they're going to have to put him on the IL to start the season. I heard the Torey Lovello sound. I saw the Torey Lovello quotes. It sounds like it's still very much up in the air as to whether Merrill is going to be ready enough to get a spot in that rotation to start the season.
I got to dig on this a little bit. I don't understand why you couldn't just say, you pitch 4 innings and we'll have – whoever the 6th starter is, go 4 innings. Keep that guy stretched out a little bit. Or go 3. You go 3, the other guy goes 3, and then the bull. Like, I don't really think that it should be an issue, but we'll see. I was a little baffled by that. I'm sure Merrill would like to not go on the injured list and pitch. But, you mentioned it yesterday. There seems to be some hints from Lovello, like it's possible that they have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's at that time of season, at the beginning of the year, pitchers aren't stretched out. Nobody can go very deep. You want to be very cautious. I know yesterday we were recording our Ain't No Fang podcast, and Alex brought up kind of a good point that given last year all of the injuries that they had to their pitchers and the fact that most of them came kind of early, that maybe even like in the back of his mind, Torey might be not wanting to push anybody super hard at the beginning because he saw everybody go down so quickly last year that he wants to take an extra conservative approach this year when it comes to his pitching. At the end of the day, I'll be honest with you, I don't think it matters that much. You know
Probably
what I mean?
not. Probably
if Merrill
not.
Kelly starts the season on the IL and he misses 2 starts and Soroka has to make those starts, and now you've got a fully locked and loaded bullpen to support those guys, is it really that big of a deal if Merrill does have to miss the first 2 turns through the rotation and doesn't rejoin the team until April 7th? It really isn't, is it?
No. I mean, because whoever the 6th starter is could just take his 1 start. It's 1 start, right? We're not talking about he's going to miss 5 starts. We're talking about he'll miss 1 start and then get back into the rotation. So I understand what you're saying. It's not a huge deal. I think we would all like to see him pitch in that Tiger series.
Of course.
We would all listen.
Yes.
'Cause here's the other thing nobody's talking about. I think it's important that this team gets off to a good start. I think that's for Torey Lovello's sake. I think, we haven't talked about it, but, managers on the hot seat and expectations. And if this thing doesn't go very well out of the gates, you have to wonder if there's pressure on Torey. So I think, for him, every Merrill Kelly start's a good one because you want to hang in this race until you can get A.J. Puck back and Gurriel back, and Gurriel's coming quicker. We know that, but Corbin Burns. You want to find a way to stay in this race for as long as you can.
To that point, the start of we really haven't talked about this much because we're still a couple of weeks away. The start of the season is brutal for the Diamondbacks, and I mean brutal. 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Tigers,
right?
4 against the Braves, 3 against the Mets, 3 against the Phillies, 3 against Baltimore, 3 against the Blue Jays. I don't know if there's a team in baseball that has a tougher first 4 weeks of the season than the Arizona Diamondbacks.
How many games is that? Add that up for me.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 13, 16, 19 games. The first 19 games against all teams.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, 22. The first 22 games against all teams that you can a very compelling argument should be in the playoffs.
I'll take 10 wins. I'll go 10 and 12. I mean, I would take 10 or 11 wins right there. 11 and 11, 10. I can go 10 and 12. What you don't want to be is you don't want to be 7 and 15 because that becomes a hill you've got to get out of.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, we can sit there. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I think for Torey Lovello, I think a good start is a big deal. I really do. I think a good start is important for him.
World Baseball Classic resumes tonight. Team USA is taking on Canada at 5 o'clock Arizona time.
Soroka's pitching against
That's going to be so weird, right? Like, it's because you want Soroka to do well as a Diamondback fan. You want Soroka to get lit up as a United States fan. And it's just going to be a really weird dynamic watching that game because I want him to do well, but not too well, because I want Team USA to win. I think in this, you got your Italy team taking on Puerto Rico tomorrow. I think in this round, the fun game to watch is Japan versus Venezuela. That could actually be a really, really good game.
Oh, yeah.
If things go the way they're supposed to, the United States would play the Dominican Republic on Sunday night. And that game has the potential, all right, like just chef's.
Make the stankiest face you got.
Oh, chef's kiss beautiful. If you get the U.S. versus the Dominican on Sunday night, that'd be so much fun.
Kind of been beating Canada's ass lately in some of their own sports. We cannot have them beat us in our sport.
Fair
enough. We've kind of owned you, Canada. We've kind of owned you a little bit.
They can't take baseball from us. We took hockey from them. They can't take baseball from us.
Right.
Yeah.
Can't have that, right?
No, you can't.
You can't have baseball. Like, you can't. Like, everybody was embarrassed when they lost to Italy and were almost knocked out and they needed Italy to win. Like, it'd be really bad to lose to Canada.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Booker and Green, the Suns scoring machine. The rhyme courtesy of Mitch. We'll talk about their great play next on Burns and Gambo.
The Dbacks 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double, and the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Saw a billboard when I was driving in today for Global Credit Union, and it made me think I want to make sure I mention this when telling you about why you should make the switch to Global Credit Union, why you should do your checking with them and your savings and your loans, because Global Credit Union, their level of commitment to their members is off the charts. And one of the big reasons why, and this was what was on the billboard as I was driving in, 24/7, 365, live U.S.-based customer support. That is just not a thing that many banks do these days. And yet Global offers it because they want you to know that whenever you've got a question about your money, they've got an answer. And there's going to be somebody waiting on that other line to be able to help you out when you have a question about your money. Now, there are other benefits as well, huge benefits, saving money through better rates, through fewer fees, early access to paychecks with direct deposit. Joining is really simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's Window Madness time in the Valley, where you can score a slam dunk deal at Advanced Window Products. You can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows during their March spring special, and if you need fewer windows, they will prorate the discount so everybody wins. Advanced Window Products gives you a distinct home court advantage. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups, and they are celebrating their 40th anniversary, which means they are a trusted veteran you can rely on. They'll deliver you a triple-double, where they'll build your windows, install your windows, and then guarantee them for life. You'll also get full court coverage with a warranty that is transferable, which adds value if you ever sell your home, and you'll get fast break installation, big league quality, and minor league pricing. Call today at 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand-smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongousaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, and they are ready to help you right now with all of your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. This is a great time. This is a great time to work with the Lund Mortgage team. Why? House prices are down. So if you're a renter and you want to buy a house prices have come down quite a bit, and the rates are down. Yeah, the rates are lower than they've been in years, so this is a good time to contact the Lund Mortgage team. The only mortgage company I've used since I've lived here in Arizona has been the Lund Mortgage team. You know, they truly care about making sure you get the right mortgage, and not everybody can say that. A lot of companies just really want to get you, off the phone as quickly as possible. Not the Lund Mortgage team. It's about making sure you have the right mortgage. Give them a call at 623-889-0130. They specialize in refinancing, new home loans where they can get you pre-approved for a mortgage. All of you, maybe switching from a 30 to a 15. If you got to pull equity out of your house for a remodel or for some bills, they can help you with that too. Just call Matt Oliver or Lisa Lund at 623-889-0130.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns play their second night of a back-to-back tonight. They're north of the border in Toronto, set to take on the Raptors for the first time this year. Jordan Goodwin is questionable going into this one. Just looked at the latest injury report. That's still the designation as of right now. Left calf injury management. It is noteworthy. Goodwin has played the last 2 games, so they may potentially give him a night off here, second night of a back-to-back, but we will wait and see. As far as the Raptors, good news for them regarding Scotty Barnes. He's been upgraded from questionable to probable. Bad news for them, however, the 9th overall pick, Colin Murray-Boyles, has now been downgraded to out. So went from doubtful to out. So we will not see Colin Murray-Boyles tonight. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage will start at 3:30 here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona men's basketball looks to keep their tournament run alive tonight in Kansas City. They're taking on Iowa State in a semifinal showdown. The Wildcats bested them back on March 2nd. Tip-off tonight is at 4. And the Diamondbacks continue spring action. They're over in Surprise, taking on the Kansas City Royals. Merrill Kelly going to make his spring debut. He might only get one inning tonight. First pitch is at 6:05. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? Yeah, we have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Check them out, thewindowdepot.com.
It's another Suns afternoon game at Toronto. Pre-game at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Doesn't use it. Instead goes to his right and drills a three straight away. Devin Booker with 33 now. He's 3 for 4 from downtown tonight. Gillespie spinning on Peter. Takes him to the free throw line. Throws left corner to Green for 3. He got it. Jalen Green off balance from the corner. Able to hit his second trifecta. He's got a 30-point night.
The great John Bloom on the call last night as the
So
Suns
good.
beat the
Such
Indiana
a great
Pacers.
play-by-play
He
voice.
really is.
So good.
Devin Booker and Jalen Green combined 79 points against Indiana, the third most combined points by a pair of guards in Suns history. They were tremendous last night together, and in some ways, Gambo, we're finally starting to see the realization of what was intended by putting Devin Booker and Jalen Green together in the same backcourt.
Yeah, it took a while. And I think there was a lot of us that were starting to get frustrated because of how long it was taking, and then obviously we were questioning whether Jalen was ever going to be right, with the hamstring, and if there was enough time for him to kind of figure it out. He's playing great basketball last night. He's playing great basketball right now. He's put together, and we question this, can you put together, even after one good game, can you do it again? Can you do it again? He's had several good games now, several good games. He had one bad half. He had the other day he had a game where he had just a terrible second half. I think it was might have been the Charlotte game,
wasn't it? I think it
might have been the Charlotte game. He had a good first half, but he didn't have a good second half. But if you take a look at it, he's averaging almost 24 points a game this month, almost 24 points a game. Last month, he averaged 13.9. So think about this. In the month of February, he played in 6 games in February, 7 games in February, 7. He averaged 13.9 points on 33% shooting. This is phenomenal to look at. 13.9 points per game on 33% shooting from the field and 20% shooting from 3. Now he's averaging almost 24 points a game. Burnsy's field goal percentage is up to 45 because he gets downhill, he gets to the basket, he's getting some of those layups, he's coming up with some steals and some easy fast break dunks, and he's knocking down mid-range shots. Their three-point shot's still not there yet, 29.6, so right around 30%. But you could just see that he's after the 7 games in February, you can see he's starting to really get into his own. The minutes are way up. He's averaging 31 minutes per game instead of 24 last month. So you could starting to see he's really coming on right now.
There's no question about it, and you can see the confidence building. We had him on the show a couple days ago, and we asked him about his own mental belief and how he was doing, and he's starting to feel good about himself. It's fantastic to see. I mean, the timing is absolute perfect. If you want this from the Suns, you need them to be the best version of themselves with the playoffs about a month away. You like to see them building towards the best version of themselves with the playoffs a month away. Now, hopefully when, Dylan Brooks comes back in a couple of weeks, and who knows, maybe even Mark Williams too, hopefully they have enough time to really find the best version of themselves. But there's no doubt that this Suns basketball team was always going to be defined by the backcourt of those two guys, and it took a long time to get here, and I don't. You and I never had doubts that we would see it eventually. We did have doubts that we would see it this season, and it's nice to see that this season hasn't been a total loss for Jalen Green. I don't, though, want to minimize Devin Booker either, and even though Jalen's kind of new and he's more of the the flavor of the week as opposed to Devin, who's been here for a year. Devin Booker is shooting 41% from three over his last 5 games. He has been noticeably better on the floor and more in the flow and more in the rhythm. And certainly his shot looks much better. It's been a noticeable turnaround for him, too, in terms of what he's been able to do offensively. And that's not just last night either. His three-point shot has gotten a lot better, and I do wonder if that continues to trend up, how much of a game changer that'll be for the Phoenix Suns as well.
No question. Last 2 games, 4 for 7, 4 for 7. I mean, that's huge if he can knock those down. Getting to the free throw line. Last night, 11 for 11. The game against Charlotte, 15 for 15. So you're seeing him get to the free throw line. He's been in it. His impact's been all over the place. I do like the 40-point game. I'm not going to lie. I want to have Book. I want Book to have the ability to take games over. And about a week ago or so, I was just comparing the amount of 30-point games he had last year to this year, and how little they were, and that there were no 40-point games this year. There wasn't a 40-point game. And now he went out there and he had that 40-point game, because there are times that this team, look, they're going to continue to build this organization and this team around Devin Booker. And they're not trading him, not going anywhere. They're going to continue to build around him. They're not going to star chase right now. They're not going to star chase. They're going to try to build the right way with the right guys around Book. So, to me, that means that there will be games where he just has to go off. He's got to he shot it 31 times last night. And there are going to be games where he's going to have to do that.
Yeah. Jordan Ott last night talked about how Devin Booker had it going from the jump.
I thought he had it going early. We felt it, obviously, played the whole first quarter. So he knows where we're at this time of year. Every road game's important. Every game's important. He knows the ramifications, and he came out with force right away. And again, I think some of that is how the defense is guarding him, and he was able to get to his spots early and really help start our surge there early offensively.
And it was interesting to hear Jordan talk about trying to make things easier for Jalen Green by tinkering with some of the lineups around him.
I think tonight we went again with the no true 5. Really opens up the floor for him specifically. He was able to just try to use his speed, his downhill driving ability, and it's again, we're trying to find solutions on the fly. It's another tool we have in our toolbox. We can get to, especially with Shear at the 5, enables us to do that. Provide some space and give Jalen the ball and try to get as much gap, big enough gaps, and we've found that the last 2 nights. That's been the solution the last 2 nights. Doesn't mean it will be tomorrow night. We're just trying to find them.
I looked at that lineup that he started the fourth quarter with, right?
Yep.
Goody, Gillespie, Royce, Fleming, three-point shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Collins a three-point shooter. Royce is a three-point shooter. Fleming is going to shoot the threes. But a lot of open space around the basket. So, no big, no Mark Williams, no Oso. And then you look, okay, he drives off of a turnover and scores. Then he has a steal and he gets a layup. Then he gets in and he gets a mid-ranger. Then he hits a corner 3. Then he goes to the free throw line, he hits a free throw. Then he hits an elbow jumper. Then he hits another 3 on a pass from Book. He was everywhere. So I was trying to look at it and say, is that lineup allowing him to just get to the basket every time? And the answer was no. A few times he was able to get to the basket, but he also knocked down a couple of threes. And then he also knocked down a couple of mid-range shots. So it's like you're seeing him be able to score at every level, right? Driving to the basket, hitting the mid-range shot, hitting the three-point shot. I thought maybe with that lineup I would have seen more of him just driving. But he did drive a little bit, but it wasn't the only part of his arsenal in that game.
Who is taking a bigger risk this upcoming season?
Who?
Is it Kyler Murray, or is it his new head coach? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns are going to win it. 123-108, the final score tonight in Indianapolis. Suns improve to 39-27 on the season. 12 games over 500. It's their 4th straight win, and they start this 6-game road trip off 2-0.
A road W at Indy, and the Suns will try for another today at Toronto. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30, 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Oh, March, warmer temps. It's going to get really hot. Spring baseball and the Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo right around the corner. You know what goes great with the rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford. Right now, save on America's #1 selling truck, the Ford F-150, with 0% financing for 60 months. Plus, $1,000 bonus cash, and 0 payment for 90 days on all the remaining 2025 models. You're going to love Sanderson Ford. Right now you can let loose or let go in the small but capable 2025 Bronco Sport. You can get that for $289 a month for 36 months with a great lease deal. If you want to make this March one to remember, then you want to check out the Cave Creek Rodeo March 26th through the 29th. And for your next new or used vehicle, check out Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger. You will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Games we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Suns basketball coming up this afternoon at 4:30. They're taking on the Toronto Raptors, second game of a back-to-back. You'll hear that game here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Gambo and I aren't going anywhere. Mitch is going to slide on in here. We'll do a little Here Come the Suns with him to get you ready for that game. You got Arizona basketball tonight. They are playing in the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament. They'll take on Iowa State. That game is at 4. You got Dbacks Royals tonight. That one's going to be on Dbacks TV. It starts at 6 o'clock. Merrill Kelly making his Cactus League debut. And you've got Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. They're playing Team Canada. Diamondbacks pitcher Michael Soroka getting the start for Canada. That game starts at 5 o'clock. Did I say 5 o'clock earlier? I believe I said 5 o'clock.
Can't lose to Canada in baseball. They probably said the same thing about can't lose to America in hockey. But no, you can't lose to...
5 p.m.? Yeah, 5 p.m. tonight. That game
Korea
is on
and the DR are warming up right now.
Are
That
they?
should be fun, too.
Okay, yeah. I'm telling you, and then Gambo's Italian Fighting Italian squad.
Tomorrow.
Let's take on Puerto Rico tomorrow at noon. Japan will play Venezuela tomorrow at 6. I think that's going to be a really good game, too. We'll see. So that is what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening. They were talking about Kyler and the Minnesota Vikings this morning on Get Up. And this is Mike Tannenbaum. Used to be a general manager in the NFL. Now he does the circuit on ESPN. He called the Kyler transaction potentially the most consequential in the NFL in the last 5 years.
This may be the most consequential transaction in the last 5 years in the NFL to get a starting quarterback at 29 years old for 1.3.
Last 5 years.
In the last 5 years, when you think about the cap at $300 million and to pay a starting quarterback, presumably at 29 years old, $1.3 million, that's incredible value.
Then he went on to talk about how he raises the ceiling for the Vikings.
When you think about this, team won 9 games last year with really below average play between Max Brosmer, J.J. McCarthy. Look at this graphic and some Carson Wentz. It's amazing how impactful this move could be. If they win 2 more games, they're sitting at 11. They should win the division, and your quarterback is making the league minimum. Again, context is everything. Starting quarterbacks are making upwards of $60 million. And look, I'm not saying he should be at the top of the market, but this is incredible value with a lot of high impact. And if it doesn't work out, there's very little downside.
At that
He's
price,
right.
He's not wrong. Yeah,
he's right. What's the downside? What's the downside of it? If it doesn't work, you get rid of him in a year, and you didn't pay any real money for him.
There really isn't any downside to it. I mean, the only thing that I thought was interesting, and I don't think this counts as downside, but it is. I was reading one column today in Minnesota from somebody who said, this is kind of. I'll read you the exact phrase because he put it better than I possibly could. Signing Murray is a move born of arrogance, and I say that lovingly. And basically the column's point was Kevin O'Connell typically signs a specific type of quarterback. And by him signing somebody who's not that specific type of quarterback and is as unique as Kyler Murray is, it's kind of O'Connell's way of saying, oh, yeah, watch this. Watch. You think I need a 6'4" drop back pocket passer to succeed? I'm going to go sign a 5'10" guy who might not even be able to see over the middle of the field, even though that's where I like to operate as an offensive coordinator. And I'm going to win with that dude anyway. Watch what I can do with this guy. There's some reaction to it, like Kevin O'Connell. He's got to be careful. Like, is he getting out of his lane a little bit on this one with Kyler Murray? Because he's just so different than the type of quarterback he likes to win with.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to have to. You're going to have to adapt a little bit. You're not going to be able to run him under center the entire game.
Absolutely not.
You can't. But I was looking at all the notes on what they run and how they run. They're in play action so much, and all of it's timing to get the ball to Jefferson in the middle of the field, where Kyler was at his best when he had one-on-one with DeAndre Hopkins down the sideline. That's where Kyler was at his best. He could see a little bit better, Yeah. You could throw the ball up. If Jefferson over the middle is going to be a lot different than Hopkins on the outside. Now, again, in the pocket, play action, Kyler's a shotgun pistol guy. You're going to probably have a happy medium. You're going to probably have to have, packages of both. We've always said Kyler's got to get better under center. He's got to get better under center. But you still can never change his height. And people will still say, can he see over the offensive line? And there'll be a lot of frustration if Justin Jefferson look at it. They're trying to save Justin Jefferson. He's never won a playoff game. I mean, that guy's been there for a number of years. He has no playoff wins. This will be his 7th year in Minnesota. No playoff wins. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to make it keep him happy so he doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, there's no doubt Kyler is betting on himself by going to Minnesota on a $1.3 million deal. But there's also the flip side is also true. Kevin O'Connell is kind of betting on himself to take a quarterback who doesn't fit what he likes to do and make it work. And you're absolutely correct. It's not Kevin O'Connell's a really smart guy. He's a really good offensive mind. He's certainly not going to try to take Kyler Murray and just make him do everything he likes to do. O'Connell's got to adapt. He knows that. It's going to make for a great experiment. Now, we've talked about this in the days leading up to this moment, anticipating Kyler was going to go to Minnesota. I'm not rooting for him. I'm not rooting against him. I'm not, if it works and it succeeds, let's be honest, it's a really bad look for the Arizona Cardinals if Kyler Murray goes.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Really
let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
It's because then it's like you had the guy.
Right.
You had him.
You had him.
And you just weren't able to figure out how to use him.
Yep. It's a bad look.
It could be. It could be. It could be.
And I think people who are rooting for Kyler to succeed, they're doing it either because they really like the kid, they want to see him do well, or they want to see the Cardinals fail. They want to see the Cardinals, oh, God, we had him and we let him go, and now, look, he's up in Minnesota and he's getting the job done, right? I think the people who want to see Kyler do well, they fall into one of those two camps or maybe in both of those camps. I'm not neither. I don't want to see him fail. I don't want to see him succeed, but I am so curious. And I've said this 100 times. Man, I'm going to watch as many Minnesota games as I possibly can just to see how he does, and how this works. If five games on and Minnesota's one of them, I'm watching Minnesota every time just to see how Kyler does and how they do. Their over-under for wins is 8.5. Are they a 14-win team with Kyler Murray? Is Kyler Murray capable of being a 14-win quarterback in this league when he's got that much talent around him? Again, it's just going to be fascinating to watch all season long.
Especially because the Cardinals don't have – it would be one thing if the Cardinals had their guy. If they had their guy, they drafted Mendoza. They've got their guy.
That's a good point.
Or they got Malik Willis, and he's good.
Yep.
But if you're going to suffer through another miserable season and Kyler's going to – I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing you could do about it. It was time to move on. It might be a poor reflection on them, but I think we all agree it was time to move on.
But if he fails, then the opposite is true. It's also going to reflect – not well on the Cardinals, but at least they'll be able to say, hey, look, we tried. We did everything we could. 7 years, we tried to make it work. It didn't happen. He went up to Minnesota. The same thing happened. The same problems were in place with Kyler Murray, and they couldn't overcome them in Minnesota just like we couldn't. And not that it's going to validate them letting him go, but at least it's going to make Cardinal fans feel a little bit better about it to not watch him succeed up there. It's going to be a really weird dynamic all season long. It's going to be kind of fun, actually, I think.
And I think the key is going to be, like, can the guy stay healthy? I mean, he's missed he's missed like 30 games. 12-25, 9-23, 6-22, 3-21. He's missed a lot of games.
That is going to be a huge part of this as well. There's no doubt. That's going to do it for us as Burns and Gambo. We're not going anywhere. Mitch is going to join us for Here Come the Suns coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Stay with us.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Go.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement that I take every single day to help me with my endurance, my stamina, my recovery, my ability to stay on top of my game. It's all about M-Drive for me, and you can go online right now at mdriveformen.com, mdriveformen.com, and put Gambo in a promo code and get 20% off your first order. 20% off your first order of M-Drive, the daily supplement that I take every single day. Now, what I will say is that there's a lot of guys out there that, work out, you're eating right, you're eating healthy, you're working out, you just got that stubborn belly fat, right? 5 pounds, 10 pounds, like if I could just lose this, I'd be great. That's where M-Drive Boost and Burn comes in. M-Drive Boost and Burn is absolutely the best for men that are active and just want to lose a few extra pounds. And it is the #1 men's selling health brand in Sprouts, but you can also get it online. Go online at mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code, and you'll get 20% off your first order.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All-Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance,